Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morena, kia ora. Welcome to re-adjourned hearing stream number 6 on the Central Hawke's Bay District Plan review. Today's topic will be about submissions on rezoning requests. Today's schedule is fairly full for the day. We will have the council's legal counsel and reporting officers just talk briefly to their report and respond to any questions before morning tea. Then we are scheduled between morning tea and lunchtime to hear from Livingston Property over its rezoning request. Followed that, we've got about 4 submitters to talk to their submissions. And towards the end of the day, we will have the reporting officers respond to matters arising during the hearing. If I can ask everybody to ensure their phones are on silent or off, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, there has been quite a bit of a flurry of new information in the last 24 hours or so. I will admit not to have had my head over everything, so hopefully we'll be led through that new information this morning. Thank you for that. In terms of the reporting planners this morning, Stella Morgan will be zooming in. There's her face there on the screen, just to talk to her Section 42A report, and then we'll hand it over to Rowena and Janine and Davidson. So without any further ado, maybe take the screen down so I can see you, Stella. Stella, the floor is yours in terms of talking to your report, please.
Morena, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, all good.
Sorry, appearing larger than life today. So I'm the reporting officer for the 42A miscellaneous topic report, which basically that addresses submissions on the district plan that have not or will not be covered by, excuse me, other Section 42A reports. So as such, the matters addressed within in this report span the provisions of the PDP. I've addressed those matters under a number of key issue headings. There's a sort of collection of submissions on minor matters, which are across the plan. And I don't really have any further comment on those. I think they're reasonably self-explanatory. Then there are a number of submissions on the Part A introduction that haven't been addressed by any other 42A reports, and there's 12 submission points and 5 further submission points on that section, and 10 of those are in support and 1 seeks an amendment to ensure national policy statements are given effect to. So there's not, I've got nothing more to say in relation to that. The other submissions relate to definitions that haven't been addressed elsewhere in the report, and I think we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 definitions. And then the other matter that's addressed, the other key issue, are submissions relating to the proposed district plan provisions on relocated buildings, on which there were 46 submission points and 10 further submission points. I think the majority of those were from the Heavy Haulage Association, with a number of them being in support, and then the remaining ones seeking amendments, which again I've outlined in my 42A report. I've read the evidence that's been submitted. There were 2 lots of evidence from in relation to relocated buildings. So that was from Jonathan Barner-Thompson from the Heavy Haulage Association and Alwyn Fryer from Britain House Movers, who I believe are attending later today. And also some evidence from Port New Zealand, Jordan Landers, in relation to the definition of daycare facility and how that's been addressed in the plan. So having read that, I do have some comments, which I'll read out to you, but I will provide you with these in full in my right of reply. So first, with respect to the evidence by the Heavy Haulage Association, of which Britain House Movers are part, there's two aspects that they've addressed. One's in relation to the notification requirement for giving notice to council for relocating a building. They're seeking that this requirement is removed, or alternatively the second sentence deleted. The second sentence relates to is one of the reasons why the notification requirements there is that relocation must not be undertaken until the site is visited by council officers to inspect the standard of the site, footpath, vehicle entrance and road. So they consider that standard's unnecessary as it's a roading matter, and that there's other mechanisms to deal with that. In the development of these standards, we had some early discussions with council's consenting team, and they at that stage were having some real issues with relocated buildings. And one of the things that's probably particular to relocated buildings, as opposed to, well, not always, but generally as opposed to new buildings, is the heavy traffic that does cross the footpath, sometimes goes down the neighbouring driveways, and can cause a lot of damage. And yes, while Heavy Haulage are correct that there are other mechanisms, as I understand there's Local Government Section 357 and Government Roading Powers Acts, that council can address that. The consenting team at that stage were keen to keep that matter included in there and wrap it in with all those other standards so that it could be addressed as part of that broader package. And also I consider that it is an RMA matter, as it is an amenity. It's part of that broader amenity, and ensuring that amenity, appropriate amenity, is maintained or retained. So I have not changed my position with respect to that recommendation. The other aspect that they have provided evidence on is the 2-week requirement to get the relocated building onto permanent foundations. And again, we had some quite considerable conversations with the consenting team at the stage, who were really keen to see that the buildings were moved onto permanent foundations as quickly as possible, as that had been a particular problem. And I understand that the building team are flexible with that when there is bad weather. However, I accept that the examples that they have provided in the evidence appear to be reasonable. And if it helps avoid getting potentially the need for a resource consent, which is undesirable if that situation is going to be remedied within a reasonable time frame. I'm not totally opposed to that date, or that time being moved from 2 weeks to 4 weeks. I note that that would align with the Hastings District Plan, which again would make it easier for moving companies who've got having similar provisions across the region. So yeah, I would be happy to accept that 1 month time frame. Turning to the matter of the definition of daycare facility, Ms. Landers from Hort New Zealand has identified an oversight in my assessment, and that was, I have recommended we remove the definition of daycare facility from the plan, but if we do that, there are also a number of other standards throughout the plan where reference to that standard would have, or reference to that activity would have to be moved. So I would be happy to include those additional amendments. So they're amendments to the transport standard, natural hazards section, and assessment matters that reference daycare facilities. I'd just like to say the whole term daycare facility is sort of a hangover from the operative plan that had been massaged in response to the national planning standards. So it's just sort of been a matter of trying to get that right. Ms. Landers has offered an alternative approach, which would see a definition, would see a daycare facility remain in the plan, but be tied to the definition of community facility. And equally, I think that would work as well. So you've got two options there. So I'm not changing my recommendation on that, because the request was to consider how that definition worked. So we've done that, but I guess you've got two options for addressing that, which again I'll outline in my right of reply to you, so that you've got both options there. And I think I've got a minor correction to my report. So with respect to submission 79002, I've recommended that so that's in relation to daycare facilities as well. The Ministry of Education have submitted that they supported my 42. They supported deleting the definition of daycare facility. No, they supported the definition of daycare facility, and in my report I recommended it be accepted when I should have had reject on the basis of what we had proposed. But other than that, I don't have anything further to add. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I will provide a formal right of reply on those matters I've just raised with you, or any additional matters that have been raised. And I understand that we will be advised, or when that right of reply will be due. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Are you open to questions from the panel? Okay.
Just one question regarding the site visits prior to relocation. Are you aware that other district plans actually require that, or is it something that it's done within the consent of the roading?
Sorry, could you just please repeat that question? Am I aware?
Are you aware that there are pre-assessments of the footpath done prior to the relocation in other district plans? We've aligned these provisions are quite aligned with Hastings, so I know that that's part of it. Yes, so it is, and we did look at other district plans as well, but I just can't recall whether they had that particular requirement or not. And so could we have access to the Hastings one, or could you provide us with the details of how the pre-assessments done of the, yeah, thank you.
Just to confirm, just for my notes, heavy haulage, the heavy haulage evidence, they were asking for, in terms of permanent foundations, 2 months, not 2 weeks. So just to confirm,
okay,
you're comfortable with 4 weeks, not 2 months.
I wouldn't be comfortable with 2 months. I think 1 month. Yeah, again, if they need some flexibility around that, I'm sure they can work with the building inspectors if there's good reasons as to why they haven't got those permanent foundations in place. But as I understand it, the consents team, I mean, they've had issues with buildings not on permanent foundations for lengths of time. So they want to keep the pressure on for that to happen as soon as possible. And if there's bad weather or hold-ups or whatever that are reasonable, then council will consider those on a case-by-case basis. But they really want it to be, their preference is to have them there as soon as possible.
Okay. And just finally, just again, clarification, in terms of the Ministry of Education, so in their response and therefore non-attendance. Part of that was the fact that they presumed that the daycare facility definition was accepted by the reporting officer.
Yes, I think where they're coming from is that originally the daycare facility definition included preschools and licensed ECE, and that's now been moved out. And I think I'm correct to say that that's now covered by education facilities. So they were happy with how that had been addressed, and that's the national planning standards. So the kind of leftover daycare facility definition was really to deal with situations such as for example, old aged care facilities where they might have a day specific, it's not an overnight facility, but but then on reviewing that, I felt that actually fitted under the definition of community facility, which is why I recommended deleting it. So, yeah. Sorry, that was a long answer to your question. Did that make sense, Loretta? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, just to follow up on that, so I've only one question around that, because I must that last clarification, the Commissioner Lovell's question is helpful, because I didn't immediately when I looked at that definition of community facility, I didn't immediately pick up that it could include daycare facilities in that sense. But now I understand. Would it be possible to add a note to the definition or something in terms of clarifying that it does include that facility, that form of facility, do you think?
Add a note to the community
definition.
Facility definition.
Yeah, just to clarify that.
I'd have to come back to you on that. Because community facility is a national planning standard definition, so I get a little bit nervous about how much we can change or add to those, but I can certainly come back to you on that.
Any questions?
But I guess where I've landed, if I can just find the definition of it, just one moment. Right. So the definition, which is a national planning standard, talks about yes, so the definition of community facility, which is a national planning standard, talks about the same language which is used by members of the community for health, for recreational, sporting, cultural safety and health or welfare, etc. purposes, which in essence is the same as for daycare facility used for the care or welfare of people. So if it's not there, that's where I landed, it would be considered under.
Thank you, that would be appreciated. Any further questions from the panel? No, okay, no further questions for you, Stella.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think the plan was for me to go next. So I have pre-filed legal submissions sort of generically on the implications of the MPS HPL that's been available to the commissioners and the public since last Thursday, I think. I'm aware that you haven't read it and that we're a little bit constrained for time. So I'm happy to work through that or focus on particular areas that the communities would like to hear, or I'm happy to read it.
We have all read it. Yes, that's certainly the case. I think given the nature of the next submission and the evidence being presented on behalf of that submitter, might be useful, even if it was just to talk through your conclusions.
Yeah, I think in that light, perhaps if I deal with the what land is affected,
Mhm.
that will come up for the Livingstones and less so for Bridge. And the implications for rezoning, but leave the implications for the rest of the plan. Although the officers will address sort of the fallout from what I've said on that.
Yes, we note that you've referred in a couple of places around the officers may wish to reconsider.
Yes.
So we will turn to the officers to hear their views on those points. So thank you for that.
So in addition to these submissions, I have sort of prepared draft response to the submissions pre-filed. So my intention is to sort of give the high points of that. They're not finished, and it's probably not appropriate that I give a reply until the submissions have actually been delivered, but at least that will sort of foreshadow the differences of opinion so that it can be fleshed out in the Livingstone's state. Turning to the 9th of November submissions, I see Mr. Williams has provided you with a copy of the NPS. It's also attached to my submission. So having multiple copies is not necessarily a bad thing. I seem to have them littered around my various desks. So obviously those that NPS is in force from the 17th of October. There's no transitional provisions. So we're straight into it, which for better or worse, a lot of people have been caught out by these. So I've just noted that in the areas such as Central Hawke's Bay, with significant areas, class 1, 2 and 3 land, it will have a significant impact, including on the content of the district plan. And again, I've just noted there that district plans must be prepared in accordance with and give effect to an NPS. And the RMA requires that a local authority must take any action that is directed by the National Policy Statement. And this National Policy Statement, unlike others, particularly for district councils, is extremely directed. So far, we don't have any guidance documents from MFE. And I've acknowledged that there's a lot of words used that are open to interpretation. Yeah, certainly there is a lot of case law and interpretation yet to come. So these submissions are very much in that vein, trying to provide as much assistance as I can without saying that they're necessarily completely supported by case law at this point. So the key question, and as I say, one that affects Livingstone quite a lot, is whether the land is highly productive land for the purposes of the NPS. And that's obviously an important point, because if you're not highly productive land, then you don't need to worry, which is much preferable from a submitted point of view. So ultimately, all of the HPL will be mapped by the Regional Council, and that will make life a lot easier. But until then, we're left with this interim definition at clause 3.57, which has various requirements, which I'll take you through. The first one being, is the land zoned general, rural or rural production? This one's not particularly controversial because the rural land in the operative plan and the rural production, general rural, are pretty much completely in alignment under the proposed and the operative plans. So it will be pretty clear whether that box is ticked. The next one is land LUC 1, 2 or 3. I've produced a map which Tiff helpfully produced, although it isn't printed on my side, it's on yours, of the LUC 1, 2, and 3 as it applies to Central Hawke's Bay. And there's a significant degree of alignment between the rural production zone and the class 1, 2, and 3. And obviously that was quite intentional because the maps were prepared. That wasn't included.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got maps, but not really.
No,
These ones
I've
are
got it.
just-
I've got it. It's in black and white. That would be.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
That's not going to be too helpful in black and white.
Yeah, we
You
understand.
can take it from me that pretty much the rural production zone is pretty well aligned with class 1, 2, and 3. But obviously not exclusively, there'll be
Colour on them. Sorry.
that's okay. But it should be in colour on the screen. So the definition of LUC 1, 2, and 3 is based on the NZLRI data. But there is the ability for more focused mapping if people want to undertake that and the council wants to accept it. I don't think that that is on the table for any of the submissions here, but I think that's just an acknowledgement that the LUC mapping is pretty coarse. So it's I don't think anyone considers it to be terribly accurate in terms of this is 3, this is 4, and if you looked at the ground there, it would be completely different. But in the absence of that more particular mapping, then that is what we need to apply. So I think a key one for today is the requirement or the exclusion from land from being highly productive land if it's identified for future urban development. And while Central Hawke's Bay doesn't have a future development strategy, that definition of identified for future urban development does include a strategic planning document, which has been adopted, a non-statutory growth plan essentially that's been adopted by local authority resolution. And I think everyone's in agreement that Central Hawke's Bay Integrated Spatial Plan meets those requirements. And that was adopted by the council in 2020. So if in that plan there was land currently zoned rural in LUC 1, 2, or 3, but it was identified in that plan for urban growth in the spatial plan, and there are a few qualifiers to that which I'll come to, then it won't be treated as HPL. Now, I was going to address this in relation to the Livingston submissions, but I might skip to this now, given it's going to come up pretty quickly. So this is in relation to what is identified for future urban development. And there's a number of factors that needs to be identified in a strategic planning document, which in the case of Livingston, we accept that this land is, well, we do have an identified strategic planning document. It needs to be suitable. It needs to be for urban development, and it needs to be commencing in the next 10 years. And it needs to be at a level of detail that makes the boundaries of the area identifiable. So I am departing from my submissions here. Is this going to make sense, or do you want me to come back to it?
No, I think it'd be fine to do it now if we just
Okay. All right.
make sure we can take enough notes.
Yeah, and as I say, I'm happy to do this, but perhaps tomorrow or provide this tomorrow. So as I've said, I think everyone's in agreement that the integrated spatial plan is a strategic planning document. That's recorded in my submissions. And I also agree that the boundaries of the areas which are identified for growth are sufficiently clear in the ISP to tick that requirement. In my submission, the ISP does not identify the land as suitable for development. It refers to part of the land as a potential growth area for investigation. And in my view, that's not what the NPS HPL intends as being sufficiently certain to identify something as suitable for development. It identifies it as suitable for investigation, but that process, if it was undertaken, might well have resulted in the area being deemed unsuitable for development. The other requirement is that the land be suitable for development in the next 10 years. And again, I don't think that the ISP is sufficient to meet that requirement in relation to the investigation. It identifies investigation in 3 to 10 year period, but not development. And the other requirement is that the land must be identified for urban development. And the NPS HBL differentiates between urban rezoning, which is enabled in some limited circumstances, and rezoning for rural lifestyle, which can only occur in much more limited circumstances. And the interim definition of HPL itself differentiates between land identified for future urban development at B1 and land that is subject to a plan change from rural to urban or rural lifestyle. So my submission is an intentional differentiation between urban use and rural lifestyle. So part of the Livingston land is identified for future rural residential growth. In my submission, that doesn't meet the requirement for being identified for future urban growth. So my notes here say that I acknowledge that all of these terms are open to interpretation, and there's no case law, as I've said. In my view, applying a purposive interpretation, I consider there's a clear intention on the part of the NPS HPL to take a hard line on development of HPL, particularly for rural lifestyle development, and particularly before the HBRC mapping has occurred and been the subject of that Schedule 1 process. So therefore, in my submission, my reading of the ISP is that it doesn't sufficiently meet that requirement for identifying the Livingston land for urban development. And it's still to be treated as highly productive land in the sense that it captures the LUC3. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that it's excluded from rezoning. It just means that it has to go through the process set out in the National Policy Statement before that can be rezoned, at least in a way that's consistent with the NPS. So turning to that situation, I am back on my pre-filed submissions at paragraph 9. If we have got a situation where land is highly productive land and it's covered by the NPS, then there's 2 relevant policies for the purposes of rezoning. One is policy 5, which is that urban rezoning is avoided except as provided in the NPS, and policy 6, that rezoning and development of highly productive rural lifestyle is avoided except as provided in the NPS. My opening submissions many months ago now touched on the Supreme Court's decision in King Salmon, which held that where a planning instrument uses directive language, it is developmentally interpreted. And it specifically held that avoid in policies 13(1)(a) and 15(a) of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement is a strong word meaning not allow or prevent the occurrence of. And in my submission, the use of the avoid terminology in this NPS is quite deliberate. And it would have been used in light of that King Salmon direction. So the NPS takes the approach of setting out a relatively concise set of, well, only one objective, and then a concise set of policies, and then providing a non-exhaustive list of things that local authorities must do to give effect to them. And those clauses giving effect to policies 5 and 6 are at clause 3.6 for urban rezoning and 3.7 for rezoning to rural lifestyle. So in terms of clause 3.6, I've set that out there, and you've got the policy statement, so I won't read that. But I think the things to emphasise is that they are cumulative requirements. A rezoning proposal must meet all three of those requirements, and then only if those are met can land be rezoned in a way that's gives effect to the NPS. And in my submission, that's a very high threshold for allowing urban rezoning of highly productive land. So just generally, as I've set out here, the economic report that Central Hawke's Bay commissioned, predicted demand is considered to be fully met by the extent of urban rezoning in the plan, largely by providing infill development rather than extending onto productive land. And I think by infill development, that means areas that are already zoned for residential, but perhaps haven't been developed for that purpose until now, as well as intensification. So the reporting officers have addressed these matters as they arise in relation to the rezoning submissions. In my submission, the submitters would need to provide to address all of those matters in order to persuade you that the rezoning was meeting those tests under the NPS. In terms of lifestyle rezoning, that the NPS really puts in place a very high threshold for allowing that. It really has to be provided in clause as fit into an exemption in 3.10. And that is a relatively long list of cumulative requirements that need to be met. Essentially a full section 32 assessment of all reasonably practicable options in terms of land-based primary production that could be carried out on that land, and a full environmental, social, cultural and economic benefits of the rezoning outweighing the long-term environmental, social, cultural and economic costs associated with the loss of HPL. But that clause 3.10 is quite detailed, and I don't intend to take you through it. I think where it is relevant, the officers have addressed it. I think there were quite a few submissions seeking a change from either rural production to rural lifestyle. And in my submission, in the absence of pretty persuasive and weighty information, it would be very difficult to meet those those exemptions in 3.10. So the remainder of those submissions are, I said I would leave for now. It may be something we can return to later, but I'm conscious that that we want to get on with the submitters, and they're not particularly about rezoning. Okay. So I'll just quickly return to my notes and see. So it's not quite the order I had planned to do it, but I'll start with the Livingstones. I've already addressed you on my view that the NPS does apply to that land insofar as it includes LUC3. So in terms of assessing the submission under the NPS, there is evidence from Mr. Morris and submissions made by Mr. Williams that appear to invite the panel to conclude that the site is not in fact highly productive land. The NPS differentiates between the following matters: highly productive land, which is determined by mapping of the definition; productive capacity, which means the ability to support land-based primary production over the long term. And that's based on an assessment of physical characteristics such as soil type, legal constraints in the size and shape of parcels, and constraints on the land, which were addressed in clause 3.10. So as I've already stated, my view is that the land is highly productive land for the purposes of the NPS. It may not ultimately be mapped as highly productive land through the HBRC plan change, but it's not open to the panel to prejudge that And I think as well, we need to be conscious of compromising that ultimate mapping process by removing LUC from the pool of land available for consideration when the HBRC actually does come to do that. The evidence of Mr. Morris goes to the productive capacity and constraints applicable to the land. And in my submission, those matters may be relevant when considering the proposed zoning from general rural to general residential. So that's under 3.6 in terms of the environmental, social, cultural and economic costs associated with the loss of HPL for land-based primary production. And in relation to the request for rezoning from general rural to rural lifestyle under 3.10, which is the only path for rezoning of land to rural lifestyle, the productive capacity it may be relevant in the sense that there's evidence of limited drainage and whether that's sufficient for you to conclude that that land is incapable, which is the test, the high one, of economically viable use for land-based primary production for at least 30 years. And that needs to include a full consideration of reasonably practicable options, such as alternate forms of land-based primary production, improved land management strategies, water efficiency measures, and so on. And those are all set out in 3.10. There's also a specific statement that productive potential must not be limited by its past or assessment of productive potential must not be limited by its past or present use. And the size of the land holding is not determinative of a long-term constraint. What I know presented there will be one factor. So my submission is that the panel would need more information than that provided by Mr. Morris to be satisfied as to the above matters, particularly for clause 3.10, which is clearly intended to be a narrow window for exceptions to the general rule that lifestyle residential is not an appropriate use of highly productive land. The productive capacity of land may also be relevant when making a section 32 assessment, including an assessment against the objectives and policies of the proposed district plan. But in my submission, when considering the proposal against the NPS, you have to be careful as to how you take into account those limits on potential. Now, another key factor which Mr. Williams will address you on is the relevance of the existing subdivision consent consideration under the NPS. And as Mr. Livingston said, the consented subdivision is a poor use of the property, but an easier option for us as developers. And this is not so much an NPS point, but just something I wanted to flag, which the Livingston may be able to address. Which is that rezoning the property does not remove the ability to give effect to that subdivision consent. That subdivision consent is now in place, and even with, if the land was rezoned, it could still be given effect to. I haven't seen anything in the evidence that offers to surrender the existing consent if the rezoning is approved. So that would remain an option. And of course, if the land was rezoned and that subdivision consent was given effect to, then part of it would be subject to a general residential zoning and the rules that apply to residential, even though the sites were granted on the basis that they would be governed by the rural zones. So that creates a complication of having reasonably large sites that were intended for residential. So and that perhaps that's just one of the matters that remains up in the air, and I know the officers will raise issues about that and the fact that the concept plan at the moment, I think Mr. Mackay acknowledges that that would need to be built into the plan somehow, but we don't have specific provisions to consider at this stage and understand how it actually will be practice. So that has been a little bit difficult to assess. But I did just want to flag that potential hybrid situation, and Mr. Williams may have an easy answer to that. Now, I'm just wondering whether it might be better if I make my points about the James Bridge evidence when the submitter is here, so that they can respond to it. Okay, and sorry, that was probably a bit long. I've eaten into their time.
I do wonder because while we are hearing today's submitters, there's some general questions around how the NPS affects the district plan that you've raised. In particular, any provisions that either enable and are even in a limited form lifestyle subdivision in general rule. And the other one too is relates to where the rules enable some non-primary production activities to occur in rural areas as well. So maybe that's better left for the reporting plan to respond to, but there is that general principle of no lifestyle development in NEC3 land, even if it's just generally something rural.
The only comment I haven't, and I think this is probably why I hadn't raised it as an issue flowing out, is that part of the transitional definition is that if land is subject to a council initiated plan change, which I'm taking as the proposed plan process, if there's already a proposal to rezone it from a rural to rural lifestyle, then that's not treated as HPL. So yeah, if the council has proposed a rural lifestyle zone over it, but I'm perhaps what you're meaning, Commissioner, is other rules that enable rural lifestyle subdivision, probably less of a concern in the rural zone, just because there seems to be a lot less LUC 1, 2, and 3, although not the complete absence of it, but certainly in the rural production zone.
Yes, but there, I think that maybe not such an issue, but looking at your helpful map at the end of your evidence, now I have a coloured version in front of me. There's clearly some LUC under the general rule, which in theory could allow a very limited scope for lifestyle, and just in principle at a high level, whether we need to reconsider that in the light of the NPS.
I think that the only way you could do that would be if there were submissions seeking either removal of that right, which off the top of my head, I think there weren't. Yes. Or perhaps if there had been any recommendations to loosen the rules about when you could undertake a rural lifestyle subdivision and had the officers accepting those, then you may want to rethink that. I don't think that that's the case. But that will probably be something that the officers and I can get back to you on.
And it also applies to other rezoning submissions where they want it from rural production to general rural on prima facie, because that then allows some limited lifestyle subdivisions rezoning.
That's good. I hadn't thought of that one.
Yes, it occurred to me.
Like to address, we can address that one in reply, because that is before us, before the officers at the moment.
Thank you. Are you open to questions for the?
Yes. Yeah.
It's actually answered a few, but perhaps just sort of as an overall having reviewed the report planners report, given the RPS, do you agree with the approach to the test taken in the report?
Yes, and that was developed sort of.
I was wondering if you've been involved.
Yes.
As you can appreciate, the report planners are dealing with the unique situation that across the zoning, we've probably got all the different kinds.
Yes.
inclusion and exemption. So your perspective is that we should take a relatively strict purposive approach to interpretation of the NPS.
That's my proposed interpretation, and I mean, I think the wording is open to interpretation, but the theme is relatively clear that particularly before the HBRC's had that chance to do the work, there is a bit of a freeze. And I acknowledge that that is quite unfair to a lot of submitters and landowners, but that certainly seems to have been the intention on behalf of the drafters.
And just picking up on the Livingston's legal counsel's alternative approach in terms of utilising salmon from a Part 2 recourse type assessment. If we were of a mind to look for Part 2, do you have a perspective on the emphasis or other we should place with respect to the Part 2 legislative framework? Was that something you want to think about in terms of the right?
Yeah. I mean, clearly the NPS is intending to, that's the purpose of NPS, is to address matters of national significance. But I take the point that when you've got a compromised existing environment, I mean, I do think you need to be quite careful about just assuming that a lifestyle or a quite intensive residential is better than a lifestyle subdivision. I think you'd need to analyse that quite carefully before concluding that was the case, and in light of the NPS. But I accept that it is a difficult situation where the ultimate outcome, if you conclude that that is the case, if the existing subdivision is a far worse outcome, then you may end up with a decision that doesn't give effect to the NPS, but that you may conclude is appropriate on a balancing exercise. But certainly, I mean, I think that the theme of King Salmon is that where there's conflicting objectives and outcomes, and you should try and reconcile them to the best of your abilities. So it would only be if there was a real clash that you would just come out one way or the other. It's not an easy.
At the stage.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor, any questions? Just a slight deviation. Thank you for that answer to Commissioner Lovell's question. That was helpful too. The issue of non-primary productive activities in especially the rural productive zone. So the district plan has provided for limited amounts of that at a small scale. And that from memory, there is scope within the submissions on those things to actually not have them.
Some of them.
Yeah, some of them. I'm just looking at 3.10 in the NPS that you refer to. Is there any advice you could give the panel around that last part, the C part of one, where it talks about the environmental, social, cultural, and economic benefits of the subdivision use and development outweigh So is there any advice you could give the panel on how that might be applied?
Personally, I think it's quite hard to do that well, particularly at this early stage and at a plan level. My view is that for those activities that aren't sort of land-based primary production, if you can provide an ability for them to be considered on a case-by-case basis, then that would give effect to the NPS. So, for instance, if they're permitted or controlled at the moment, if there's scope within the submissions to change that to, for instance, at least restricted discretionary, perhaps with discretion restricted to effects on the soils resource, or however you want to.
Or
Yeah.
paraphrasing the other tests.
Yes, because I mean, I think, you know, depending on the specific activity, a lot of them may be supporting activities on the land under 3.9. So, but again, you'd want the opportunity to assess that. I think it's quite difficult to make. I mean, I guess you could write it into the activity or the standards. You know, for instance, a commercial activity that only sells produce produced on the land or something like that. But I think, I'm not sure that there is scope for that. But as you say, I think submissions from New Zealand Pork and Pork NZ and that sort of thing did seek a tightening up of those types of rules. So, and in light of this, MPs and the officers will agree. The officers will speak to that. But I think that there is general agreement that as long as you provide the opportunity for council to assess that proposed activity against the MPs. And remembering that a lot of the objectives and policies are directed at exactly the same types of issues anyway, then that would give effect to it. And also remembering that once the regional council mapping is done, then within 2 years of that, kind of depending on what the plans look like in five so years time, then you would probably need to revisit all of those types of activities anyway.
And just final question, well, I don't know if there's a question, but you kind of answered the question I had in my mind around if we were to accept that some LUC3 land has significant constraints for being highly productive land, what then? But as you've pointed out, you've got to run that through the tests, other tests of it. So just having constraints on its capacity is not enough.
That's right.
Pass the tests.
That's right.
Okay. Any other questions from the panel? This one. Thank you very much, Mr. Davidson. It's very useful. So who should we turn to next? Okay, Janine, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm giving a joint statement from Rowena McDonald and myself, Smith, where the reporting officers for the section 42 reports mapping and rezoning on this topic. The first section of our report addresses general mapping issues raised in submissions. As a result of these submissions, we have requested a few minor alterations to the planning maps. And hopefully there is the ability to improve the functionality of the planning maps on the e-plan prior to notifying a decision of the PDP. The remainder of our report addresses requests to change the zoning of land or other types of spatial layers, which we loosely grouped into the following categories. Rezoning from rural production to general rural, extension to or additional rural lifestyle zone areas, requests to rezone post-treaty settlement land, extensions to or additional large lot residential zone areas, extensions to or additional settlement zone areas, adding deferred residential rural lifestyle zoning areas, additional residential zone areas, and extensions to or additional commercial or industrial facility areas. Where there is more than one submitter requesting amendments over the same or part of the same land, these were grouped and considered together. Similarly, where there are multiple submission points relating to a single request, including associated consequential amendments to provisions within the PDP, these were grouped and assessed collectively. Right in the midst of preparing this report, of course, the government landed its long anticipated national policy statement for highly productive land that was notified on the 12th of September, came into force on the 17th of October. Essentially, the NPS HPO is immediate effect, and therefore it has been fortuitous timing for us as we've had the opportunity to assess the implications of the NPS and fully apply it to the rezoning requests up front in our report. and our recommendations therefore fully respond to the national direction contained within the NPS. In assessing each of the submissions seeking changes to zoning or alternative spatial layers, we had also prepared a set of guiding principles which covers such matters as whether there is sufficient detail provided and whether the submitter is even the affected landowner, whether the requested zoning would better achieve the objectives and policies of the PDP, for example, such as protecting highly productive land, promoting good compact urban form, good accessibility and network linkages, etc. Whether the request gives effect to the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, for example, is an area already significantly modified by similar activities, is it an area at risk of coastal erosion or inundation, etc. Whether a request gives effect to the regional policy statement, for example, is it accompanied by a sufficiently detailed structure plan, infrastructure enabled, does it avoid significant sites and features, avoids hazard and risks, avoid conflict between incompatible land uses, provides for papakāinga and marae-based development, and so on. Whether the request addresses actual identified development capacity, actual projected household or economic growth, etc. Whether the request enables Māori to express the tikanga or kaitianga over their ancestral land, and whether the request better enables Māori to realise their post-settlement of cultural and development aspirations. After considering each of the requests in light of our list of guiding principles and in light of the recent Madam Career direction under the NPS HPL, we have recommended rejection of almost all of the requests for varying reasons. The majority of requests did not pass the first deadline for the NPS HPL as they relate to land zone rural or rural production and contain LUC 1 to 3 land, which must be treated as highly productive land until such time as the Hawke's Bay Regional Council maps its highly productive land for the region and includes it in the regional policy statement. We note that any mapping of highly productive land being deemed operative in the RPS could easily be 5 years away. In the interim, requests relating to the general rural or rural production zone containing LUC 1 to 3 land have to pass the strict tests under the NPS before they can even be considered any further, being policy 5, which is the urban rezoning of highly productive land is avoided, except as provided in this NPS as is set out in 4.6. And policy 6, the rezoning and development of highly productive land as rural lifestyle is avoided, except as provided in this NPS. They set out in clauses 3.7 and 3.10. Other hurdles for the remaining requests in our view are variously a lack of sufficient detail provided with the submission to enable effective consideration, submissions relating to land not owned by the submitter and no indication from the landowners that they support the request, land that is subject to natural hazard risks, in particular flood risk, and or a lack of evidence of any constraint in supply or evidence of sufficient projected household demand to warrant the rezoning. On the basis of the above, there are just 2 exceptions where we have recommended this. These are the Waitoka South Precinct Plan. In that case, we've recommended to accept in part Central Hawke's Bay District Council submissions, submitter 114, seeking to insert a structure plan, associated provisions, and new spatial overlay for land within Waipokoro over existing general residential zoning land, known as the Waipokoro South Precinct, subject to recommendations around the details of that. And secondly, the post-settlement land at Pukeora's we've recommended to accept in part her Panga Tamatea Settlement Trust submission to rezone settlement land on Pukeora's scenic road west of Waipokoro. And we've recommended a simple, straight rezoning of the land from general rural zone to rural lifestyle zone, as this area very clearly responds to post-settlement development aspirations and does not contain LUC 1 to 3 land. It's not subject to insurmountable development constraints or significant sites or features, and does not require significant infrastructure being required to be on site to service it first. We've read through and considered all the evidence provided to the panel prior to the hearing in relation to submissions from Livingston Property Centre, James Bridge, Duratonga Tamakea Settlement Trust, and Silver Fern. We've also read the statement provided by Mr. Aiken and of the Central Hawke's Bay District Council in relation to their submission. At this stage, we are not of a mind to change our recommendations on the rezoning requests. There are, however, some comments we wish to make in response to the evidence submitted by Livingston Properties and James Bridge. With regard to the Livingston Properties, we respectfully was undertaken in preparing the submission and evidence, and we are not opposed to the concept. While we consider that the proposal has potential merit, and it may offer a better outcome than exercising the submitter's existing subdivision consent, there are two key matters that cause us to stand by our recommendation to reject the rezoning request. Firstly, the NPS HPO. The panel has heard advice from Ms. Davidson, and we particularly note her advice at paragraph 7C of her legal submissions dated the 9th of November 2022. That land must be identified for urban development to not be treated as highly productive land. And the NPS does not treat rural lifestyle as urban. So even if the council's integrated spatial plan was to identify land as appropriate for future rezoning as rural lifestyle, this would not be sufficient to take it outside the definition of HPL. Given our view that the NPS applies to the land and the criteria includes 3.6, 3.7 and 3.10 are not satisfied, then a decision to rezone the Livingston Properties land as sought by the submitter would in our view fail to give effect to the NPS HPL, and we cannot recommend that course. And secondly, regardless of the NPS, a detailed structure plan has not yet been completed, and further information is still required for that process to be completed. For example, infrastructure capacity and input from council's engineering and roading staff. While a structure plan map has been provided by the submitter, there are no specified outcomes to be achieved, and the submitter has not identified what additional provisions may need to be included in the relevant PDP chapters to ensure that structure plan is implemented as intended. For example, along the lines of the approach taken for Waipokoro South Precinct Plan. We also consider that there would be insufficient time available between now and the close of the hearings to complete that process. We also noted Mr. Mackay's evidence at paragraphs 24, 26 and 27. We stated, I acknowledge that for the structure plan to be included in the district plan, it would need to be referenced in the subdivision chapter, and there would need to be a rule and standard referencing it. If the commission is reminded to accept this rezoning, the addition of a structure plan and associated provisions in the district plan would, in my opinion, be within the scope of the Livingston rezoning submission. We also stated specific subdivision standard applying to the Livingston structure plan could be included in PDP to ensure a detailed engineering design is required for the management of stormwater within the rezoning area. And that if a capacity issues until upgrades are undertaken, the PDP provisions could restrict development of the general residential zone within the Livingston structure plan area until such time as those upgrades have been completed. If there is limited capacity available, the PDP could limit residential development to a maximum number of lots within the network capacity upgrades have been completed. With respect, any such standards and detailed structure plan provisions should be provided by the submitter for consideration as part of any submission for such a substantial rezoning as for the Waipokoro South structure plan. We do not consider that as for reporting officers to actively anticipate the need for or prepare such provisions. In relation to James Bridge, we note that submitter wishes to amend their submission such that only the existing centre development of the submitted site is requested to be rezoned. This development is located within the general rural zone of the PDP, and it is on LFC free land. Regardless of whether the residential lots are considered suitable agricultural or horticultural production, we consider that does not overcome the fact that they have the HPL under the NPS. Again, there is no proper basis to include the criteria in clause 3.6 satisfied, and approving the rezoning would fail to give effect to the NPS. We also note that one of the guiding principles for assessing rezoning requests is that zoning is not necessarily determined by existing resource consents and existing use rights. There are other similar developments in Central Hawke's Bay where coastal development has been allowed to proceed on the basis of resource consents, and that remain under the general rural zoning, for example, Shoal Beach and Oahu. As stated in the introduction to the large lot residential zone chapter in the PDP, the coastal developments at Shoal Beach between Puriri and Blackhead and Whangaehu on the southern coastline have not been included within the large lot residential zone. These settlements have a complex set of resource consent conditions and covenants, and following the development, they retain an underlying control zoning. We also have some comments about the Waipokoro South Precinct. As advised in Mr. Aiken's statement that he submitted, the precinct plan is being sought to provide servicing of land identified as Waipokoro South Precinct, located within the general residential zone of Waipokoro. This is to enable development to be unlocked, particularly with regard to existing storm servicing constraints in the area. As Mr. Aiken advises, he and I, on the 27th of October 2022, consider some relatively minor further changes to the settlement identified as being needed for clarification over and above those that I have recommended in the section 33 report. I've reviewed the changes set out in Mr. Aiken's statement, and I conclude that they are appropriate and should be accepted. And just finally, we have some comments in relation to the NPS for highly productive land and the implications for the PDP. The single objective of the NPS is that highly productive land is protected for use in land-based primary production, both now and for future generations. The Central Hawke's Bay District Plan Review had anticipated the introduction of national guidance on this matter, and the PDP has already gone a long way towards identifying and applying protection in the plan for the district's highly productive land for primary production purposes. This was the primary focus during the hearing of submissions for hearing stream 3 on the rural environment topic earlier in the year. Highly productive land in the Central Hawke's Bay District was assessed by Council's soil expert, Lockie Grant of Land Vision Limited, as comprising approximately 25% of the district's total land area, centred in and around the Rotanapa Plains and flat to rolling land surrounding the urban areas of Waipokoro, Waipawa and Okanagan. And the advice of Council's expert was that it is imperative to protect that land as one of the core objectives of the PDP. As a result, the PDP has incorporated a rural land resource chapter in the strategic direction section of the plan, and it replaces the single rural zone in the operative district plan with 3 rural zones, those being the general rural zone, the rural production zone, and the rural lifestyle zone. The rural production zone in the PDP encompasses the majority of the district's concentration of highly productive land, largely LUC 1 to 3. Other parts of the PDP also work in tandem with the strategic direction in terms of also influencing the direction of any future urban growth, which is set out in the urban form and development chapter in the strategic direction section of the plan. Therefore, in our view, the PDP already goes a long way towards achieving consistency with the new NPS HPL. We have read Ms. Davidson's advice to the panel in relation to the interpretation of the NPS in context of the consideration of submissions to the PDP. We note Ms. Davidson states that in terms of reflecting the direction of the NPS, the PDP was prepared and reported on in the Section 42A reports with an eye to the NPS coming into force during the life of the plan, and there is a high degree of consistency with it. Ms. Davidson also outlines paragraphs 27 to 30, a brief discussion of the extent to which the rural production zone objectives, policies and rules are consistent with the NPS, and those areas which may need to be revisited She states at paragraph 31, in summary, the council's approach to having regard to the draft NPS and its drafting, there is a very high degree of consistency between the NPS and PDP. Reading the officer's recommended version of the rural production and subdivision sections through the NPS lens demonstrates a close match between what the NPS and the rural production zone seek to achieve. We concur with Ms. Davison's discussion and conclusions in relation to the consistency of the PDP provisions with the NPS and which areas may need revisiting. We believe these areas will need to be reconsidered beyond this process, as they are not within the scope of submissions to address it. We acknowledge that this may or it may not lead to the need for a plan change or variation at some later date. In addition, Ms. Davidson suggests that we as reporting officers on the rural environment topic go back and view our respective recommendations on 2 areas. Those relate to the potential inconsistency between the NPS and the PDP's provision, post-harvest facilities, home businesses, visitor accommodation, commercial activities, community facilities, and education facilities as permitted activities. And secondly, the recommendation that was made as part of the rural environment topic to allow a 5-metre minimum setback for residential activities from the notified 15-metre setback, where sites were created before the 28th of 2021 and are greater than 4,000 square metres, or where a subdivision consent was lodged before that date and subsequently granted. We have given these matters some initial thought and we have considering some options. We propose to provide some commentary and any revised recommendations as a consequence of that at the same time that we will provide a live this hearing. We also note Ms. Davidson's suggestion at paragraph 32 to update the National Direction Instruments section in the PDP on national policy statements and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. Reflect that the NPS HPL is now in place. We had already noted this and proposed to make the recommended changes as clause 16 RMA minor amendment being an alteration of minor effect. Welcome any questions.
Just before I turn to the panel, you heard my question in regard to the provision for limited lifestyle subdivision in the rural zone. Do you have any comment on that question in relation to the NPS?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something we'll have a look at, and we're not quite sure where the submissions will go to the scope, but I think that's definitely a valid question.
Okay, I mean, just off the top of my head, I can't remember any submissions that would give us the scope to do that, but I mean, we're willing to hear.
Yes, I think it's worth at least commenting on it so that
Thank you. Any questions from the panel?
Just one question in regards to a couple of submitters, submitter 93 and submitter 100 regarding their request for rezoning State Highway 2, and just on the end on State Highway 2. So it says that their land is predominantly LUC4 with some LUC3. So the recommendation is to reject. So if you've got some, what is the balance of, you've got 98% LUC4 and 2% LUC3 in your land? Or is it if you've got any 3, you have to rely on the HPL?
just to clarify, is that the Smith
Smith and Malcolm.
I think think the LUC3 isn't necessarily nicely contained at the edge. So I think the difficulty of avoiding the LUC3 means that the zoning wouldn't make practical sense to try and avoid it. That's possibly I note that for the Heretaunga Tamatea settlement land, the Orascenic Road, there's a teeny weeny bit of LUC3 right in the corner that could easily be avoided because it's right on the road edge and it's quite small. So you can make it. I think if it's going through or there's a pattern or a marbling effect, it's a bit difficult to avoid the LUC3.
Need to be able to apply reasonable boundaries. Be quite messy with mine. Yeah.
I just wanted to just get a little clarification on a couple of measures. If we go to paragraph 14.3.24. And this is around the race course. And it's for page 65.
Page 65 of volume.
Of volume 1. Volume 1 of the officers report 14.3.24, but it also heads over the page to 27, 30 and 38. So it's, and I note that Ms. Davidson also discussed it in terms of Livingstone, but I guess I'm just trying to understand how we apply the test that Davidson raised, which is that in terms of the ISP doesn't necessarily say the word urban or doesn't potentially give it the exact detail that we might hang our hook on in terms of the list of matters that were raised. So suitable urban development, 10 years and boundaries identifiable. And I wondered whether that was a similar approach that was taken with the race course, because of course we've got a spatial plan. It identifies the existing race course site as potential urban growth area. Medium term 3 to 10 years. I was thinking, well, we're starting to hit the list. But ultimately, you took the view to retain the rural production zone. So whether it's Ms. Davidson or yourselves, can you just work through the perspective in terms of it wasn't suitable, it didn't meet the 10 years. It was urban development, boundaries identifiable. So it didn't meet any of it, all of those criteria?
No, our view was that it didn't meet the cumulative requirements of all of those. In particular, ISP, again, it's about focused investigation. That investigation hasn't taken place, and the investigation is anticipated in the 3 to 4 years.
And as Ms. Davidson advised, that further investigation may show that it's suitable, but it doesn't show it's not suitable.
And I don't make sure I've got the right page. So page 105 of volume 1, 20.3.6. This is talking about James Bridge. So just as I understand it, are you saying that, so they've been granted resource consent to subdivide the southern portion of their land, but it is subject to this rezoning request. So if we don't allow the rezoning, what happens to the resource consents, just so I'm clear?
No, the resource consent would stand. They haven't. If it's not rezoned, the resource consent is the exercise.
So it's not actually subject to the rezoning? It's subject to this rezoning request, so I guess I read that and I may be wrong. That suggests that, you know, one follows the other.
Oh, sorry, no, it was meaning that that's the land. It's on the land that is, they've asked to be rezoned.
Yeah, that it's a part of the wider area that they've asked to be rezoned.
So,
It's the location.
so just for clarity, whether we rezone it or not, their resource consents, they still have the option.
Yes.
Just in respect of the structure plan issue, right at the beginning of the first report. Paragraph 4.3.19. It's kind of relevant to some other solutions. And it's in regard to about structure plans, the provision of a structure plan. I note your comment in regard to the building commission. You say, I consider it would be inappropriate to require a structure plan in all cases. So I'm just seeking some elaboration on that. So when it would and when it wouldn't. Well, bottom of page 8.
So that was. So that was a general submission from Mr. David Bishop. He was seeking that structure plans be required to support large subdivisions in Waipawa and Waipawa, not necessarily related to rezoning. So so we were just saying, well, it's not always need a structure plan for a subdivision as opposed to a rezoning.
Okay. So that's the difference you're saying for a subdivision, not necessary to have a structure plan, but for a rezoning you would expect to have.
Then
Okay, and I've lost the at the moment in terms of Mr. Bridges' submission, the lands that still there. If the land has been subdivided, titles have been issued, and presumably some sold already as well. What is it? But it's not. It's still zoned general rural. What's your view about the rezoning for that situation? If that was the situation,
what would be the difference for them?
yeah.
Well, at the moment, it was a subdivision consent only, so there was no land consent granted with that. So the intention of the applicant at that point, the decision in the court was that people, if they wanted to not comply with the setback standards under the general rules, should apply for a resource consent. So it's 15 metres at the moment. It would be less. The other is that subdivision consent has some restrictions on it in terms of only one residential dwelling per site and a garage or carport, and each residential dwelling is limited to a gross floor area, maximum gross floor area 400 square metres. Maximum height of 6 metres, I think, for the majority of dwellings, and some that can be single story only.
And this relates back to your point before and using Shoal Beach as an example where it stands, it doesn't need to be or should be rezoned. Stands within the zoning it's in.
The existing consent, of course, considered a number of factors that were relevant to that case, including landscape visual effects, stormwater, these other aspects.
Thank you. All right, I've got other questions. No. Thank you very much for that. Obviously you'll be here during the day to listen to the submitters and towards the end of the day, provide some verbal immediate response. I'm just aware of the schedule at the moment. We were due to break at 10 pretty good early, and it's now 10:34. I think we should have a 15-minute break, and then we will start with Williams with your submission. So we'll adjourn. That's 10:35 now. 10:50. Good morning, everybody. Hearing stream number 6 has been reconvened. We are turning to the submission from Livingston Properties Limited. And without holding us up any further, I will turn to legal counsel for Livingston. Mr. Williams, for your time.
Firstly, I'd just like to introduce myself, Martin Williams, counsel for Livingston Properties Limited. I'm here with Bill Livingston and the witness team, whose statements you've seen, and they'll introduce themselves as they come up. So the sequence will be roughly that I'll address my submissions. Mr. Livingston will speak with his statement. He's got a slightly different version of his statement than circulated, but it's in essence a summary. He's just going to read from that. There's no new content in it. There are summary statements from the other witnesses which have been circulated in hard copy, and again, there's no new content in any of that. It's reduced within the panel's minute. The content to really refresh your memory of the longer brief, I guess, for the purpose of assisting the hearing. So I'll call them up one by one as we come through, making them introduce themselves. I'd firstly like to, secondly, I should say, like to thank the panel for accommodating the extra time requested. As I think the reporting officer noted, we have put a fair amount of time and effort into assembling slides to support the submission. Justice to that, 10 minutes just wasn't really going to crack it. So we're very grateful to that. We know you've got a very busy schedule. I'll try to be, we will try and be as efficient as possible. Aim to get through by 1 o'clock. Yeah. It's somewhat in your hands in terms of how many questions to do, and that's absolutely fine. So we're here for as long as you need us. And perhaps without any further ado, if I could start with my opening submissions, which were pre-circulated last Thursday. I will address the NPS issue at the end, including in response to my friend's submissions, Ms. Davidson, as presented this morning. So from paragraph 1, I don't intend to read it all, but I will read parts of it, including the introduction and summary. The submission by Livingston seeks to rezone approximately 58 hectares of land within its 174 hectare property from a mix of general rural to a mix of rural residential. In order to realise Livingston's vision for a sustainable 21st century exemplar development, contributing substantial amenity benefits to Waipokoroa communities. To allow the rezoning would provide additional capacity to meet the housing demand with a more compact and better connected urban objective. The land is ideally placed to accommodate future growth, identified for that purpose under the ISP of low productive land value and without any natural and physical resource constraints to its potential being realised in this way. Conversely, and with respect to reject the rezoning request would be an own goal. I might add to that a triumph of form over substance, scored against the district, I guess, across all relevant dimensions of sustainable management. The details of the property and its proximity to the town are noted there, including that it's within a 15 to 25 minute walk. from the CBD or the town centre. Paragraph 9, and I'll address this in more detail as the commissioners are aware, it is identified for a mix of residential or rural residential and as a potential growth area. And I'll come back to the demarcation of that relative to the LUC3, LUC4 land presently. At paragraph 12, just to note that the land is a mix of 3 to 6. And I don't need to really take you to that now, but I'm sure you've seen the maps appended to Mr. Morris's evidence, which show that I guess by far the majority of the property is actually 4 or 6. And in fact, most of the land identified for rural residential is LUC4. And I think that addresses some of the points you might bring. The very important factor I stress at paragraph 13 is that there is an existing consent, which means if the zoning is rejected, my client could go ahead and subdivision across the whole property to the in a manner consistent with that existing consent, which would actually consume more rural land than the requested zoning in terms of development. And so really against that introduction and background, I make the following submissions. So I have circulated and handed up, produced through the hearings administrator, a case, the Middle Hill Limited case, which I have highlighted a couple of extracts of. I'm sure you're all familiar with these texts, but I thought it was pretty, and I wasn't sure where that might have been otherwise within the material and advice to you from the reporting officers. But in paragraphs 12 to 17 of that decision, it highlights, which I've highlighted at the beginning, near the beginning of it, it highlights the context to that case, which was an area that had been identified in a growth strategy. The council had to the landowners dragged its heels and actually realising that a growth strategy and rezoning it, so ultimately they applied for a private plan change. And the tests that I set out at paragraph 16 from paragraphs 27 to 30 of the judgment, which are also highlighted in what I produced to you, really are a very, I think, helpful and discrete summary of all of the statutory tests for this rezoning request. They're the same for a private plan change as they are for a plan review. And in essence, they are, do you accord with part 2 of the Act, give effect to the RPS, give effect to any NPS. And I've just noted, you'll see that there, you'll see in my written submissions, paragraph 29I of that judgment, whether they have regard to the Auckland plan, the equivalent here is the ISP. The crunch test is at paragraph 30, whether the provisions are the most appropriate way to give effect to the objectives of the plan. Now, we're not challenging the objectives of the plan, otherwise I would have missed the objectives achieve the purpose of the Act. You're one level down, it's whether the provisions, in this case a zoning request, would be the most appropriate way to achieve the objectives of the plan. And that is a test of what is better, and I'll come back to that. Regional policy statement, paragraph 18, I just emphasise that those provisions principally as to urban growth seek to establish a compact and strongly connected urban form with integration of infrastructure. And I'm submitting paragraph 19 relative to the existing consent. The built development being over a lesser area of land would better establish a compact and connected urban form. It would be more compact and it would have greater capacity for active and public transport connections to the town centre than the counterfactual being the existing consent. So that's paragraph 19. And similarly as to integration with infrastructure, which I know would be of concern for the council, the rezoning area, as I submit at 20A, has access to existing reticulated wastewater and water mains on the front, so the physical infrastructure is there, and access to the transportation network with Mr. Campion available to confirm there's no constraints in terms of intersection capacity. I just make the point at 20B, as with all of the potential growth options identified in the ISP, ultimately it's going to be subject to the capacity of the council's infrastructure to accommodate and serve that demand. You can have all the pipes you like, but at the end of the day, the wastewater has to be treated and the water supplied. That's understood, but that's common across all the growth areas. And we note that unlike the existing consent, this council could levy $6.9 million on the 280 lot calculation that's inherent to the zoning request to support its aspirations for Three Waters infrastructure, which I know are ambitious in terms of its long-term plan. But this would be a great contribution towards accommodating that demand overall. So that's the point I'm saying there. Paragraph 21, a structured plan document has now been prepared to provide certainty as to the extent of roads, reserves, walkways and stormwater infrastructure to be vested or otherwise provided. And I'm submitting that with reference to Mr. Mackay's evidence and the tables in the submission. The rezoning would demonstrably comply with all the supporting policies of the RPS relating to, including as required, preparation of a structured plan. The detail of all of that is in Mr. Mackay's evidence. So turning one layer down the hierarchy into the district plan itself, the context we're immediately in. There are three most controlling objectives of the urban form and development chapter, and they include to provide for a sustainable supply of land to meet current urban development demands, to retain and protect valuable. And just note that word valuable. It's not in terms of the district plan, when it was notified as to retain and protect valuable. And there's a very serious question mark whether otherwise deemed highly productive, this land is actually valuable in that regard. And ensure that new urban development is consistent with the RPS. And drawing on Mr. Mackay's evidence, paragraph 24, I'm submitting all of those three key tests in the district plan, which this rezoning request must be the most appropriate to achieve. You will be the test of what's most appropriate to serve the objectives in section 32 are all met, as I set out at paragraph 24. On the first point, the ISP itself did a comparative assessment of potentially suitable, that word suitable, it was given some emphasis by my friend to meet future development demand and arrived at a hallmarked or earmarked zoning of this land for the precise purpose. And it's eminently obvious, it's undeniable from, I think, Mr. Morris's evidence that there are significant constraints to that part of the property, which is LUC3. So that's probably all I need to say about the section 32 tests in that context. But really, I wanted to drill down to this point of what is meant by the words most appropriate. This is my paragraph 28 that I'm at now. And to refer you to the case law, which I've also produced, which I touch on at my paragraph 29, that the question of what is most appropriate really reduces down to consideration of what's better or best. And I've highlighted within, I think, the Abrahams North Shore City Council decision that I've circulated. I don't really need to go to it now. A line of cases drawing on, there's been about 7 versions of section 32 over time, but drawing on a version of section 32 that had the words, what is the most appropriate to serve the objective policies of the plan, with the Environment Court consistently finding then and since that really boils down to what is better. And so I'm submitting at paragraph 30, and as I say, that extract of that decision is highlighted and I've reduced it for your convenience. In the interest of time, I'll go straight to paragraph 30. Livingston submits that to allow the rezoning request would demonstrably better serve the objectives of the district plan and better give effect to the RPS than to reject the relief sought in the submission. This is a really important point now. The counterfactual or principal alternative, in other words, what would happen if you don't, in the ordinary course would be to retain the general rural zoning. Note it's not rural productive zoning, it's the general rural zoning, with demand for housing then falling to be accommodated through rural lifestyle sites in a less efficient way, including under the provisions of the operative district plan, which remain in force. That actually there is a rural lifestyle site opportunity under the ODP that could be rolled out. That would be the general proposition. And I think the report that you've had on development capacity within the district actually draws on and is premised on exactly that happening. What capacity there is within rural lifestyle opportunities of the operative district plan. Bearing in mind, a lot of that land in that report was LUC3, so query over that capacity assessment, I guess. So that's one of the counterfactuals that would generally apply here. But Livingston's really crystallised or confirmed that opportunity for this land in particular. It has, and as a matter of law, the counterfactual here necessarily includes the land as developed in accordance with the existing consent. And I think my friend acknowledged that, as Davidson in advising the council, that does form the lawful existing environment and something that my client would have recourse to in the event this is declined. If that were to happen, there'd be 12 hectares more of rural land consumed, 47 versus 35. This is evident from Mr. Taylor's paragraph 17. There'd be no provision for reserve areas. It was just a formulaic application of what the district plan required, whereas we're proposing 9.3 hectares under the concept plan. And there'll be no provision for walkways to better integrate with, you know, the footpaths, etc. For the Waipukurau town centre. And I just refer you all, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, the 2006 decision of the Court of Appeal in Hawthorn, where in considering effects on the environment, you necessarily need to consider not just the actual environment, what you see out the window on Tuesday, but you need Thursday, but you need to consider that environment as it might be modified by the implementation of a resource consent where it appears likely those consents would be implemented. And I'm just saying, and I'm sure Mr. Livingston could confirm this, that if the zoning request is refused, well, what would it do? There in farmer property that's got severe constraints and it can't be cropped and you can't, really get it away for horticulture or productive agriculture in that regard. It would have recourse to its existing consent. So that's what will happen. That's what will happen. And is that a better thing or a worse thing if the zoning is rejected? So I submit that would comprise an effective own goal, which this council doesn't need to score against itself, with a lost opportunity, including a less compact, because it's more distributed over the site, less well-connected urban form, and with inferior infrastructural provision. So we all know that stormwater is a massive challenge at the moment. Blind Freddie could tell you that. This layout provides ample stormwater capacity within reserve areas to ensure that effectively you can keep existing levels of hydrological flow within the site, notwithstanding the development. Achieve hydraulic neutrality, I think, is the term. And again, that is something that could be fleshed out in the detail of implementation of the structural plan, a point I'll come back to. So on top of that, as Mr. Bray notes, the existing consent wasn't developed in any kind of landscape or urban responsive approach. It was just simply off the shelf. By contrast, and this is why it's better than the counterfactual, this existing consent, the concept plan better responds to the urban context, whereby relative to surrounding urban form, there's potential for higher density closer to the existing town, merging or transitioning out towards, including for reverse sensitivity reasons, the rural land proper, with a big buffer of rural land still retained within the property. The natural context, we're dealing with a land that has been highly modified, albeit that, as Mr. Livingston explained, he is already underway with planting to reverse some of that. The district plan context, where it's zoned general rural rather than rural production. And you'll recall Ms. Davidson noting that most of the LUC3 land or LUC 1 to 3 land is zoned rural production. This ain't general. So therefore it's available for a more diverse range of uses. We've got the ISP, where it has been identified through an evidence-based process of assessment of alternatives, having regard to the key strategic goals of this council and the ISP. It scores very low in terms of actual productive potential. It's got great walking and cycling potential and connections to public transport. In summary, Mr. Bray, and I said it out there, it scores on so many merit factors as an ideal candidate for a rezoning. It's got all the attributes you'd be looking for. I submit it for the reasons Mr. Mackay outlines. It scores on all of the principles that Ms. Kidd-Smith took me to, that the reporting officers had suggested should inform your assessment. Conversely, as my paragraph 39, as Mr. Mackay advises, to reject it would lead to perverse outcomes, and you'd have a greater consumption of sustainable land. It would result, in a greater area of the land being lost from the balanced farm, and involve less efficient use of the LUC3 land component. It would be more motor vehicle dependent, subject to on-site servicing, and generally displaced from urban services and amenities. So that's why I call it an own goal. So I'm going to come back to whether you have to score that, or whether it's a matter of choice for you when I come to the NPS presently. And another point made by Mr. Mackay and Mr. Bray is that of all the growth areas in the Waipukurau, all of them involve LUC3 land. If this is gone, they're all gone. And what does that again mean for the development capacity assumptions said to suggest that Livingston's current demonstrated land is needed? Well, I think there's a real question mark over all those existing capacity assessments we've got that would suggest there's more than enough land in the district to accommodate demand. I actually think that needs to be revisited, possibly from the ground up. So that's my 40 and 41. So you've got all those merits. Well, okay, what's wrong with it? Well, I'm submitting effectively nothing. You've got an instrument that dropped out of the sky on the 17th of October, otherwise, but on the merits, nothing. It is rare to have a case under the RMA, and I know I've been doing it for nearly 30 years, where I'm promoting as council a subdivision here that doesn't trigger any Section 6 matter of national importance. That almost never happens. There's always something, a piece of bush, an archaeological site, a natural hazard constraint, a landscape, none of that. To reject the opportunity would conversely place greater pressure for development in areas that do look at those issues. It can be readily accommodated within the transportation network. There are no geotechnical constraints. That's 45 of my submissions. And if I could just turn now briefly to the issue of productive capacity, as Mr. Morris confirms, the majority is actually LUC 4 or 6, and the area sought to be rezoned, you'll recall from seeing this diagram here in Mr. Morris's evidence, is a combination of 3 S1, which is the little green bit, or 3 E2, which is the pink or purple bit. And that pink or purple bit is Matapiro soils. They have severe summer soil moisture deficits. That land, that's 3S1 and E2, or effects of erosion limiting production. And the Matapiro soils, which are the 3E2 component, comply with impacted sandy payload and with a significant impact on prosperity. And so, you know, Mr. Morris really concludes that this is a paper construct. It's not a real construct in terms of productive capacity, and he concludes therefore there would be minimal actual loss to rezone it residential. And I'll come back to that again presently. Just regrouping on the point of stormwater, all of the infrastructure, the land areas, the eastern interceptor, etc., are there, which can ensure and provide certainty that stormwater can be appropriately managed within the site. That's really responding to a comprehensive 2A report. And so, as I say, there's all the resource management implications and effects is having regard to them. There's no reason why the zoning of this should not be allowed, and conversely, every reason why it should be. Well, that was certainly the case until October the 16th. So, we now need to deal with and confront head on the national policy statement about agricultural land. I make the point at paragraph 56, and there's no hiding from the fact that it's got statutory force. But there is a case of involving the One Plan for Horizons, which says these new instruments do have to be implemented according to their own process steps. And the key process step here is that the regional council would go about mapping this land, as Ms. Davidson acknowledged. The mapping is pretty coarse under the existing databases, and it could be that when you lift the lid, you actually find that, some of this LUC3 land is not. That's a matter for a future planning exercise that hasn't even started. So we're really in the infancy of this instrument. And it's acknowledged that in the meantime, there is a mapping resource that deems this land to be in part LUC3, and that's the green and purple area of Mr. Morris's plan. So on the face of, perhaps if I'm not sure if it would help to have the NPS out in front of you when I do this. Feel welcome to. I did bring some more copies, but it looks like you've got several of them to have available to you. So there is an exemption, which is on page. After all of that, I can't find my copy. Oh, here we go. There is an exemption, which Ms. Davidson went through in some detail, in that it doesn't include land that is identified for future urban development. And I've set out at paragraph 63 the definition of identified for future urban development from that instrument, which includes land identified in a strategic planning document. And I think Ms. Davidson agrees with me that the ISP is a strategic planning document. It's a non-statutory growth plan adopted by a local authority resolution. Now, the reporting officer had advised that it's not a strategic planning document for purposes of the exemption, and I've submitted with respect that that is wrong. As a matter of law, it's clearly a non-statutory growth plan or strategy adopted by this council, I heard in 2020. And it identifies the land as a potential growth area for focused investigation medium term. And this goes to the 3 to 10 or the 10-year point in the definition. That if you look at pages 61 and 62, I think, of the ISP, but it's referenced in the section 42A report of paragraph 5.3.16. Medium term means over a 3 to 10 year timeframe. So the investigation could prove the suitability, or I admit, and I'll come back to it eventually otherwise, the suitability of the land within that timeframe. The point I'm really underscoring here is that as to the instrument itself, and I was, when I wrote this, I was tackling the issue in the officer's report available to me. I hadn't actually seen my friend's submissions until today. More for me, perhaps not checking the website, but it certainly wasn't drawn to our attention that it was there. But anyway, that's all good. I can address it now. The point I really wanted to do and make here in responding to the section 42A report is that we do have some guidance. We might not have guidance like from the ministry, but there is a recommendation and decisions report, extracts of which I've set out, and you've no doubt had a chance to read them, which make it quite clear that councils, the ministry recognise that councils may have undertaken considerable work to identify future suitable areas through non-statutory processes, and that the NPS should not apply to such areas. And that's really what the extracts that I've given emphasis to on pages 14 and 15 in my submission say. So in summary to this point then, and regardless of the factual reality, that's Mr. Morris's evidence, I firmly submit that land is not highly productive land, and that is abundantly clear on the face of the instrument. What I now, and as such I submitted, and that was my position until I heard my friends submissions this morning, that the NPS presents no barrier to this rezoning request. What I'd like to do now is just go back and go over some of the points that Ms. Davidson made with some reflections on them. Firstly, the idea that the instrument should be given a purposive interpretation, it's trying to be strict. There are all sorts of principles of statutory interpretation, and one of those is in the Legislation Act, the presumption against retrospective effect. And this thing that this has effectively got a retrospective effect in the way it's being interpreted by Ms. Davidson, in the sense of being really, really fine-grained over what's rural lifestyle versus rural residential, what's suitable, what's not. I'm submitting if you take each of those words to their limits in a purposive way, you might have a problem here, but you don't have to, as my friend submitted. There's no case law. All these words are open to interpretation, and you could adopt an interpretation which in fact is more consistent with the intention of the ministry, as evident from that recommendation and decisions report that I think through. So I just wanted to make that point. I can't think, in my experience over 30 years in this job, of a national instrument coming out of the sky like this, unheralded as to its content. It's nothing like the draft NPS, having immediate effect, just like that. Stopping statutory processes like this all over the place, undermining, strategic assessments of capacity, resource consents mid-course, district plan reviews mid-course. Never happened. There's a good reason why the minister has done that. But I think there is a stronger place here for a presumption against unfair, and as Davidson acknowledged, this would be unfair. You can adopt an interpretation, given the ambiguities inherent to the instrument, which doesn't produce unfairness from the impact of this instrument, if you choose to, and on advocating that point. So I just want to go back to some of the other specific points that were raised. I've already touched on the point that most of the land in the district, which is 1 to 3, is zoned rural production, not general rural, and this land is in the general rural category. I think signalling where the council would have arrived at in terms of its understanding of its productive capacity. My friend put out 5 tests for land to fall within the exemption of land identified for future development. The first is that it has to be a strategic planning instrument, and my friend agreed that this was. The next was whether it's suitable. I'm submitting, as a matter of fact, the evidence-based process through the ISP, which Mr. Mackay explained, is they've looked at a whole range of options, and this was signalled as suitable for at least further investigation. And that further investigation wouldn't just be around its soil capacity, but the capacity of this council to accommodate that demand, and some of the more detailed stuff that will come out of a planning process. You've got evidence, abundant evidence from a body of experts here that clearly demonstrates that this land is suitable. And so, are you looking at a situation where on further investigation you're going to find it's not suitable? I don't think so. And again, taking a presumption against retrospective effect, I'm submitting you should, I guess, interpret that term in the context of the factual realities and the expert opinion evidence in front of you. This land is suitable. It's earmarked as such. And you've got expert opinion across all relevant dimensions to confirm that that's what would eventuate through the further investigation. It's got to be for urban. Now, my friend seemed to be making a distinction between urban and lifestyle. Rural lifestyle is not actually defined, so far as I can see, in this instrument. Urban is, and urban includes large lot residential. Now, the structure plan earmarks it as rural residential. I'm not sure what the status would be under the zoning, but I think the council's moved away from rural lifestyle into rural residential. You could chase semantics around whether rural residential is rural lifestyle or you like, but I'm back to my interpretation point. So it's actually quite a broad definition of what comprises urban. And if that's the case, then you're not into the clause 3.10 side, you're into the 3.6 tests, which Mr. Mackay addresses in his evidence. And the threshold for an exemption, even assuming the instrument applies, are not as exacting as Ms. Davidson made out. The other point I would note is that while framed as rural lifestyle as a term of art in the submission, most of the rural lifestyle block, part of the rezoning, is actually on LUC4 land. And you can see that that is evident from Mr. Taylor's Appendix B, where by probably 2/3, if not 3/4, of the rural lifestyle land as described in the is to the east of the LUC3, LUC4 boundary. So even if that were deemed to be rural lifestyle rather than rural residential, whatever that difference means, it's not actually on an area that is LUC3 in the first place. Conversely, part of the land identified for future growth rather than future rural residential extends into the LUC4 area. So I do think that that's being somewhat semantic. It may be important, but it doesn't deter me from firmly submitting this instrument doesn't apply. And I guess the next point was, my friend, within the next 10 years, it is, as I've noted, an area that's for future investigation for between 3 and 10 years. So there would be 7 years to investigate it, to confirm all of these points, including around suitability. And finally, Ms. Davidson agreed that it's at a level of detail which makes the boundary identifiable under the ISP. So I guess there's nothing, there's no reason why I submit that you could not find that this exemption didn't apply, and I submit that it does apply. So I now want to make an alternative submission around king salmon. Before I get to that, assuming it does apply, and assuming it's either residential or rural residential rather than lifestyle, Mr. Mackay addresses the tests in 3.6, which allow rezoning of highly productive land, and they're at 3.64. So those three tests are cumulative, and Mr. Mackay addresses those in his evidence and finds that they can all be met. So the first argument, just to summarise, MPS doesn't apply. Second argument, if it does apply, the 3.64 tests can be met. And then the third argument is if you find my submissions to be wrong and Mr. Mackay's opinion to be wrong, on both of those, there is the King Salmon Part 2 argument. Now, that returns me back to my summary of to my written submissions at paragraph 74. Now, again, Ms. Davidson acknowledged that Part 2 could provide, I'm slightly paraphrasing the words, a pathway past or through or over the NPS if you were to find that this rezoning were clearly better or that the existing consent were clearly worse, and that it would not promote sustainable management for that reason to decline the rezoning. I'm submitting, yes, Ms. Davidson's right, that King Salmon has that strong word avoid, and it also is intended to clarify that national policy statements flesh out or give substance to national direction. In that case, it was the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, in particular, which, by the way, had quite a bit more statutory force behind it than this national instrument does, including where soils aren't actually mentioned in sections 5 and 6 of the RMA. That was dealing with landscape character, natural character, which is. Excuse me. There is an exception to the King Salmon approach that you can't really go past, excuse me, a national instrument as to the manner in which it fleshes out Part 2. And that is one of those exceptions is that of incomplete coverage. It's kind of related to the point I made about the rather dramatic effect of the immediate coming into force of this instrument on October the 17th. There's nothing in there to tell you, there's something in there to tell you what to do where land has in the process been identified in a non-statutory instrument by council. It's got a code to deal with that, and I've covered all of that. It doesn't have a code to deal with the situation where land is actually and in reality consented for subdivision, and could, starting tomorrow, this gentleman, if he's kicked out of here, could, I don't think he wants to, by any stretch, implement the subdivision, but what choice would he have? That's already there. So that would be demonstrably worse. It would chew more rural land, would have worse connection implications for Waipukurau and across all of the dimensions I referred to earlier. And so I'm submitting to the reasons expressed in Mr. Mackay's evidence. It would not represent sustainable management. It would not promote the purpose of the RMA to defeat this rezoning request in the face of that existing consent. That situation, that scenario is simply not dealt with in the national instrument. You do have a situation of incomplete coverage here. You would have recourse to Part 2 and approve the rezoning request, even if you find, against all of my submissions, as to why the NPS doesn't apply. Conclusion, paragraph 78. A demonstrably better and therefore more appropriate outcome in terms of serving the objectives of the district plan would be achieved by granting the rezoning. There is no compelling reason as to why the submission should not be allowed. Conversely, a number of very compelling reasons why it should be. As with all areas identified in the ISP, issues of infrastructure and servicing capacity will need to be confronted at the end of the day. And as Ms. Kidd-Smith advised, you could make, if you were minded to allow the rezoning, that it was conditional on capacity being confirmed. That's a common technique in planning. You could equally, if you were to indicate that there would be some merit and seeing a bit more detail, then that could be provided, and it's clearly scoped to provide that. But think about it from my client's point of view in preparing for this hearing. To go to that extra level of detail when we've got this more fundamental question that needs to be considered may not have been the most resource efficient way through this process. So I submit you could, within this process, be reminded to allow the rezoning in principle, request some more detail to be provided by the submitter, and that could be done within scope. So paragraph 81, rezoning the land as sought in the submission would better enable well-connected and compact urban form, integrated with infrastructure, provide additional housing capacity to meet demand, as identified through the ISP, provide significant amenity benefits to Waipukurau communities, and avoid any significant impact on resource values of national importance, and the instance submission can and should be allowed accordingly. Those are my submissions. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I also raised the issue of a site visit. If it would assist the commissioners, the panel at any time to undertake a site visit of the property, that can also be arranged. Thank you.
Thank you. And I should just highlight, while we didn't go onto the site, we did like this to see the site in public.
Yes.
Back in February, was it? Thank you for that. Up to the panel thing. Okay. Thank you. I'm actually going to probably save most of my questions till after I hear from you first. You raised something for me too, because the NPS for highly productive defines urban, and it lists all the lists of zones under the planning standard, which doesn't include rural lifestyle. It excludes that deliberately. But the zoning request is for rural lifestyle. I'm just adding a question mark whether that's what is intended to be rezoned to, given that differentiation in the NPS. I'm probably not asking that very well, but I mean,
I understand.
yeah.
Can I just perhaps suggest that there are two concepts at issue here? One is, what is the exemption? The exemption in the NPS is and including for large lot residential. So if it is identified for large lot residential in an ISP, it's exempt. And as I noted earlier, forget about how the rezoning request is framed. The ISP, which is the relevant instrument here, identifies this land for rural residential, not for lifestyle. I don't know whether rural lifestyle and so rural residential means rural lifestyle or rural residential means large lot residential. It's back to that there is some uncertainty and ambiguity here. So I don't think it matters necessarily that the rezoning request is for rural lifestyle for the purpose of the exemption. What matters is what the ISP identifies it for, in this case, rural residential. Not quite rural lifestyle.
So I have a question there, with regards, you mentioned planning standards. And you're talking large lot residential and rural lifestyle, etc. Are we talking planning standards or PDP? Or look, because we have the zones that are called large lot residential, but it's in the coastal zone. I've got myself confused.
So I think I'd have to defer to Mr. Mackay for how the planning standards treats those terms, and with the rural residential growth area means one thing or t'other in terms of national planning standards and your proposed plan. But certainly your ISP doesn't say rural lifestyle. Something I do know. So I would suggest you get some, advice on that, but that's the point I'm making. It's
So
a
you're
very good
referring to the rural planning, the planning standards and the district plan and the ISP that all have different versions of what those are.
Exactly, and then that's the problem you've got, and I'm saying you've got scope for interpretation here, and you don't have to yield an unfair result. Very good question, and it's precisely, it's one of the controlling issues as to whether the exemption applies or you need to fall to part two.
Okay, so I'm just doing the submission here. You say under your paragraph, and you're referring to Mr. Brady's words, that this is the most centrally connected land identified as a growth area within the Waikato spatial plan, but is that correct? Because I seem to recall in the spatial plan, in front of me, but that there's a large block, I think it's commonly referred to the hospital block, that's zoned in the growth area, structure plan. Yes.
I've got that structure plan in front of me, and I think I'm gonna have to kick to Mr. Bray, who gave that evidence as to why he framed it in that way, but I think it's not just spatial location, it's the connectivity and the capacity to have sustainable transport, including active transport connections or public transport connections, through to the CBD, the high school, that college, that sort of thing.
Okay, I may defer to Mr. McFly too, in terms of the discussion we just had about.
Suitably pre-warned.
So I'm just gonna ask a few, and they might seem a bit all over the place, but they're just intended for my mind and just for some clarification as we're working through. Yeah, don't mind me if they pop around a bit. So just on your submission, and I do note and thank you for providing a copy of the results. But it did make me wonder when looking at, comparing it to the MPs. Because one of the questions we actually have is around in terms of 3.6 law C, how do we determine environmental, social, cultural, and economic benefits? Whether they outweigh the corresponding loss. And I was interested to read, for example, the Middle Hill. And wondered if you had any thoughts in terms of, assisting the panel in terms of how we might consider that particular. So I'm also mindful, of course, that when we look at further down, I do note that you hope that we don't have to get to 3.10.
Yes.
But of course, 3.10 also contemplates that we're not supposed to take account of economic benefits. So economic benefits are at 3.6. We're not supposed to take account of them so much at 3.10. So do you see a
synergy?
do you see it fitting?
All right, I think I'd draw on Mr. Mackay's evidence as to the first point is to note And I think I had picked this up from your question for the reporting officers and easy labour. There is a definite synergy between 3.64C and section 32 B1. Well, sorry, that framing of section 32 in Middle Hill. So they kind of answer, you find on one, you find on the other. But I guess what the NPS is doing is that it's taking that down to productive soils in particular, as opposed to local economic benefits and costs more generally. My submission would be based on Mr. Mackay's evidence that paragraph 84, as Mr. Mackay opines, the evidence establishes the benefits of the rezoning, including in comparison to the rezoning of other areas on the urban fringe, and can be done in a way that avoids adverse effects and therefore with little environmental, social, cultural and economic cost. But I guess it's back to the submission I made earlier. There's every reason why and no reason why not. I can't think what the economic costs of this would be. In fact, when Mr. Morris is advising that the land is of inferior productive value, there are significant economic, cultural, social, and there's no cultural benefits. There's no considerations here of archaeological sites or cultural sites that we're aware of. So all the indicators are on the evidence, and that's why we've assembled such a body of expert evidence, that test is met. Now, the fact that you can't take into account economic costs in 3.10 probably just makes the exercise simpler.
And you raised the recommendations and decisions report by MFE. Noting that you're asking us to give some level of vote, notwithstanding that MFE have enforced disclaimer of including aliens in terms of not being responsible for anything in terms of the actions we take in terms of their reports. So in terms of weighting, I think it's not quite Hansard.
No.
But you would ask us to give a relatively strong weighting on the basis that there's a dearth or absence of anything else we can point to officially in terms of the understanding.
Yeah, I'm certainly not hanging my hat on it, but where you are in situations of ambiguity with a statute, you do have recourse to select committee reports, introductory speeches, explanatory note to the bill, those external sources. That is established practice under law interpretation. I think it's now enshrined, and it certainly was in the Interpretation Act, that you could have regard to that context. And I'm submitting that the indicators are within the context that we do have available, with a whole bunch of disclaimers, that they were being quite careful to ensure they didn't disrupt non-statutory processes of the kind this council has been working with us through. So yes, I think your primary weight is on the wording of the document itself.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't had a look, but did you provide the whole document to us or just that section?
I've only provided that section, and I'll be very happy to provide the whole document.
Helpful, thank you. Now, just on the issue of the word suitable,
Yes.
the degrees of interpretation. How involved were your team in the ISP development?
Quite seriously, if I ask the. You want to come up, do you mind if Mr. Mackay comes up and answers that? I don't know.
Certainly.
Come and sit down. So this is Mr. Mackay.
Got it, Commissioners. Yes, on behalf of Livingston Properties, we did make a submission on the ISP. And it was a rather simple submission because it was in support of the findings of the draft ISP. And actually the draft ISP just simply identified the urban area for future residential growth, but then when it got changed from a draft to a final version, that's when the words came in about identifying for suitability for future growth. And the draft also identified the rural residential growth area, which we also supported.
Yes, coming back to yourself, Mr. Williams. One of your comments was around the further investigation. And whether, because there's, you heard from the players, because there is the intent for further investigation that there isn't the certainty of suitability, that there may be a review at the end of that investigation, and that your comment was that you thought it was unlikely. I just wonder, you would be asking us in effect to make a presumption on an action that hasn't happened yet on the basis of the evidence before us that you're providing us, is that reasonable? And on that basis, accept that it is suitable?
Yes, I am, but look, I'd have to acknowledge that it's actually the document that should be identifying the area as suitable.
The document being
The ISP. And what it says is that it's for focused investigation, not further investigation. To me, that means drilling down just to check that there's no fatal flaws. So there's been an evidence-based comparative assessment of the different options, the capacity assessments underpinning it, an understanding presumably of LUC land and productive potential, location. There's those 4 drivers in the ISP, about connections and what have you, that Mr. Bray refers to. And it says, well, all indicators are that there will need to be focused investigation. I acknowledge that you can't, the instrument doesn't have all of the evidence we're presenting here today informing that suitability. I'm simply making the point that you can adopt an interpretation which minimises the unfairness of that instrument. And I think you can take notice of the fact that more focused investigation is not going to, very likely not going to demonstrate that it's not certain. Whether that quite gets you home, I'm not sure. That's for the panel to determine. If it doesn't, you need to adopt Mr. Mackay's 3.6 assessment, and if it doesn't, then it's the part 2 argument that I'm relying on. That is my submission as fairly as I can.
Mr. Mackay, just coming back to your involvement with the ISP, and you probably will say no, given that you'd submitted on the earlier commentary. But was there any discussion of what focused investigation would mean?
Well, there certainly wasn't in our involvement. So it was just an online written submission. Because the Livingston land was identified for future urban growth, we simply supported the draft ISP and just gave reasons why it was a good idea, which are similar reasons to that set out in our evidence because of its proximity to the existing urban area and the various advantages of the site. Yeah, in fact, I didn't realise that additional wording had been added in the final version until Ms. Kidd-Smith section 45. But when the HPL first came out, I didn't think it actually threatened this submission because I knew it was identified in the IEP. So no, we haven't had any involvement in commenting on that specific wording.
Just a final question for discussion, perhaps, with Mr. Williams, and it comes back to that question around consents and the gap you've identified that would It's not the appropriate word, but enable, or would, if we were of a mind, to have recourse to part two. Now, I just wanted to tease that out a little bit, just so I can get it clear in my head. Sorry, my head can be a bit fluffy at the best of times. So, as I understand it, it's the recourse, the gap, as I see it, is the fact that of the existing. Okay. So then the gap is that the MPS doesn't contemplate it, the RPS doesn't contemplate it with respect to soils.
The gap is that the NPS, as I said before, has a code. It covers a scenario where land in this remember, you're in this transitional period where we've got this course mapping, but you want to sort of drop the boom and stop. Fair enough. But there is a code in that transitional period that says if you are in a non-statutory process that hasn't even been a notified plan change yet, certainly if you're in a notified plan change, you are exempt. The boom doesn't drop on you because there's some course mapping on a website at the regional council. There's nothing like that to cover the situation where land has been approved for development and will be developed if you reject the zoning. So that's back to the own goal point. If you reject, it would be an own goal for the NPS and what it's seeking to achieve, to actually reject the zoning, and you'd end up covering more productive land as the worst form of development with less houses, in fact fewer houses, meaning there's a consequent greater pressure on housing elsewhere in the district. So that's a point Mr. Morris makes. You've got marginal land here. If you don't use it really well, what you do is you just consequently put pressure as population increases on better land.
I guess my question though is, I understand the concept in terms of the outcome, but if the gap you're suggesting is it doesn't contemplate the consent, well, existing law, and I don't think the MPS changes this, is that if you've got an existing consent, you can use it.
Yes, that's exactly.
Contemplated that in this document. So again, I guess I'm struggling with the gap because, you know, at the end of the day, the MPS doesn't prohibit or stop the consent. Maybe the consent doesn't meet all the provisions of the, or the expectations of the MPS, and I take your point. But as you've mentioned before, you know, standard interpretation is we don't go retrospective. So we have a consent, it's been approved. It may not typically meet the expectations of this. But as you've commented, we're not retrospectively going back and changing that consent. The consent still stands. So again, just explain,
I'll try it.
explain the gap.
I'll have one more go. It's precisely because it doesn't affect the existing consent that it would defeat sustainable management and not promote the purpose of the AMA to reject the zoning. Now, that is a case of incomplete coverage where the instrument is not promoting the purpose of the Act. As I say, it's got a code to preserve existing plans.
But
It hasn't got a code to preserve existing consents where you'd end up with a worse outcome if they were to be implemented.
again, apologies,
No, I think
at the end of the day, you have a resource consent which was granted on the basis of sustainable management and meeting the expectations at the time. So what's changed? I mean, yes, there's the MPS and things like that, but if you were to build tomorrow using those consents, are you saying you wouldn't be sustainably managing, utilising those consents?
yes, because the consents were granted on the basis of an operative district plan, which actually preceded a growth chapter of the regional policy statement, which seeks to achieve a more compact urban form integrated with infrastructure. And so the RPS, this is more in line with the RPS and better serves sustainable management than a consent granted on the basis of an old district plan, which is well out of date.
Understood. Yes, and again, my struggle is at the end of the day, that would be the case of any consent around the country in terms of any MPs. And that is why we have the framework we have now, which says anyone who holds a consent has the certainty of knowing that once it's in place, it's in place. Understanding your comment in terms of that. Yeah, maybe we're just going around in circles. Yeah, it's me trying to understand where the gap is and if it's sufficient to actually get to the records.
I understand that, and I think I've put the submission as capably as I can, but I do understand that it's a head scratcher.
I'm scratching.
And I think the questions are, are spot on in terms of what you're trying to tease out around that submission. With respect, I understand where the questions are coming from, but I maintain my submission. It would defeat sustainable management, reject the zoning request, and for soils, not least, and the NPS doesn't want to do that.
I think I've stopped there. I'm still scratching my head, so I'll stop scratching and just reflect for a while. I might have a few questions coming back later.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm keen to move on, but I have one question for a non-legal person like me. You're saying that the statutory interpretation includes a presumption against retrospective effect.
Yes.
What is being retrospectively affected in terms of this particular submission on the district plan? If we, and the MPS in particular, what is retrospectively being affected by applying the MPS to this situation?
I think I would land that in the place of what is meant by rural lifestyle versus rural residential, and the terms of art we used in the consent or in the rezoning request, which on some sort of technical knockout basis mean we're not urban development because we've used the word lifestyle rather than residential or large lot. That would be a retrospective effect that you don't need to apply.
Thank you. No, as I said, I'm keen to move on. So if you'd like to,
Yeah, in that case, I think yes, it's all getting sort of pointy end of the RMA. So perhaps we come back down to earth, and sitting to my right is a flight gentleman by the name of Phil Livingston, who you may be familiar with, but otherwise I'd ask that he introduce himself. He has got a statement that he's about to read. It is 90% the same as what you've got in front of you. It is a summary form. It's not expert evidence. I just ask that.
So are you comfortable if I stand so I can see the whole room?
sure, whatever.
Well, first I want to thank my team for coming along and giving up this part of the day or the whole day, and I didn't no one picked up, and then came right outside. So we thank you guys for that. Thank you for spending the time today. Just to give you a little bit of background about Chris and I over here, we formed a business partnership over 20 years ago, and we have got a portfolio of industrial, office, residential, retail, farming properties in Hawke's Bay, including intensive horticulture. So we do know a bit about intensive production. We have done other work in Central Hawke's Bay down at Otani 5 years ago when no one was doing any work in Central Hawke's Bay. We took up a challenge then, and we've done a 26-site subdivision, and people moved from all around New Zealand actually to Otani, and that gave us confidence to move on into Central Hawke's Bay and to Waipakarau. So here we are, 174 hectares down on Mount Herbert Road. You got up there, and this is the most beautiful site that is well connected to the town boundaries. It's all north facing. It looks right down the main street of town and out across to the Ruahine Ranges. It's warm. It's got sun all day. So what we did was we got a team together. We wanted to put together a team. We put to the team, what would a modern subdivision in 2020 look like? Bearing in mind the environmental and sustainable aspects which we are passionate about. So the guys, Stephen Daish, Paul Mackay, Andrew Taylor and Shannon Bray, we got together and we had several team meetings. And we came up with, the team concluded that a modern top quality subdivision should provide for its community a positive and social environmental impact, a minimized carbon footprint, on-site stormwater treatment via water filtration plants and existing landforms and existing swales, facilities for recreation, education and entertainment, good connection to the central business district, including walking and cycle access to the town's amenities, schools, sports clubs down into town. Walking and biking connections between all the sites. So with that in mind, to date, we've gone ahead and we've started planning for a subdivision that we want to all look back and be proud of. So to date, we've planted over 20,000 native trees, shrubs, water filtration plants. We've planted pines and poplars to offset carbon emissions. We're in the process of developing over 5 kilometres of walking and biking tracks on the property. We've planned a farmer's market and an outdoor amphitheatre site. We have identified and set aside 6 hectares for a quality retirement village. Caring for the elderly in the community is important. The land, as you know, and we've discussed, currently has a resource consent for 88 lot subdivision and minimum site size of 4,000 square metres. And as you pointed out, quite frankly, this is the easy option. But in our hearts, is it the best option for Waipakarau? We don't, we're reluctant. We understand the new central government policy relating to land use that came out of the last month. Given that this lot has already, the land has already been designated for 88 lots and 2 roads, we think it's irrelevant for this. Market demands. So new central government policy relating to highly productive land means that Napier and Hastings are surrounded by highly productive land and effectively gridlocked. So that will leave Waipakarau in a growth spurt position, as we experienced down in Otago. Many retired people spent their lives working in the community are retiring out of town because currently is not a suitable site for them. We want to give them the option to stay here within the community and share their expertise, get involved in the community and spend their money here. This development will cater and encourage those people to remain in Central Hawke's Bay, attracting others to come back here. Our commitment to Central Hawke's Bay, well, the reason we put this in is because having a lovely lifestyle subdivision up there on the hill, you also need to have facilities in town. People want to have, go down to the wine bar and have a nice. They want to be able to go to a boutique shop and buy a pair of jeans. So we've purchased property in the CBD to redevelop, build some new buildings in the hope that will encourage others to do up there, earthquake prone buildings and smarten up the CBD, because it's all connected. In conclusion, we've worked with our team of experts to design a sustainable and modern subdivision for Golden Hills that will provide access to the rural outlook of Waipakarau, while remaining well connected to the town centre. The Golden Hills subdivision will help keep people in Central Hawke's Bay and attract those wanting a unique lifestyle within the township. Our vision is to create a sustainable park-like environment that caters for all demographics and ages. Leave you with this thought. Imagine in 20 years' time, walking or biking through stands of kaikatea, totara, towhai, native shrubs, and significant bird life, all linked to the Tukatuk trails and the Waipakarau township. We ask the commissioners to rezone the property as per the plans set out in the evidence by Mr. Taylor to achieve that vision. And I'll just say, together we can thrive. Thank you.
Have a seat and answer any questions, please.
Any questions?
Just one question. Timeframes. Obviously, have you looked at the district growth projection?
Yes,
So timeframes, obviously the HPL or the increased HPL requires the mapping within 3 years. So your timeframe for your development, what sort of, you're not going to do it all at once, you're not planning to do it all at once. So what is the predicted timeframes for that?
so that part of it, we've got 2 developers that are more than happy to work with council on making these, making time to take as downstream facilities become on different stages.
So this is 3 years in which time the Lisbon Council must map. That's when you see. You don't see that working for you.
No.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Very clear. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. The next witness that my client would like to call would be Mr. Taylor. Hoping you've all got someone statement. Page 1. Here it is.
Okay.
Commissioners, my name's Andrew Taylor. I'm a surveyor based in Hastings. I'll just pick up the 3 plans that are attached to the end of the summary of evidence are here. Just we need to share anything and any questions arising from that. So I'll just pick up from paragraph 2. My statement of evidence covers the background of the existing subdivision consent with the consented layout. That's the one up on the screen at the moment, which allows for the creation of 86 lifestyle sites, 2 residential sites. There is a small pocket of the land right at the front of Mount Hewitt Road, which is zone rural, currently zone residential. So 2 sites there, and 1 large rural balance lot. The title underlying this consent, totally are approximately 143 hectares. The area approved for development is approximately 47 hectares, leaving a balanced farm of 96 hectares. My statement of evidence also covers the concept layout, which at paragraph 17 includes a comparison of the various attributes of the concept, printed and concept layouts as reproduced below. So we can have a look at the next page, please. And that's at the second page of my summary. That is a combination. So that's the original appendix B of my evidence. I'll just explain that a little bit because there's some stuff there that's relatively useful to allow us to a more direct comparison. The white, the plan over which this is based is the concept plan, which came from the original booklet produced by Wayfinder and the team. When we were looking at, as I say, Bill and Chris's vision for what this thing's supposed to look like. So the coloured pieces underneath there show that, which is again, that's been carried through into the structure plan. The white line work shows the consented layout over the top of it. So the white lines are the allotments in the road layout and various bits and pieces. So it's quite an easy map to show the proposed development extents to compare the two. What it doesn't show is clearly that it doesn't show some of the strips, some of the reserve areas, which are picked up. And clearly, they're based on this as the concept layout, but the reserve areas come through more clearly on the structure plans. That map also shows the LUC 3, 4, and 6 boundaries in the context of the proposed areas of development. So if we go to the table at paragraph 4 of my summary, which is the original paragraph 17 from my evidence, comparison of those two, the consented versus the concept, under the consented layout, the residential sites or the lifestyle sites or whatever the context of we're referring to as, cover a footprint area of 47 hectares. The concept plan covers 35 hectares by comparison. The consent, so the development area, so the consented layout is 88 sites. We've put an estimate across the approximate layout that the concept yield, which is something like 280 sites of a much greater variety. So the consents are all consented layout are all very similar. Commercial provision under the consented layout, there's none, and under the concept layout, there is half a hectare. No reserves under the consented layout, 9.3 hectares under the concept layout. And those are going to be available for not just the people from the development, but Bill and Chris are really keen on walkways in native plantings. They'll be available to the wider community as well. So there's the main reserve area which runs up the gully, and can we go to the next one, please? So that shows the reserve areas. Effectively, this is the structure plan, which is the identical layout to the concept plan, and you can see the green areas there in reserve. The red space is the commercial area. Green around that is a reserve, which is quite flat land, open for the community use, the likes of a playground and a farmer's market. So those two main areas, the main gully reserve and the community one around the bottom, make up a total of 9.3 hectares. Those aren't going to be provided or aren't part of the consented layout. Walkways is planned here, and further up the gully shows a total of something like 5,000 metres of walkway. And farmers market and concert venue provided for in the consented, sorry, not provided for in the consented layout, but provided for in the concept. Consented layout was lodged before council adopted a new development contributions policy, and the existing consented not subject to new development contributions. If the rezoning were to be accepted, the new development contributions policy would apply based on April 2021 figures of $24,802 plus GST per allotment. This would equate to development contributions of approximately 6.9 million across 280 lots proposed under the concept. A couple of comments on that. It's 6.9 million plus GST, and that development contribution is, as you'll be well aware, that the developer will be responsible for the construction of all infrastructure internal to the subdivision and all costs associated with that. So that section, that $6.9 million has nothing to do with on-site development costs. It's purely development contribution to council. The structure plan layout, which is the one that you see on the screen now, is consistent with the concept plan and with the Livingston property group. structure plan, sorry, the structure plan development footprint is smaller than that of consented layout and makes provision for a range of site sizes and site types and sizes. Connections to adjoining land, quality reserves, walkways, and a playground and commercial space, none of which are provided through the consent plan.
Just answer any questions.
Before I turn to the panel, can I just get some clarification on what is being rezoned? This goes, probably go to Mr. Mackay down the chat. So this is the requested rezoning there, correct?
The submission plan was, if we go up and one, please. If you can imagine that with the white line work removed, that was the submission plan. So it covers a wider area, a larger area under the submission. Covered broader areas than what we're suggesting now under the structure plan.
Turn back to the zoning map, just a few questions of detail before we can on. So if I see it, there's two indicative farmers market locations shown on that. What's the story with having two?
There's not, I don't think there'll ever be two. It's a draft structure plan.
So
Further refined.
go either place.
Yes.
And the commercial zone, what's the purpose of that commercial zone?
What we talked about in the planning, and Mr. Bray might be able to comment in a little more detail, but it's the type likes of a cafe, adjacent to the playground, so you can see immediately to the there's a playground identified there. So community space around, a commercial activity or opportunity adjacent to a commercial, a reserve space to let the two mix and trade off on each other and get a best outcome for the community going forward.
And just finally, a detail thing is about the concert venues just further up there near the pond. Correct?
Yes, yeah, the pond's lovely and Bill and Chris have spent quite a bit of time tidying that up over the last few years in conjunction with their landscaping. So yeah, we're looking, there's the area scope in there to utilize the existing landform for a concert venue in there. The types of things that they've been keen on is I don't know if you're familiar with the Black Barn Amphitheatre in Havelock North. And that sort of thing which sits in that natural little basin, doesn't take extensive or don't take excessive earthworks to form, works with the natural profile and contour, sits in a nicely related to the existing pond. So that appeared to be a good location for that type of facility.
Okay. And the rural lifestyle zone. So that is because it's the best fit for the concept plan in terms of the size of lots.
The ground, the character of the site changes as you move further up the valley. And again, Mr. Rail, I'm sure he'll expand on this in more detail. The yellow stuff, the more intensive residential sites is better, it's flatter, it's more suited to intensification and road time and type concept and incorporated into the yellow zones as well. So then you get the valley, you've got a bit more aspect of the contour, a lot harder to, you wouldn't want to try and force too much into the lifestyle side.
And the question I will have for Mr. McKay is whether the same result will be achieved with zoning. Those two, other than rural lifestyle. This just follows the question I had for Mr. Williams before. And I acknowledge at that point the proposed district plan may not have the full suite of zones that we're to pick and choose from. So I acknowledge that. Any questions from the panel?
Just overlay. The
Yeah,
soils
no,
over the top of the.
You go to the next.
Next
No,
page.
please. You can see the black, only see 3 annotated there on the bottom. Right up to.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the black dashed lines progressing through.
Yeah, you can put that, please, because I'm going to mistake.
No, I think I'm okay.
I just, yeah, and maybe it's repeating your question, but having it on, just in terms of the way it's structured in terms of the different zones. For whatever reason, we weren't able to provide for the change of zoning in terms of the threes. We've heard that the alternative is the 88. I just wondered, is there, based on the work that you're doing, the hybrid of that, or is it just, is that the only alternative option, 88, or the one that you've?
Well, the 88, if you look at, if you can try and look closely at the white layout, the white boundaries on that plan. So they're the 88 plots. Generally, the layout is consistent. No, it's not consistent. I mean, I guess the nodes of the rural residential, the two large rural residential zone areas, fit over the grey and the lighter green. So the 88, in terms of its extent, even though it's shrunk down, because with that we're working, say, 4,000 square metre minimum site size, pull it down and go from 1,000. The lifestyle zone that come over the top, you can work with that landform. So the locations of the style of development are similar, but the concept and the structure plan allows us to work better, get more sites in there to increase that yield. And
well, I guess the question is, we've got 4 and 6 over here, which we're looking on MPS, for example, you might align to providing for, you may not be able to provide for there. All I'm asking is there a hybrid between the 88 consented and understanding what's over here and the cities 4 and 6? So whether there's a potential for a hybrid, or is it all or nothing, which is what I sort of do. This question. It may not be a question you can answer, but I'm just wanting to have a little bit more clarity in terms of things, if those are our only options.
If you sort of work what you've got to deal with, I don't think it optimizes the site at all. I can't say no, there's no hybrid, because it's the concentration of the smaller sites down lower on the property where the terrain's flatter and where it can accommodate that density, maximize that opportunity for the likes of the retirement village. You can't push that up the way, you're not going to be on the steep. You can't force density in the steeper sites as you can, but the economics just go. So anything's possible. I think you would be something.
No, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, the panel. The next expert I'd like to call is the champion. Again, I think it's got a data or circulated this morning. One also page summary. Would you just like to introduce yourself?
My name is Aaron Kempion, and I'll just read briefly out my statement of evidence, which covers the matters that were set out in paragraph 11 of my statement, and were also detailed within the intersection performance assessment, which was attached as appendix B. I'll refer to that document in my statement as the IPA, and that specifically covers the matters covering a brief description of the existing transport environment, the level of development traffic that was previously assessed as part of what was termed the upper case scenario that was detailed in the IPA, the proposed rezoning sought in the submission as it relates, the predicted traffic effects at the relevant intersections that were considered in the IPA, and then the internal road design of the development. The IPA was originally prepared to understand the potential related traffic effects that would be generated should a higher yield scenario be progressed at the site. That uppercase scenario that was tested allowed for 300 urban residential dwellings that would generate 3,270 vehicles per day. That would raise approximately 360 vehicles in the peak hour. The IPA specifically assessed the operational capacity at the intersection of Mount Herbert Road and Enniscare Place, as well as the Mount Herbert Road and the Wellington Road intersection. The assessment demonstrated that both those intersections would continue to operate well. That is, that they would maintain acceptable levels of service under those traffic conditions that were expected in the year 2050, albeit with some reduction in performance as would be expected at the time. The level of development that's currently anticipated by the concept plan is expected to generate 2,947 vehicles per day and approximately 325 vehicles in the peak hour, that being less than the original traffic volume that was assessed under the earlier IPA. Therefore, in my opinion, given that the IPA demonstrated that an appropriate level of service would remain available in the network in 2050, same or better will exist under the concept plan. It's for those reasons, given in my evidence, through paragraph 24 to 28, I'm of the same opinion for the new site entrance that directly comes out onto Mount Herbert Road, which would be purpose-built and serve less traffic than that originally assessed, would be coming directly under Enniscare Place under the IPA. This revised layout also would provide better integration for public transport facilities in the future.
Cameron, you can just wait for any questions, please.
These are some of the ones we've had. Mine's quite basic, I think. You talked about in 5.1, intersection expected to continue to operate at acceptable level of service for the design. I forget what my writing says there. C or better. My question is, how low is C? Even though you say it's an acceptable level of service, what constitutes a D or an E?
No, fair enough. So levels of service in this term are basically delayed for how long that you would be expected to wait at the intersection before you go and flow of traffic. And levels of service C ranges between I think it's 15 and 30 seconds of delay. So
Well, no, not Auckland.
no. So most road controlling authorities would see a level of service D or worse, being a point for intervention or redesign. Levels of service D and above through to A are very appropriate. So hopefully that answers the.
On there, I was also surprised. What were the there was still no more than minor effects from the 2020 report about us in the 2022. What were the major changes from 2020, even though there's still not more?
Yeah, so that was the gap acceptance parameters that we applied in the earlier modelling. So that's really about the time taken for a vehicle to be able to join the traffic stream and whether or not it causes following vehicles to slow or not. And so they're really just a range of model parameters that you can apply. And the earlier report probably provided that we used the more generous parameters that resulted in slightly higher level of service. And so in the later version, we felt it more appropriate to consider the more conservative, which just to test what effect that had on levels of service. And again, it moved, from levels of service A and B to levels of service C. But it gives us the confidence that still remains within the real world, something that would be completely acceptable in terms of the science.
For either option.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for you. It's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campion. The next witness I'd like to call is Mr. Wiley.
I'll flick down through the first page. My name is Cam Wiley. I'm a practicing geotechnical engineer and managing RDCL. 32 years experience, chartered engineer, 32 years experience, 16 years in Hawke's Bay. I've done a few other expert services as there. I led the RDCL team in preparing the preliminary technical investigation PPI in 2019. That subject's now is referred to as the concept plan. So I'm just going through a little bit of presenting the conclusions in our PGI. That's section 7. I don't want to repeat because that's causing me confusion. So I'll just go to the concept plan. We're going to section 8. From a geotechnical perspective, only the general, for the concept plan, only the general residential zone needs to be assessed through further geotechnical work at the subdivision stage. No geotechnical issues that need to be addressed within the proposed rural lifestyle zone area. In the general residential zone, we did find indication of potentially liquefiable ground. The magnitude and the incidence of that is like many areas within Hawke's Bay, and there's no risk of lateral spread, which is a potentially much more damaging. Given that, there's no doubt of the suitability for more intense development. There's a TC2 foundation, which is widely accepted, available for those conditions. The only geotechnical effect of the proposed densification is that we do need to do some more intense investigation, which is relative to bring it up to MBIE guidelines as they now set 2022. No other material change is anticipated. In the rural lifestyle zone, that area is underlain by rock with a mantle of that much soil, 0.7 meters. Ground conditions in that region are very straightforward with NZS 3604 compliant foundations expected where there's no specific engineering required. There's some shallow soil creep as normal in Hawke's Bay. So we just do a setback on those. None of that will be affected by identification. In conclusion, the whole of the concept plan area is considered suitable for residential development from a geotechnical perspective, including for high and medium density housing. Within the general residential zone area, now it should be made for TC2 style foundations as widely practiced throughout urban Hawke's Bay. Specification of housing within the general residential zone only triggers additional geotechnical testing to conform with MBIE 2021 guidelines. In effect, this means more closely spaced bone penetrometer tests. This is in line with more testing recommended in the PGI, which in that case was to delineate the incidence of liquefiable ground.
When you say there needs to be more testing in the general residential zone, that's the area that's proposed for general residential. That's it's currently the 3S and the 3E type area. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, broadly subject to their, for me, it's the flats.
Yeah.
There's the flats, stream, that area with the test bedding, there is a little bit of loose sand with water in that. So potentially there's a bit of liquefaction in there.
Not unusual. But not unusual.
No, absolutely not, very low risk.
No, I got it.
Thank you very much.
Now I'd like to call Mr. Morris. Mark, you can just introduce yourself and just read your summary, please.
Afternoon, my name's
Greg Morris, Stuart Morris, Greg Morris Limited, or with the Saul Morrison Associates, and we're a valuation property advisor for us in Australia. Seeing as a raw valuation on by these guys. I'll just move on to the scope of evidence. The evidence, so I set out a summary regarding land use capability. And you see in the soils of the site for the purposes of assessing the effect on the productive land with this submission. Also, you covered the description of the site from a productive land perspective and methodology which the traceability of the site can assess for the source of the evidence of environment. In the summary, I set my my conclusions regarding the points noted above, and I'll see you referring to my maps, so that you can see copies of those. So cover it as we go. The land use capability map, I think is, you must have two maps of mine up there, I believe. So you see map, okay. Appendix 1. So that comes from the Land Resource Information System Spatial Data Layer, made by Land Research New Zealand. That's a more refined index than you can see on the also Regional Council uses on the LUC mapping. And as you can see on the land definitions of LUC between 3 and 6. Of more point is that when we're looking at those classifications, is their subcategories within the classifications. In paragraph 7, I refer to LUC3 land is actually broken down into 2 categories, which is 3S1 and 3E2, which is more definition of the classification.
As is read, Mr.
Those is read. I won't go through those, but the main points to point out is 3S1 is impeded by the compacted drainage impediment. There'll be some moisture deficits, and 3E2 is severe summer moisture and compacted drainage impeding subsoils. So they're the main points to take out of those classifications. The definition of highly productive land, and then this is it's 1 to 3, but it really is a poor definition of what exactly is highly productive land. This land, while it has good contour, it has other limitations as identified by the land care research identifications. So most of the rural lifestyle zone falls between the 3 and 4, and the remaining rural zone, it's all not to be developed for sort of past 6 and 6E. So the information is factual. It's the soils and the LUC classes are just drawn off government websites, so there's no arguments about that. The classification was broad brush when it was first done. It wasn't designed to be property specific, it was designed to be real specific. So it as we found out, Region 6 is very difficult to use LUCs as a measure for land quality. So I think the broad brush approach is poor, and it's poor reflection of the productivity of the subject property. High productive land would be able to support permanent horticulture, viticulture, cropping, dairy farming. The subject property is not able to support any of these uses. Central Hawke's Bay has a relatively large portion of the LC3 land. Therefore, I do not consider it a limited resource within the county. The general residential zone, I think, is the best use of this land. There's a minimum impact on the productivity, creates a better outcome through more intensive residential development, more lots per hectare, and therefore taking pressure off other land bishop for contributing to development of future growth.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Just answering please.
You mentioned in there stocking, it's only used for stock, stock, livestock. Can you give us an indication on just what numbers that are run on this property over a year? And sort of what return would you be getting off that?
No, I don't have the Pacific stock carrying capacity on it. Mr. Skerman could enlighten us with that. It's
Cool. Mr. Skerman's here. If you'd like to come and take a seat, Chris. Phil introduced himself and Chris at the beginning. He's the other partner in the venture. So just introduce yourself, Chris, and if you could answer that question.
Yeah, Chris Skerman. It's limited to what we can carry in the winter because so we only run lambs on the flats on the 174 hectares. We finish 1,300 lambs through the winter, largely because having feet on those flats just pug those sores. It gets far too wet. We do run some cows, 40 cows up on the hill just for grazing purposes. We're trying to, as you understand, the grass bolts in the spring. We need to bring cattle in there to try and eat those native grasses. The flats are really very little different to the hills, except the water actually does run off the hills. So in the summer, to answer your question, we bring about 150 young bulls on. Given depends on the season, and then we will get rid of them before it gets wet in the autumn, and then the winter trade lambs will come on after that.
Infrastructure? What's the infrastructure on that property like at the moment for farming?
Fair. Yeah, cattle yards, sheep yards.
Water reticulation?
Well, we've put in a big dam that we're going to reticulate around the farm, but currently we're on the town water supply, which is not ideal at all.
I'm not caught as I asked my question. My question, Greg, Mr. Morris relates to your LUC map. I see it's down to 1 in 10,000 ratio, and it's taken from, I'm assuming HBRC or government.
Thank you, research.
How would that change, given the 3-year time frame that HBRC had to remap and put the LUC details in for that MPS HPL, if I've got that right? What do you envisage that would, how would that change? How could that change?
I'm not sure, but basically now LUC 3, it's basically based on land contour, and so they may end up refining the classification. I think the council may end up or MES may end up changing the classification just from saying land class 1, 2, and 3 is highly productive land. They might say land class 1 and 2 is highly productive, and some of land class 3 is productive. Some of land class 3 is not highly productive. So the definition of what's highly productive is the question. And just by defining it by LUC 3 is not a good measure of highly productive land. Only and with the farm experiences in this room, people know that in Central Hawke's Bay, if you have a look at all the LUC3 land in the district, is that you've got some of the very best soils, the most productive land, and some of the worst soils and productive land in the classification. So that's just a case in point there. The classification LG30 is poor, and I think that when they reclassify that, they may come into play when they're considering how is it one.
So going back to a comment Mr. Williams made that now would be the time to test that exemption or gap or whatever before there are houses on it and it's too late.
It's worthy of getting it tested, or getting it reclassified, I believe. Yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah, probably following on, maybe it's just to clarify my understanding. If you were in the regional council's shoes, we may do a weekly map. Would you, and it gives us. Since would you as an expert. So the LUC3s in this rezoning application is HPL.
So it's HPL, sorry.
HPL. Sorry, highly productive land.
Sorry. I think that the once they start doing mapping out, there is no definition for HPL.
I was just looking at
classification 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And so I believe that when they start doing the work, they'll go, we've got a problem here and we need to redefine what is HPL. It's just using the classifications of 1, 2, and 3 is not
and sorry, yourself, Mr. Morrison, just following on from the discussion that we're having about what's being run on the farm currently. Just so I can understand, when were the 88 lifestyle blocks that have been consented applied, what would be run on that land? What would be done on that land? What is normally done on those properties? I mean, I have a lifestyle block in Wellington. Wouldn't even equate to what you're talking about. So what would you anticipate in terms of the use of those blocks?
We run sheep and cattle, and so it's completely determined by the climate.
What's developed used, say.
On our lifestyle.
Pictures, we could goalposts and ride on lawnmowers every Saturday morning.
So you are talking about what I've got. Okay. Right. I know that makes a bit more sense.
I'd like to get it to be horse, pets, pet animals, horses, few sheep.
Okay, and just out of interest, while you're at the table, how would the rest of, if it was developed according to the concept plan, the rest of the land not developed, how would that be managed as a unit, farming unit?
It's still the same, you're completely restricted by the climate, as to trading stock.
And that's-
You use cattle to clean up in summer. And there's no water, you couldn't irrigate or anything like that, so you're just restricted by how the climate is. You farm the same way.
Would it be farmed in conjunction with other farming activities elsewhere? It's not sufficient on its own self to.
It'll be farmed on its own.
Thank you. That's all. Oh,
One more,
follow-up
sorry.
question?
Yes, that's all right. Both Mr. Taylor and Mr. Taylor Williams, I think have mentioned it, but particularly, I think Mr. Livingston himself talked about how the passion and the concept design for what else you wanted to put in there. So this 88 consent one, the consented one, and Mr. Taylor's report sort of said, well, it wouldn't be the walking, there wouldn't be the. Why not?
I guess we've just pushed in as much as we can, using that's what I refer to as the baseline result. So the sweeping avenue concept, the rezoning, all the houses back onto a park with 80-year-old oak trees down the boundary.
So that land was pushed into 4,000 square meter lots. So, Bill, can I add 2 cents with that? When we initially put the 88 lot subdivision application to council, and we were working through the further information processes, we did talk about using some of that balanced land and investing as reserve. Council were reluctant to do it in the rural residential context because you've got 80 odd sites there, people are going to play in their own backyard, they're not really going to make use of it. It just becomes a burden and a liability for council at that type of density. When you then push to the type of density that we've got with the community and smaller sites, people want parks, they want space, they want to integrate. So the two have got to, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, both of you.
Right, well, we could call Mr. Bray now, but it is approaching 1 o'clock.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking that. We are quite willing to have a much shorter lunch. If we can finish.
Can I just make a point? Unfortunately, I have a 3 o'clock flight.
And there's another reason.
I would need to leave here. I had thought plenty of time. I would need to.
Not your flight?
3 o'clock.
You need to appear now.
I need to leave at 1:30.
I'm quite keen that we hear you now. We'll forego most of our lunch.
Apologies about that. I thought.
Right. It's the way hearings, it's the way hearings.
Yeah, I will be. I mean, I've got plenty of time. I'll be all right. But if we have lunch, we'll be struggling.
Okay, I'll get you. Right, thank you.
So I've got some slides, I think, hopefully. Yes, I am, yeah.
I'm actually going to suggest, in the interest of time, that Mr. Bray has produced a detailed statement and a detailed summary statement. In fact, Bray used this opportunity to bring that to life. Really do like that. Rather than read it all out to you, if that's suitable.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah. Sure, well, we can go straight to the first slide. Just nice photos of the beautiful site. So my name is Shannon Bray, Director, Landscape Architect at Wayfinder Landscape Planning. So as you all have understood from my team, and I put together the concept plans that have sort of formed the basis of the submission, working in partnership with the wider team. Other experience I can bore you with, which I won't. So we were asked to explore residential development opportunities for the site. And based on our discipline, our approach was to consider landscape and urban context to the site and build it from the ground up rather than take a planning approach. Go through to the next one. The idea was to essentially create a whole lot of layers, look at all of the aspects around the area, so it's context, character, choice, connectivity, and start considering opportunities for a landscape and urban responsive development of the site. And so the key conclusions we got to, and you've heard about these, but I'll bring them to life through the slides. So if we can go through these pretty quickly. We've talked about it being highly modified. This was a slide that we put together which looked at soil, but also look at the vegetation, or absolute complete lack of any decent vegetation, and not just on the site, but in a very much wider area. You can see the river, Tukitoki River at the top of the plan. Not much going on in there. The regional council has dealt to the native vegetation by replacing poplar and willow, as they do tend to do through Hawke's Bay. So yeah, very diminished natural landscape. We'll flick to the next slide. Obviously, we've seen the zoning, existing zoning, proposed zoning, and the spatial plan, which is on the slide. And you can see that's the growth area. To respond to your question earlier, Commissioner, the reason I said this is the most central is because the hospital site is actually within a general residential zone already. So it's not really a growth site because it could already be undertaken as things like subdivision. So that was my reason for saying what I said there. We move on to the next one. as has been traversed quite a lot. Only a small proportion of the site is within LUC3. That's the darker of the two greens there. This is from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council mapping. Go to the next one after that. Not sure I'd fly through. The site has already had the resource consent for the 88. When we started the development, Mr. Taylor had already done this plan. It hadn't yet been submitted, but was in process and was going to be submitted. And so we were aware that that was likely to go through. We were aware of the district plan policies at the time, and that it was almost certain that it would be granted, and that it was. Now, next slide was when we started really thinking about close connected walking, cycling opportunities, including thinking about where the college is, for example, what the roading network is, where sports facilities are, how you can get to that. And we were really noted that this side of town, in our opinion, was much better suited to that than perhaps development down past the cafe, the Hub Cafe, right down the other end, which requires sort of walking down through the state highway through an industrial zone to get into town. And then finally, going through Wapakitahi, looking at road hierarchy and really recognising that it was well serviced with two vehicle entrance, taking to road. Part of the work we also looked at was the neighbouring developments, and there were some discussions with the neighbours about how we might be able to link in with development they're doing. Hasn't gone anywhere as yet, but the neighbouring site hasn't been actually developed yet, so we think there is opportunity for further extension sort of through to the west, and I'll show that on the plan shortly. So on the basis of all of those layers, I considered the site was ideally placed for residential development, provides for a range of densities, typologies, alongside embedded recreational ecological outcomes. That was my assessment from an urban strategy approach only. And we noted this earlier that it doesn't consider potential public infrastructure requirements such as drinking waters, but that's sort of been dealt with by others. We then got into, having done that analysis work, we then got into concept work. We began design of the site, but developing a preliminary framework that factored in land use activity with particular focus on green corridors. Go to the next one. Very landscape and architectural drawing, but it shows how the site could mimic the surrounding pattern of development. We were keen to look at what are the densities of residential development in the area, how does that work, not just with in amongst around the site, but in terms of Waipukurau generally, and start to think about that. But also, as you can see, the big green arrows through there about how we might be able to start thinking about ecology, open spaces, and those sorts of things. Move to the next slide. We started then looking at a preliminary framework about how that might start to really develop on the site, and sort of create different densities, create reserve areas, and places to be. Included creating a main entrance directly off Mount Herbert Road rather than through Innisglea Close, which had previously been considered. A much greater space. And we actually purchased a piece of land there to get that a bit wider. A real focus on clustering the small lot residential at the base of the site, which is on that LUC3 land, but it's lot sizes directly somewhat, similar to ones that are directly adjacent to it, and match the sort of the urban development of town. Creating community open spaces, as we've just talked about, but the focus was trying to be able to do these that they could be shared by the wider community. So we deliberately put those along the boundary rather than within the site. The focus was saying that we can deliver those as infrastructure as part of the site, but our neighbours develop their land, they'll have the benefit of it immediately. It was also thinking about that connectivity, particularly through to the college, and so that if there were children in the site that wanted to walk, that would start setting up a network for being able to walk through to school. We considered cluster large lot development of the lower hill sites, and that was, as Mr. Taylor was pointing out, was really determined by the topography of those sites. It can get quite steep above the sort of flat river terrace. So it was really looking at where we can put sites and building sites in first, and then how the land might work around those. Allowing infiltration of open space, and as Mr. Williams noted this morning, the use of stormwater within the site and providing opportunities for that in and around the lots. Enhancing green connections, as I've said, allowing for the retention of rural lifestyle sites across the middle range slopes. And as we've just been talking about, retaining the farming operation, which obviously would be at a lower capacity, but in and out throughout the development. Additionally, further opportunities to connect with neighbouring sites were explored that I've talked about, executive link roads and walkways. And then the last one is where we landed, the last slide. So that was our concept plan. What we consider is that arrived through a landscape urban responsive residential development, well connected in character with Waikaremoana. By contrast, I think it's important for me to say that I think the consented layout, much to Mr. Taylor's work, lacks any connection and character. It was not developed through any landscape or urban design approach. It was simply a response to the planning rules. And as was just discussed, it was a push to develop as much as the site as possible. Well, I also think that the consented scheme fails to provide choice. The need for a mix of lot sizes and housing typologies is something that has come through strongly in the thriving future work that's been taken by the council. In addition, in my opinion, the consented scheme does not maximise the use of potentially available land for urban growth. In my opinion, there is scope within the site to provide for increased densities that are in accordance with built form, resulting in an overall efficiency of both land and infrastructure needed to support development. Overall, I'm on the opinion that the site is ideally suited to accommodate future growth in Waikaremoana, so that it can provide for this growth through a range of residential topologies, small lot, large lot, and rural lifestyle, as well as potentially cater to the establishment of an integrated climate village.
That's great.
Maybe lunch. Oh, you just covered it so well.
All right.
No.
Okay, well, you heard my questions around those other activities occurring in the space. Do you want to cover those yourself in terms of what we align?
Yeah, I think you've heard from Mr. Livingston, Mr. Taylor about Mr. Livingston this morning about actually really trying to take a community-led approach to this. This isn't let's have some land, let's cut it up, get maximum yield and move on. Thanks very much. Take the money, move to Bali. This is really looking at saying, what if we're going to increase the density of town, we're going to bring in 300, 400, 500 people, whatever the number is. How can we provide community response to that? And so, providing a home for a farmers market and entertainment. We've added a playground, centre, which is a cafe, perhaps a dairy, those sorts of things which often lacked from larger subdivisions. These guys are really keen to support and make it happen. And as we've heard, that lake area is absolutely stunning, and the tree planting that they've started, and I've said started because I think they've got plans to do quite a lot more, and my plans show that as well. It really just says this is not about just creating lots. This is about trying to create a space for a whole community.
And on that, are those intended to be public?
Yes, yeah. I've said to these guys from the beginning, I'm not a big fan of gated communities, and with that, I said before, we put the recreational space along the boundary, deliberate. This is to be shared, and that's how I'd see that whole development. I think that share that with clients.
Thank you.
Last one that it may not be directed at you, it's possibly at this end of the table, but apologies if I had completely missed this in the process, but can somebody remind me why this wasn't, why wasn't this the consented plan instead of the 88? What made you do that instead of this?
I don't want to speak too much for my client, but I think what Mr. Taylor was saying is that they were into the phrase, they were working within the district plan framework. This would have been a non-complying activity. So it would have been stepping outside the
And the
operative shelf. Yeah, under the operative plan, it would have been stepping outside the shelf provision for this type of subdivision, which albeit might have produced better outcomes, it would run you into some consenting hurdles that could sensibly be avoided by just picking up what's off the shelf. So I think that's in answer to the proposition. Sometimes better outcomes are harder to achieve.
Thank you. I was just after a black and white
Yeah.
answer about why.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You've-
We did present the big concept fairly early on, didn't we? Well, to the council, and I think to the draft plan, and the mayor's been out there and been part of it as well. So we've not hidden this away. We just chose a consenting pathway that was available before the in parallel, really.
Hence, that's why you didn't apply for a consent before this process. You sought to go through this process and then the HPL. Is that your understanding?
I think Mr. Livingston was just telling, you want to give that answer?
So the advice from council planners at the time was to proceed with the base plan. And then put this, because these plan change hearings were in the process then. Go to the hearing.
Might add a couple of things. So when we, shortly after Bill and Chris purchased property, they started to talk about development propositions. And then it was a little while after that, council notified, I think, the draft plan. We'd already been working on what the options were and how it could work under the operative plan. And it was deemed really important to confirm that position, to bank that fallback. Rather than go up front with this type of proposition again. If we had lost that, we don't know where to go. Because it would have taken so long to work its way through the process, by which time this fallback thing probably would be.
So another question. And I note, I'm just looking at the work to date referenced by Mr. Livingston in his statement. And all the medical and that plants and things like that. If we went with the 88 consents, would that still would be there, it just wouldn't be available to the public, is that the same?
That's correct, because we are getting the right to roam for the residents.
That was sort of alluded to, I think, a bit earlier, that difference between the large lot development, which are more self-sufficient people doing their own thing. You don't put in rational infrastructure. In most situations, it doesn't tend to work.
You don't really have a community, so you don't need community.
You don't need community facilities, that's right.
And I may have missed it in all the reading, but just one question. Why was that northeastern lot dropped from the rezoning? In your concept plan, there's another.
Various reasons. I'll let Mr. Taylor give a bit of an answer, but partly it's difficult to get to. It requires coming down as a bridge, and then you'd have to come back up. So that was part of the reason, but
Yeah, it was part of the initial sufficient consent, which was put forward therefore, it was the concept matched it. When we were working through the processing of the consented layout, there were questions are raised around on-site effluent disposal. It's quite steep. It's got a lovely aspect, looks down upon beautiful sites, but on a few of the sites, the gradient made it very difficult to get an on-site effluent disposal. So then in combination with the cost of getting it across the way, it just got a bit hard. So we could say, I think that 10 or so sites.
10, I think.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bray.
Thank you. Thanks for accommodating me.
Can I suggest we do break for half an hour? I mean, I'm not sure how many questions there are of Mr. McLean.
I will look towards GC in terms of the matters coming on at 2 o'clock. So what's the time now? 1:17. So that will get us going again about 2:45.
Yes, most of them finished by 2, but it may be quite grunty issues and some guys
Yeah, I know, I'm aware of that. Well, if everyone wants to take a break now, yes.
Well, on the panel's hand, I'm just suggesting it in fairness to
Yeah,
everyone.
Mr. Mackay first, and then these guys can go.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, so there are some grundy issues. I don't know how your energy levels are in terms of.
We'll handle it.
Yeah.
They're away.
You know, we can handle it. I'm.
you want to mind to carry on this?
This has a ripple on effects in the afternoon.
I know. We started half an hour later, I'm just going.
Okay, Mr. Mackay.
Apologies for eating into your lunch hour.
Yeah, and thank you, commissioners. So my, if you got a copy of my 3-page summary statement there. If I can pick up that paragraph 2. A statement of evidence covers the matters set out in paragraph 15 of that statement, which are repeated below, followed by my conclusion after considering these matters. And so I'll just paraphrase there.
Let's go to paragraph 3.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Williams. Paragraph 3. The Livingston rezoning request, if developed in accordance with the concept plan, achieves consistency with the regional policy statement, including the key RPS objectives to establish a compact and connected urban form, along with integration with provision of infrastructure. I consider that to provide certainty that the Livingston concept plan will be implemented, the structure plan appended to Mr. Taylor's evidence should be incorporated into the proposed district plan with consequential corresponding provisions in the subdivision chapter. And I note that Ms. Smith commented on that this morning. With respect, I think the actual structure plan itself is one of the main items of work. So you have that before you, and then it's just some provisions to require subdivision of this site to basically be consistent with the structure plan, to give effect with this to the structure plan, including the reserves, the reserve layout and walkways, so that there is actually a requirement to deliver what the concept plan says should be delivered. So the only matter requiring technical input is the capacity constraints of the wastewater and water reticulation. And we did try to engage with council engineers from the end of March. You know, I've set that out in paragraph 22 and 23 of my evidence, but we were unsuccessful in getting any feedback on the capacity of that infrastructure. So I've said in my evidence, one option is to have a rule or standard limiting the amount of lots that can be created until, for example, the joint wastewater treatment systems set up, assuming that's required for full capacity. Or if there is existing capacity for wastewater, well, then there would be no need for that such a provision, but we don't actually know what the answer is. But we do know that the reticulated water and sewer mains and stormwater drain are all to the boundary of this property on Mount Herbert Road. So I'll just resume back to paragraph 4. The Livingston land has been identified as a potential growth area as part of an evidence-based integrated assessment of capacity for residential growth for Waipokoro through the ISP integrated structure plan. Further to this, my statement of evidence demonstrates that the rezoning is consistent with the objectives of the urban form and development chapter, the general residential zone and the rural lifestyle zone of the proposed district plan. Expert evidence on behalf of Livingston demonstrates that there are no transportation, geotechnical or agricultural landlocked issues that prevent the land from being rezoned. This expert evidence also demonstrates how the rezoning proposal and concept plan will be of community benefit. It's the best placed area on the urban fringe in providing sustainable urban forms for future growth, and represents an urban and landscape responsive residential development that is well connected with Waipokoro. My assessment of the Livingston rezoning request against the guiding principles for the assessment of rezoning submissions, which was attached to the section 42A report, demonstrates that it is consistent with those principles. In my opinion, the Livingston rezoning request is able to meet the criteria under clause 3.6, 4 and 5 of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, which would enable LUC3 land to be rezoned for urban development. Further to this, I note Livingston's legal counsel has submitted that the requested rezoning area is not highly productive land for the purpose of the NPS HPL, as it is identified for future urban development under the ISP. If this opinion and position is not accepted, I do not consider that it is appropriate to reject the rezoning request when the consequence of that decision would promote less efficient and less beneficial development through implementation of subdivision consent RM 190126. So that's the 88 lot subdivision over the same land. Rejecting the rezoning would promote reliance on less sustainable rural lifestyle block development on highly productive land. And there I'm referring to both the 88 lot Livingston proposal, but also a huge number of lots consented recently under the operative district plan on highly productive land. If existing Three Waters reticulated services capacity constraints would prevent the development of the requested general residential zone on the Livingston land in the short term, then consequential amendments should be made to the subdivision chapter to ensure that the timing of development must accord with service availability, which is what I was referring to before. In my opinion, this would provide certainty for the most appropriate form of future development for this land and would better achieve sustainable management than the alternative of rejecting the rezoning request. In my opinion, accepting the Livingston rezoning submission and providing for the residential development capacity for Waipokoro is consistent with the sustainable management purpose of the RMA. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Megan?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I lost what number you were at when you were reading, but we talked about the council not being able, you not knowing whether council had the infrastructure to deal with those general residential at the front. But the
sorry, if I could just.
the money you would pay, development contributions, would enable that to happen over time. But were you meaning that it's not straight away? Council would need time to use those development contributions to upgrade the infrastructure and be able to supply.
So yeah, good question, Commissioner. So what we do know is that the infrastructure is there in Mount Herbert Road and is kept in place, for example, as service for wastewater and water supply. So the infrastructure is there. What we don't know is if it's got capacity to service another 200 to 300 lots, or if that capacity would have to be increased in terms of the wastewater treatment facility, for example.
What I was getting at was that your development contributions would enable that capacity. Was it the time frame that was the issue?
Yeah, yes, that's right. So the development contributions would contribute to that work, to upgrading the network. So yeah, that's right. It's simply the timing. If the rezoning was to be allowed and the district plan made operative and a subdivision was to be prepared within a year, you may or may not be able to connect immediately. We just don't know that without hearing from the council's infrastructure engineers.
Obviously, the Three Waters doubt, Entity C doubt placed over that umbrella as well.
Oh, right. Yeah, in terms of the entity being responsible. And so we know from the from the long-term plan that there's proposals to build a new wastewater treatment facility. Is what we don't know is whether the existing system has got capacity for this number of new volts.
I just had a clarification. Just to confirm, and it's responding to the reporting officer's comments that it's for the submitter to provide the detailed drafting for the PD provisions relating to the request of these, such as has been done with the Waikato South Precinct, and apologies, I'll get this wrong. And apologies to you if I've missed it, but that drafting hasn't been provided as of today. So cover that all.
Yes, no, well, what we've provided through the evidence process is the structure plan. So I acknowledge that there needs to be some rules in the district plan to go with that structure plan, and we'd be quite happy to provide some examples, which what Mr. Williams was suggesting. Should you want to see that we could provide it, but yes, to answer your question, we haven't done to this point, other than describe what it would be like.
With other clients, yes, probably yourselves as well, we've said if you have drafting or examples that you can point us to, that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
We can do that. I'm just wondering whether there's any points raised by this morning that you want to respond to in terms of the view around it.
That was actually the main point. Thank you. Commissioner, would be the opportunity to provide the drafting of the provisions that would need to go into the subdivision chapter to support the structure plan. In terms of scope, we did have that sort of catch-all line in the submission of any consequential amendment, which in my opinion would give us scope to do that.
I'm just wondering whether, because the clock is starting to tick back up in the process, we only have one hearing to do in December. And then we are bound to go and deliberate in the new year for that. So I would just flag that as a challenge for the panel at the moment. So in terms of the points made by the officers this morning, is your position just that you a point of philosophy, but just a point of disagreement that you believe the tests have been met, and that it can pass through the exemption gates in the MPS?
Yes, well, that's what my main statement of evidence goes through. You'll see in that statement of evidence, I acknowledge that one of the tests is particularly difficult to demonstrate either way, and that's the test on the residential development capacity. It's not really a magic number to say there are numbers in that Williams report about how many new lots Waikato needs to 2030 and then again to 2050. So my evidence is that providing for this rezoning, it'll actually have a lesser number of lots than what's required, but we know the hospital land is available for development. And so that infilling the existing zoned areas of Waikato obviously provides for sustainable development. So, some of that land is not easy to develop, some of it's low-lying on Racecourse Road to the west of that. This rezoning provides a relatively easy alternative of a good area to provide residential capacity. So we can say that, and also say that the Williams report did rely on in part on a large number of residential or rural lifestyle lots that have been created under the operative district plan. I was doing some consent processing work for the Hawke's Bay District Council, and if you add in Mr. Livingston's 88 lot subdivision, part of which is on highly productive land, I could give 400 lots created off the top of my head, all on highly productive land. So those lots are already created. They may or not be implemented depending on whether there's a market demand. But in my evidence, what I'm saying is that rezoning this land provides a sustainable management option, a logical growth area to Waipokoro with residential land, with community reserves and community facilities from a sustainable management perspective, including the providing for highly productive land makes more sense than relying on all of those lots that have already been created to provide for what would otherwise be dealt with through residential zoning.
So as the basis of your view is that two things, that the exemption for the residential rezoning part of the concept plan is given by the fact that it's identified for future urban development in the ISP. And the remainder of the site, the rural lifestyle lot, is outside the LUC3, so that doesn't necessitate any of those tests or anything like that.
Well, and my evidence, I accepted Ms. Smith's finding that that the ISP didn't exempt it, just because of the wording in it in terms of the investigation for future development. So therefore I went through and applied the test as if it wasn't exempted. Second part of your question, well, yeah, 2/3 to 3/4 of the rural lifestyle is outside of LUC3, so there is one bit that's stuck in the middle. So that's when I guess this is part two argument comes in from Mr. Williams, that when you compare what the existing environment provides for in terms of the implementation of the 88 lot subdivision, the rezoning, or accepting the rezoning to provide a better outcome from a sustainable management perspective, because the MPS that doesn't contemplate what happens to situations where there is a consented but unimplemented application. That's what the gap is. There was one matter that was raised that I don't think has been covered, and that was the relinquishment of the subdivision consent, which Mr. Livingston's decision, but I would imagine that if the rezoning was to be granted, it would follow the subdivision, the 88 lot subdivision would be relinquished. That could even be, for example, that could be a serious standard on the subdivision.
I asked before a question, but I think I've answered it myself during the course of this presentation around whether other zonings could achieve the same outcome in terms of the rural lifestyle. But then again, given the definition of urban in the MPS, which includes all those other large lot residential, et cetera, that then you're going back to the MPS issue. No, not necessarily, because it's outside of UC3.
If I could just comment on it unrelated to the MPS, just in terms of what's the most appropriate zoning. So we had Mr. Bray's concept plan, and we needed to try and fit that into the district plan. And so hence the request for the general residential zoning and that little commercial zone, which dealt with that part of it. The concept plan is much more refined in terms of providing for retirement, housing, etc. Well, that can all be done under the general residential zone. So Mr. Bray's concept then is as you go up the hill, the development density lessens. So there's actually two separate rural lifestyle nodes. So the one in the middle is actually a higher density And if you recall, we did make another submission to the rural lifestyle subdivision rules. We were asking for a 2,500 minimum site size, which would accommodate that sort of in between area. And then the top area or the furthest to the east, roughly would correlate more closely to the 4,000 square meters. Their thinking is with that 2,500 square meter average and the amount of land set aside for reserves, that largely that middle area could be in that range. So the obvious other option was the large lot residential, but then we saw that it was just being applied to coastal settlements, which is the reason why we didn't ask for it here, but otherwise it would have been another option.
Maybe a line here, but and maybe it hasn't been done, but I'm just wondering whether you've done an economic impact assessment on bringing in that number of households into Central Hawke's Bay.
No, we haven't. But I'm sure it's more than 30 cows and.
I thought that might be the answer. Yeah, no, that's good.
No further questions.
Thank you. I'd just like to close with a couple of issues that have surfaced very, very briefly. And just note that there's this discussion of other zones and hybrids and that sort of thing. Any relief within the scope of the submission or here of a different precise nature is available. And it would seem that, for example, to fit within the definitions now around based under the NPS, you could have residential, what the NPS calls large lot residential in that middle cluster. And then on the LUC4 land or LUC6 land, lifestyle entirely exempt from the NPS and still fit within the scope of the submission. So I'm submitting that there is scope here to do what would work with within the NPS. Questions were put to Mr. Morris about what the regional council would do or what he would do if he were in their shoes. I just remind the panel that the direction to the regional council is to map land that is predominantly LUC 1, 2, or 3 is highly productive. This land at a property level is predominantly 4 and 6. So in fact, this quote land does not have to be mapped as highly productive. It is not predominantly LUC 1, 2, or 3. So that is another little quirk of the definitions. And I guess I would just close by saying this is subject to part 2, or at least part 2. It is the ultimate test here. And the NPS, if interpreted in its extreme, would defeat sustainable management. And so that should not be preferred. Thank you. And thank you for being so patient and accommodating quite an extensive submission. But it is an important case. Thank you very much to the panel. We will supply some detailed wording as soon as possible, perhaps by the end of next week. Pick up on condition of ours.
Sorry, can you just point me to it? Keep on trying to read this darn thing, but just point me to the predominantly.
Yes, if you look at, now I've got having it. Here we go. If you look at every regional council must map as highly productive land, any land. It doesn't tell you whether it's site or the whole district.
What is it?
3.4. Is predominantly LUC 1, 2, or 3. This land doesn't.
Oh, 3, 4. Predominantly, yeah, I got it. Found it.
Transitional was a bit more clumsy than that. More, blunt.
Okay. So when you're defining land, you're defining the block, the ownership land.
It could be the district, it could be the regions, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm saying, you've got a map at the back of Davidson's submission showing you the district level. And you could decide that the land around Waipiro is not predominantly LUC3 and not. I don't know, it's all for the future. There's no certainty. But in the meantime, if you foreclose the zoning, my client's intentions of the farming become somewhat of it.
So just to close that off though, so when the mapping gods work out what they're doing, the potential is at one end, that as you said, it doesn't need to be mapped because it's not predominant. And at the other end, it is mapped because someone decides it is predominant. So we've just got no surety at the moment.
That's right.
Understanding.
And that's why I'm suggesting erring on the side of part 2 and what is a fair outcome. Given the ambiguities and inherent in all of this. And what is a better outcome?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Your team, thank you. While that was relatively long compared to some of it, I think it was a very necessary time to speak.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you very much. With that, I will adjourn the hearing for lunch until 2:15. It's half an hour. Mike, speaking of the word. Okay, I will reconvene. Good afternoon, everybody. Hearing stream number 6 is reconvened. It's Thursday and it's 2:22 p.m. And before us, we have Nick Wakefield from the surveying company, who has provided very kindly some written statement and maps, even better, that he will talk to. So welcome, Nick.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So again, guys, thanks for the introduction. Just to reiterate, my name's Nick Wakefield. I'm a licensed cadastral surveyor and I work with the surveying company and we're based in Hastings and Waikato. And just to give a little bit of history about the company, we're fairly heavily involved in the subdivision and development of the Central Auckland district. We made it a priority of ours to be involved, and so appreciate the opportunity to come and have a chat to you at all. So I'd like to start our presentation regarding the zone mapping, and I'll bring you to the first. If you jump through to, probably easy to have a look at the mapping that I've provided. The first one is the case to rezone rural production to general rural. It's a bit of land that's in between Racecourse Road, Hodori Road and Evan Road. And in our submission, we said that this area we felt was, so probably the first map you're looking at is just showing you the LUC map. It's probably the general one. Yeah, just to look at that area. And in that area, this LUC map generally shows you that while there is waves of LUC class 3 land, which would be at the moment under the current national policy statement for highly productive land, we count that as being highly productive land. There's large swathes of that area that are coloured or LCU class 4 or higher. And so as part of our submission, we felt that this area was poorly zoned because of the significant portion of those poorer class soils and land ability production. And so we've since then had the benefit of being able to obtain these LC maps from Queensland Regional Council. And I think it clearly shows to the panel that we think that while maybe our initial area we showed in our original submission, and I'm not sure if you'll see that online, it's probably a page down, we had quite a large area that we thought should be rezoned general rural. Potentially that could be cut down to the areas that aren't classed, that LUC class 3 or higher. So that would be a good in-between, we feel. Is certainly now that we've had more a chance to research the LUC maps. That area that we originally showed as GR1 on our in our submission is probably a bit big to be as part of the rezoning that we suggested, but we certainly think the panel should consider those other areas that are clearly not mapped in the LUC class of 1 to 3 as being more appropriate to zone general rural than rural production. I think we'll just leave that one at that case. That's about as far as we want to take that one. That we saw the 42A report report writers said, and we generally agree that they're on the money around. There are big areas there that should be kept for production uses, and we agree with that. And hence why the statement is saying that, you know, potentially there's a way to reduce that down. Now, if you want some more detail and around that, I can provide that. There's a bit more. It was just a bit last minute trying to get the time to get it. Sorry, guys. So, I'd like to move now on to the area west of Otani. So if we jump over to the next sheet. And again, we requested that lane there be actually rezoned rural lifestyle. And our reason was that the dominant use of this area is that apologies. This map, I've had a bit more time to get into the detail because we've been involved in this area quite a bit more. And as you can see, even with this is a snapshot of the proposed district plan as it was submitted to everyone to review. And in there, I've also clearly shown some other areas which have then been further subdivided into more lifestyle type developments. We accept that the land is predominantly met LUC class 3. But there have, like we said, there's been significant further subdivision. And our point is that council potentially creates a reverse sensitivity problem should you look to zone all of this area as being a rural production zone. What we suggest eventually as a compromise is that the areas that have been subdivided into the existing usage of rural lifestyle be zoned appropriately, in our opinion, which is rural lifestyle, while leaving the area that hasn't been touched as rural production and creating that hard border saying, right, okay, this is as far as it goes, it stops here. And we would be absolutely on board with that because we are all of the opinion that you should not be developing land that should be used for high production. That's our case for that area of zoning. If we now pop over, there's the next map over called east of Otani. So in our submission, this is on our original submission. This is the area RU4. And what we've done with this map for you guys is to show that the only area that was included in the report, the original report, they said it was a large portion of the land was LUC class 3. Well, my summation using this map is that I don't think that's quite correct, given that the snapshot we're showing you is basically the entire of the RU format that we showed you originally, and only the section down adjacent Otani Township would be classed as LUC3 or higher. Yeah, so our main reason for wanting this area rezoned lifestyle is that if you have a look at even that map, the subdivision pattern in that area is of lifestyle lots. They're not large, they're in the order of 4,000 or larger, but none of them are the order any larger than, none of them are larger than 20 hectares. And so our point being is that in the original report, they said that this area is full of large lots that can be used for production. Our argument that's simply not the case, given that if the land is a LUC class 4 or higher, you need a large land to be productive, a large piece of land to be productive. Generally, when we talk to agri businesses around the district, you're needing that size to be 20 hectares plus. So we'd like potentially to refute that that's the case, that there are actually lots of productive units, and here generally that they are small land holdings held by people doing semi-rural activities along with a residential unit. We think that the area we proposed in our original submission is appropriate to be rezoned rural lifestyle because of its existing landform, because of its existing use, and that if you do zone it the rural production zone that it currently is, you again risk the potential of creating potential reverse sensitivity issues should a agri business come in there and see instances that are allowed for under the rural production zone, which might be contrary to the usage of the land by the other residential landholders. No, we just want to reiterate, like, by earmarking this area as lifestyle, you're mitigating those potential effects, while also making sure that there's no further expansion into those highly productive soils. We feel it's a good compromise, given there's existing landform here, existing uses, existing people that live in these blocks, to recognise that this type of use has been established, and that no changing of the zone is likely to change the habits of these people currently living there, or people who are living there in the future, in our opinion. So if we've got a few bit to get here, guys, so we'll put through the next one. It's an area adjacent the Tongata Bridge. Again, the maps I provide you is a screenshot of the area from the proposed district plan. And we've also put some notations in there around there's actually been further subdivision consents issued in and around the area. And we've provided a bit of a red line boundary showing where a potential zone, now that we've had a bit more time to look into this, where a zone could be restricted from where we potentially had it initially. And certainly we would want it restricted around the existing residential form. Again, a couple of other reasons why we think that this would be a good area just to keep as rural lifestyle is that there's an amenity feature with the tavern there. There's also the fishing club that meets down there. So again, a facility used by the public at large. It's a good access point to the Tuki River, which people then can enjoy. And again, to point out that this area has extensive residential elements to it. And by zoning it rural lifestyle, you don't preclude the ability for people to use it productively, but realistically, it's already been used in a residential format. And if you keep it zoned general rural, it doesn't recognise its current use and which was established legally. And it's a reasonable compromise to think that this is also an area where you're restricting where this stuff can happen. It's like, right, we accept that this has happened here. We don't want to expand it any further from this area, and hence why we've created a zone that recognises its land use. So that's the area around Tongata that we wanted to speak to. The next area is one that we swap over. There's going to be, I'll talk to two sheets here. There'll be the next two maps that I've drawn over with the LUC classes on the front page. Now these, if you're relating this back to the original submission, these are the RU area on the plan that we submit as part of our submission. Again, this is an area of existing landform. Of landform and subdivision, and it's of rural lifestyle living. By zoning this area, which currently is as general rural production, particularly in the areas that are already fully developed, I believe, again, just to point to council that they might cause potential reverse sensitivity issues. We also state to council that you have an obligation to provide housing, and providing that around existing areas of housing seems an appropriate way of managing the conflicts between potential urban sprawl and lifestyle taking up productive land. It will also signal to the market where these lifestyle activities can take place. Ensure that it's a hard boundary. So that hard boundary between this is where you can do your lifestyle activities, and from here onwards, here is all the good land, and we're protecting this for productive use. Would also like to question the slight inconsistency, and I think this is pretty well detailed on the two maps, where we've got this area what we've shown as red, and it's fairly densely subdivided for rural lifestyle in the maps that you've got in front of you. And then the area in blue, which I've circled, is the area that has been earmarked as rural lifestyle in the proposed district plan currently. Now that area is not as densely developed, and it actually couldn't be because it's quite hard to develop that area, having experience with geotechnical issues in and around that area. And given that that area has been rezoned, we think potentially that the area north of Waipawa was potentially missed. If you go and have a look at the centre development now, there are lots of houses in and around that area. I just do not see how that will ever revert to anything but a rural lifestyle living. And it probably needs to have the zoning appropriate for its current use. It's also for that similar reason that we also submitted on potentially rezoning the eastern side of Island Road and a portion out adjacent Homewood Road. And that is shown on sort of the couple of slides there as well. Again, this is with somewhere where potentially we were probably a bit broad with our original submission in the area that we thought should be zoned rural lifestyle. And there's an opportunity here to draw those boundaries much closer around the existing rural lifestyle loans, while keeping a lot more of that better class soils within an area that's zoned rural production. A couple other areas we'd like to turn, and they're not specified in the maps I've provided for you, but they were shown in our original submission. These are the areas. So the first one I'm going to talk to is the end of Kyle Road in Waipokoro. So if we go, and it's in the electronic form there, it was in our original submission map. It's RU area 6. This area is the end of Kyle Road. It's actually got this area is no different in terms of its existing cadastral layout to land to the east that has been zoned rural lifestyle zone. And it has multiple dwellings in this area. And it is our assessment that realistically, we think that was potentially just an area that was missed in the original boundary mapping was drawn. Again, having not been totally involved with the report we've done to that is just a summation. So I'm not saying that they deliberately missed. Potentially, from our point of view, that was an area that was missed. It's an area that is currently used for rural residential lifestyle. It's actually very densely subdivided for to the point where it's generally in that 4,000 square metre area in terms of lots that have been subdivided. It just makes, from our point of view, an appropriate extension, while also setting again that hard boundary where this is the area we want rural lifestyles to live, and as they currently do, they have enjoyed for quite some time, and the rest of the land in and around that area can then be kept for its ultimate purpose, which should be for rural production. So we've discussed Kyle Road, another area in Waipaka we want to talk to in terms of the district plan and where it's going. Is we sent our submission that we felt the area to the south of the Jockey Club along Racecourse Road between Grateful Road and Lake Whātuma should really be zoned rural lifestyle. The reasons for this is that very recently, and not in too recent, but certainly very recently, there's been quite a significant amount of rural lifestyle development between Lake Whātuma and Racecourse Road. This is obviously restricted by potential flooding hazards from the lake, but we feel that by zoning this rural production, this area is hard to use for rural production because of the location of Lake Whātuma. Lake Whātuma is in the process of going through a place where we're trying to regenerate and to give it back its mana in some respects. Locally, we would certainly be keen to see that area regain a lot of its its old ability to produce life in terms of bird life and the like. And we feel that that's better. Those goals align better with a rural lifestyle / conservation areas rather than for rural production. It's hard to use rural production because of leaching of nitrates and the leaching of sediments and those sorts of things as result from high production. So if you're cropping that land regularly, you create a lot of sediment or runoff that ends up in the lake. It causes choke points. It causes the lake to be to struggle essentially, and we feel that if the usage is more of a rural lifestyle element with conservation areas, which we required because of the flooding zoning that has been determined by Central Hawke's Bay District Council through a recent flood study they commissioned. We can provide that report also for the hearing's benefit, where they have found that the actual flooding zone for that lake is significantly higher than what they originally thought, and to the point where a couple of lifestyle sections have now become problematic for the council long term. So between those benefits of having potentially extending that SNA to include the areas where it could flood, while bringing down the lifestyle zone to meet that boundary, we feel that you could create quite two uses of land that actually cohabit reasonably well, because it'll be a place where people can go and enjoy from their existing lifestyle property, while also allowing the lake to regenerate. There's and to that point as well, we know, having been in surveying and developing lots for a long time, is that for an area like Waipokoro, these are the prime value areas that people want to live in. That southern bank, just on the western side of Prongahow Road down to Lake Hatuma, is a real prime area for people that they want. If they come into Waipaki, it's got views, it's got vistas, it's got the lake. Those are elements that are special to Waipak and Waipokoro, and I think that would be a good option for council to consider. The last area that I want to speak to today, to the hearing, is regarding the areas in and around Tikakino, and we stand by our submission that Tikakino Township, the boundary, at least for the township zone, should be at least reviewed, particularly in or around where in our initial summation around Sedgwick Street, which is S3 on our map, and that was where I was actually party to the original subdivision in around S3, where we created 4,000 square metre sections along Sedgwick Street. Now, they haven't been taken up, but they're certainly there for people. They've got titles and they can be there to use. And then there's that area S1 that we also said in our original submission. So this is the area, the northwest. Its cadastral landform has quite a lot of smaller titles within it. And as of recent, people have actually taken up those ability to put houses on those titles using the paper roads to gain access. Potentially not all of S1 could be included in that boundary, but I think there's certainly an opportunity here to visit the existing land use and to say, okay, is this boundary fit for purpose, given that it's just a rehash of the existing township boundary that was drawn for the district plan in 2003. So it's a good opportunity to just say, hey, is this the appropriate boundary for this area? Again, there's amenities in this place. There's schools, there's a tavern, there used to be a dairy, but that would potentially come up and be usable again should there be enough people to support it. Again, I'd like to thank everyone for your time, and we'll give you a speaking notes to have a look. And if there's any questions, by all means, follow them my way.
Yeah, just a couple.
Yes, certainly.
Have you had the opportunity to review the reporting officers 242 report?
Yes, I have, yeah.
So obviously in October we had the HPL, the MPS HPL.
Yes.
Just looking at the boundaries and the rezoning that you're requesting, a lot of that land is private reduction. At the moment, designated 3.
Yeah. So again, like I said throughout the submission, we're fully supportive, and hence why we said we've had the ability since then to review that document, and we accepted in our original submission some of the areas that we proposed for rural lifestyle, and again with that rural zone rezoning were potentially a bit broad. And hence with the ability of now having these LUC maps available, the areas where we've suggested rezoning, and it does encroach into those LUC3 lands or better, shouldn't really be rezoned. Except where the existing landform is rural livestock. Regardless of whether you rezone that or not, or the fact that government has come along and said, yeah, this has to be highly productive land. No one who's bought a 4,000 square metre section and put a house on it is going to use that for rural productive. Its usage as a rural production lot has disappeared and it will never come back. Like that's like having, well, it may come back, but I highly doubt it. Given that I've been surveying in the district for quite some time. I just don't see, there's no mechanism within the district plan that would allow that to give any reason why that would change the usage. Just because you've rezoned it rural production doesn't mean it would be used for rural production. Given that it's existing landform, certainly we don't want to see any more encroachment into those zones, but where it has already occurred, as we said in our submission, you risk creating a situation where someone could establish an activity that is plausible under the rural production zone, be it, and there's multiple activities there that, look, I haven't gone through them all, but I'm sure there are activities that could be established as a controlled activity, which residents nearby, because they live in that area, could potentially go, hang on, and create a real significant risk to council that the council would have to deal with, because their zone says this can be done here, even though there are lots of residential units in and around that area. So a way to mitigate that is like this, where you've got your existing landform, where it has been subdivided extensively, that's it. There's no more encroachment into the zone. And I'm thinking particularly of the zones that I looked at was Petongata as a classic one, where you restricted around the urban form. And again, I would be wholly agreeing if council decided that there was certain areas within the zone that we predicted that were, no, that's just not acceptable. But certainly around the areas that are definitely subdivided, we think it would be well worth exploring whether or not a rural lifestyle zone boundary was appropriate. The other one that I'd probably say would be the bits around Otani, which are class 1, 2, or 3 higher, but where the landform has been extensively subdivided. I think that if you look at my map, the second map I provided you, which is the one that just says west of Otani, there's a quadrant out to the southwest, which was in our original submission as, oh, this should be rural lifestyle. And we agree that actually, now that we've had a chance to review that document, no, that it isn't subdivided, and that could easily be a hard border. And you've got the paper road, which is Argyle Road, that comes through behind the rugby club and into Henderson Street, could be a hard boundary there. And certainly that small area just to the south of Otani Township, adjacent White Road, would be just another small pocket. But any of that other area that's out to that southwest should stay as rural production. And again, it's that hard boundary. This is where rural production occurs, and your existing land use is accepted as being, well, it's been legally established.
So if you tested it with residents that live in there?
No, certainly not. No, I just, no. And to that end, it's because it's a time issue. I'm not a public surveyor. I'm running around trying to keep developers happy and those sorts of things. So no, I can categorically say no, I have not. But I know from, no, I know, I surmise that you need to be careful where if residential use has been established, you need to be careful about the activities that you can allow in that area. And I think that in between, as you say, right, this is where you stop your hard boundary and say, look, we are not letting any more encroachment into this, but we accept that what has happened before is it's done. Like, we can't change that, but we are not going to see any more of this moving into that sort of zone. And it also means that then people don't go and try and piggyback blocks what have been done around those areas, thinking, oh, we might be able to include this into an area that can be rezoned. No, it just signals that this is the end.
Given Petongata as an example, I'm just thinking that there would have been people that bought lifestyle blocks in that area, and now there's more. I'm just wondering whether, those people are thinking, they want more, or they're quite happy with the number that there is.
Well, yeah, okay.
Without
yeah,
asking.
I get what you're saying there, but then at the same time, then what's to stop someone doing a rural usage in the right adjacent thing that they never envisaged, but it's allowed for. Like, again, that's the risk that could happen now with the current district plan, or it all been zoned rural, but you further emphasise it by. I just think that there's a halfway balance here. Rural living lifestyle still allows for rural activities to take place. But certainly, no, you make a fair point.
Sticking with the, have you asked landowners, what they think? The north of Waipawa map, there's a lot of smaller blocks on the left, there's a lot of smaller blocks on the right. And there's 4 big blocks in the middle that are
Well, again,
quite larger. Are they farms? Do you know what?
oh, look, they are generally like very low grazing ewes, those sorts of things. Look, no, I haven't spoken to those animals. And again, that could be where council uses, or the hearings panel uses their discretion to say, right, okay, again, we accept that our original submission potential was a bit broad. And so potentially where we've said those big areas, they could be removed from that rural lifestyle zone. You know, like there's no to say that, again, the point of our submission is to go back to is where the residential use has been established. Council should probably recognise that with their plan, that's the activities that take place there, and restrict that as a hard border potentially, and just say that's no, we don't want you developing, and we'd be very supportive of that. That's not to say we wouldn't.
So you're aware that the council has tried to use river or a road or a highway or a landscape to actually physically show each of the zones. How confusing do you think?
Not overly, because they're probably
would be for people to know whether what they were allowed to do and not allowed.
It's actually easier to do it if you do it along property boundaries, because it's linked to a cadastral map. River boundaries, road boundaries, road boundaries are simple because generally a legal road follows a cadastral or a framework. Hills and topography, not so sometimes, but not often. Often they run right through farms and those sorts of things. So to my way of thinking, having dealt with plans a lot with submissions and those sorts of things, it's much simpler and easier if a zone boundary can be aligned with a general cadastral form. Hey, I've got a bent on a surveyor.
So my next question is going to be easy for whom?
Oh, the end user. No, well, end user who generally reads maps is people look at property lines. They know where their property boundary is. They don't necessarily, from a map, are able to relate where a hill boundary is. It's easy in 3D. 2D with a topography map, unless you've done a lot of having read topography maps.
I think it's mainly highway. I was mistaken there. It's not landscapes, it's rivers and roads.
Yeah, well, rivers and roads again, but cadastral boundaries is another one that is often used. And that would be like railway lines, for instance, is a classic one. Again, we would be, those are all physical. Yeah. The best ones, I agree, roads and railway lines. The next third one would be cadastral boundaries. And so those larger lots that are in the middle, they potentially they're not suitable for the rezoning. But then the flip side of that is that this is the extent of the area that's surrounded by rural living people. Go then in there and then do rural production uses. Is there a potential conflict? Again, what we've stated here was between that use and the people who are currently living there. Again, that's a thing for the hearings panel to ponder. I feel that you should especially around that area north of Racecourse Road and the set subdivision and that pocket that sits around White Road, Racecourse Road. Those are areas that you should really look at because they are dense. People are living in there quite densely. It's fairly well subdivided now. And again, it seems to be at odds with the land that was zoned the south of that between, so you've got Homewood Road, Island Road, and the railway line, which is zoned rural lifestyle. So there would be no argument for me that all of this then is, you know, there's all sorts of different uses in here, but the dominant use of this whole area is rural lifestyle, with the exception of a couple of land holdings. So, hey, look, I take your point. But, you know, to my way of thinking, those general public understand that that's my property boundary, and that's the zone boundary, I understand that.
Just a question observation. Noting that you've had a review of the MPUs. And the referencing to moving highly productive land for rural lifestyle. I mean, you've got a pretty clear statement in the MPUs that says to avoid that.
It's already, so the areas that I'm suggesting that you zone, rezone are either not. And again, we feel like, again, we've had a chance to review that. So in our original submission, we, as I've said in my hearings panel today, is that potentially with these areas, we have been a bit broad in terms of the original submission where those zone boundaries should occur. But where it should be avoided, yes, but it's already occurred. We're asking you to rezone that development, that subdivision has already occurred. So that's the horse is bolted.
And just to confirm, when we talk about Lake Whatumā, we've got a couple in front of us. One is the one that you're talking about, and the other one is the land relating to the settlement. So they're two separate ones, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. So, I mean, we would be, if a treaty settlement talked about that, and that's significant, and again, we're bringing it to that significant in SNA area, we would be wholly, like we'd be fully in behind that SNA being pulled out to the flood extent predicted by Central Hawke's Bay District Council. They've recently had a flooding report done in there. Because I don't want to see subdivision in an area that can be flooded. That just seems that's illogical. But certainly if there's a way that usage around, well, this is where we see the end of lifestyle, what's taking place. But then that's that conflict with the SNA. If you look into this really highly productive land, and then you've got an SNA on the lake, those two uses are not compatible. We've seen that in the past, and I'm sure we'll see that in the future.
Okay, I've just got one, I don't know, question or observation, but just following from that, where you said the horse is already bolted. A couple of observations. One is some or many of the rezonings you're showing us admittedly do include obvious rural lifestyle and sort of, lots, but not necessarily all of it.
Well, again, and this is where I've said to the panel is that this is your, I mean, it's around timing and the amount of time it takes to provide to redraw these lines. So I get that, but there is an opportunity for council to then say, well, look, have I proposed something that's too big? We accept your argument around the areas that are highly zoned, but where it's not, we'd rather not see that happen. And I think that would be a fair and reasonable compromise to say, hey, look, no, we hear what you've said in it, but we don't agree entirely, but we agree here and here. Well, I mean, that's the point of the submission, is to at least challenge where it sits now and where we might get to is a good, it takes more than one brain to sort it all out. I've had sort of a few hours to look at this, and you've had a much longer time to look at the plan and how it might relate long term. And at the end of the day, I just want something that's the purpose for everyone. It doesn't mean we get everything we want, but at the same time, it means that we don't create situations in the future that might have conflicts.
That leads on to another question arising from Commissioner Burns' question, that doing a rezoning through submissions on a plan doesn't necessarily tell the neighbours that they're of existing rural lifestyle, that they also get rural lifestyle either there or there and there. So how is that to be addressed? That sort of consultation with the neighbour type?
Okay, well, I mean, look, certainly this is our submission to you as a hearings panel. That's potentially something for you to consider. I certainly wouldn't have the time and inclination to be able to get that done. But in saying that, hasn't that already been done? As again, that was part of the notice. That was sort of landed as part of your process when you submitted the plan. That, this is just. I suppose you'd argue that this is this was, you informed the neighbour, everyone, by the fact that you submitted the plan to everyone, but we felt that potentially you got some of those areas wrong. I mean, yeah, okay. I certainly hear what you're saying. I don't see how I could address that without going through a full consultation process.
No, that was flagged in the section 42A report. But it did lead me to an interesting thought, and I may look to the officers in today, that there's no clear, as far as I can see from a once slightly review of the use for hybrid active, there's no sort of existing style areas, not directly. There's a couple of places you may be able to, like where there's a long series of tests for exemptions, mainly to do with constraints on economic use of land, i.e. is too small to be primary production.
And the other thing that we'd like to point out too is that regional council hasn't determined its areas yet. So at the moment, while everything is classed as 1, 2, or 3, they have yet to go through their policy statement around how that works. Is there? I mean, this is where it gets tricky for you, because you're trying to get a district plan through, but they'll then chuck this other process on top of you to try and sort out. You potentially then run the thing in line, well, that you've zoned these areas rural production or whatever, and then the regional council comes back with their final mapping and goes, well, actually, this area is certainly not, and this area is not, and this area is not yet. Because of that test, it's now rural production. And yeah, look, I mean, that was just us. Look, I think that a lot of the land that we have earmarked isn't actually LUC class 1, 3. Certainly lots of it is, but certainly lots of it's not. And so that's, again, I'm leaving that to better minds than me to try and sort out planning matters in that regard.
Well, the only other one against an observation is section 311 of the NPS, where it talks about providing objectives, policies and rules and district plans to enable the continuation of existing activities, which you could say includes existing rural lifestyle things. So that I mean, that's another area that was giving me some thought just now.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Just a brief one on your page, it's got Otani.
Yep.
And you've got 17 Todd Road, and you've got that as proposed general rural zone. Why has he done that?
What is that?
12. Central page, sheet number 17, page 12, I think it is.
Oh, the original submission.
Yeah.
Was it the submission, original one?
Yeah.
That one?
No, it's not on here. It's not on.
Not in here?
No, in the submission originally.
You're talking about area 1?
No, 17, which is on Todd Road, but it's not in your.
Oh, yeah, no, okay, it's in the original. Yes. So you got Todd Road.
Yeah.
Oh, that area, general, again, that was in our, I did talk to that in the first instance around the LUC map. A lot of that land on that LUC map, so it's the first one you see, is classed LUC class 4 or higher. And we felt that when I originally looked at the plan at the time, I felt that it was the inappropriate zoning for that area. It was more appropriate and was general rural, given that that's what that area is used for, generally for sheep grazing. There is some cropping activities that do take place, but generally it is a general rural zone. I'm probably coloured because we also work in Hastings, and my mind is that a rural production zone is like the Hiratonga Plains, or it's the Ruataniwha Basin, where there are highly productive uses around agriculture, horticulture. And so I'm probably coloured in my thought process as to what is a truly highly productive. So I'll admit that bias. And hence why that probably, me and Brian too, to an extent, when we looked at that, we thought that was more of a general rural area rather than a rural production area. And that's essentially why we started our submission and started coming, that was our initial feeling. And then from that came the thoughts around, well, look, this is its current use. While there are areas within that area that are class 3, there is also significant areas that are significantly, 4 or greater, which currently falls out for the MPS. So again, that's when we said, now that we've had a chance to review that and the MPS, potentially that area we showed was much too vast. But some of those areas could be pocketed back into general rural, appropriate to the land classifications that, again, and those classifications are generally along roads, or because roads got built at the bottom of valleys and those things, or they are to a landform. So there is an opportunity there to, you're not going to get all of it, but you'll get a significant portion protected.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for coming in person.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Appreciate that.
So are we ready to go, Jess? Do you need a few minutes?
Excuse me, Robert.
Yes, Tricia.
This morning I had indicated I'd had some comments and we were going to leave them until Mr. Bridge could, Mr. Bridge's lawyer.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So sort of they had the same opportunity as Mr. Williams. So, I mean, I'm in your hands and perhaps the submitter as to whether they would like to hear those comments and be able to respond to them, or
I don't know if you can hear this, Josh.
Yes, I can.
So the council's legal advisor was suggesting that she respond to the submission for Jones Bridge now in terms of the MPS HPL, so that you have the ability to hear what she has said and then you can respond to it accordingly.
Yes, that's fine. So I had planned on making a few comments on the 42A report anyway, but if the officer wants to speak first, that might be helpful. So I can directly address
anything. Respond to anything there. Oh yeah. Can you hear us, Steve?
Steve, you're muted.
No, we have the power.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Sorry to see you're in hospital.
Yeah, can you see me? Can you? That's unfortunate.
yeah.
I was going to turn the camera off.
Too late now. Too late now.
For him.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so Josh and Steve and Angela will just have Ashley Davidson, who's council's legal advisor for the district plan hearings, provide her comments in respect of your submission and its relationship with the national policy statement for highly productive land. You don't mind, and then you've got the ability to respond to her comments. So we'll just hand over.
yeah, I just thought that was fair rather than just getting it at the end and not giving a chance for them to respond. So it's mainly about the MPS HPL, but I had commented on some of the other legal arguments that were forward in the submissions as well, but it shouldn't take long. So the submitter is essentially seeking a spot zone over an existing subdivision comprising 20 lots, around about 2,000 square metres to just over 2,500 square metres. I note that the legal submissions say 5,000 square metres, which confused me for a while until I looked at some of the other evidence, but my understanding is that the 20 lots are not 5,000 square metres. There is a communal lot, which is 5,000, just under 5,000 square metres. So the reporting officer recommends against the rezoning, and I've left it to Janine and Rowena to talk about the test, but I've just picked up on some of the arguments that came through in the legal submissions. So in terms of the MPS HPL, the submissions in support of the rezoning accept that the land is technically highly productive land under the MPS. So there's no argument, as there was this morning, that somehow it's entitled to what's been identified in the ISP or anything like that. They accept that it's covered by the policy statement. But the submissions say that it has no productive capacity and therefore appears to argue that the MPS HPL does not apply. And my understanding is that the tests haven't been applied in the submitter's case. So obviously you will have picked up that I disagree with that analysis. Policy 5 of the MPS is clear that urban rezoning of HPL is avoided except as provided. And then it applies for urban rezoning in non-tier 1, tier 2 areas as per 364. We've been over this, so I'll try not to labour it, but for the benefit of the submitter, those relevant tests must be met before urban rezoning can be allowed. And I've been through each of those tests and commented as to how I see those apply. So first of all, the rezoning is required to provide sufficient demand capacity to meet expected demand housing. So the submissions say that because the land is already subdivided, its residential capacity is required. That's the submission that's made. My submission is the opposite, which is essentially to say that if there was any demand, that's already been supplied by the subdivision. And the rezoning does not actually meet any demand. The rezoning changes nothing in terms of how many lots are provided. So that's not meeting any demand, even if there was demand that had to be met, which we say there isn't. Secondly, that there must be no other reasonably practical and feasible options for providing that development capacity. And again, we say one, there is no demand for development capacity. And secondly, rezoning it is not providing anything because the lots are already there. Thirdly, the benefits of rezoning outweigh the costs associated with the loss of HPL for land-based primary production, taking into account both tangible and intangible values. So my reading of the submitter's evidence and submissions is that the benefits of rezoning are said to be basically a philosophical view that zoning should match development, and that's essentially what we heard from the surveying company as well. And that the neighbours' approvals would not be needed and landowners would not need to seek resource consent to breach the general rural zone setback rules. And that's from paragraph 3 of Ms. McFlynn's evidence. So from what I could make out, that was the only benefits that are said to arise from the rezoning. By contrast, the costs of loss of highly productive land associated with the subject site, I accept that because they're already subdivided, that will be minimal. However, the submitter's planning witness states that resource consent is still required to infringe the 30-metre setback under the current zoning. 15-metre setback under the current zoning. I don't know whether that's in their evidence or mine. So that consent process to infringe the setback, in my opinion, is quite important because it gives the council the ability to test whether reverse sensitivity effects from the residential development on the lifestyle lots are going to arise on the neighbouring productive land. So that was sort of that that we identified this morning about what can be done within rural lifestyle to make sure that there aren't any off-site impacts on productive capacity of the neighbouring land. So to me, that's quite an important cost of this rezoning that should be considered. I also consider that spot zoning this area of land will potentially compromise the efficient mapping of highly productive land yet to be carried out by HBRC. So when the HBRC go to map highly productive land, they're precluded from mapping any land identified as urban or lifestyle development, I think. I'll just double check that for you. And can only map land that forms a large geographically cohesive area. So if we were to rezone this, the council, that potentially would remove it from being a cohesive area of land use 1, 2 and 3. And so that might actually have quite a a larger impact on the availability of productive land than we're just looking at in isolation here. In my submission, we should be quite cautious about compromising that wider mapping exercise prematurely before it's had a chance to go through the scheduling process. And the final criteria, remembering that all criteria need to be met before you can rezone consistently with the NPS, is that territorial authorities must ensure the spatial extent of any urban zone covering HPL is the minimum necessary to provide the required development capacity while achieving a well-functioning urban environment. And in my submission, there's no required demand that this rezoning will provide, and further that the spot zoning does not achieve a well-functioning urban environment. So as I say, as in my view, because those are mandatory and cumulative requirements, failure to meet one of them, in my reading is that they probably don't meet any of them, means that the rezoning would be contrary to policy 5. The next argument, there's quite a lot of assertion in the legal submissions that the rezoning is required by the national planning standards. And I think we had a similar argument from the Net Board earlier in the year, so I was able to sort of refer back to our discussion. Yeah, it was slightly different, but I did think there was something of an overlap. So Councillor for Mr Bridge states that, without giving authority, that the national direction and the national planning standards require the existing subdivision land to be rezoned. And he says that there is a substantive requirement that the zone descriptors match the existing environment, notwithstanding that he later in his submission says it's not sufficient for the zones to merely describe the current environment. When I give you my submissions, I'll set out, I won't read here, there's a statement in the national planning standards that say the planning standards do not alter the effect or outcomes of policy statements or plans. So in my submission, there's no stated requirement that you need to reflect, match the zoning to what's happening on the ground. So just drawing out the implications of that argument that Mr Bridge, or the argument for Mr Bridge being made, is that there would be a requirement for rezoning to follow any consent granted for discretionary or non-complying consent, given that those types of approval are required for activities not expressly envisaged by the zone. In doing so, council would be prevented from carrying out the required statutory assessment, including a Section 32 assessment, which obviously is not required for consents. There would likely be a multitude of spot zones to capture past consents granted under a different and outdated planning regime. So in this case, consent was granted for a departure from the expectations of the underlying zone under the operative district plan. There's no logical resource management purpose served by applying a spot zone to reflect that past consent. Existing activities can be one matter taken into account when determining appropriate zoning, but I'm aware of no authority to support the submission that council is compelled to spot zone existing activities, which is essentially the argument being made. And I similarly disagree with the submission that it would be legally incorrect for the zoning decision to follow from the consequences in the rules. In my submission, it's entirely appropriate to consider the effects of applying the large lot residential rules to the subject land instead of those applying to the general rural zone. Zoning is a method which applies a particular set of rules to an area of land, and the application of those rules may give rise to environmental, economic, social, and cultural effects which are required to be considered under Section 32. So as noted above, one example is the effect of different rules as to setback distances. Those rules themselves obviously give effect to objectives and policies in the proposed district plan, which are directed at retaining amenity of adjoining sites and avoiding reverse sensitivity effects. With respect to suggest that zoning decisions should be made without regard to the effect arising from the rules applying to them, that would apply to development under either scenario, simply misunderstands the plan making exercise required by the RMA. So those were my points that I wanted to give this a bit of an opportunity to respond to.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear that clearly, Josh?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much. It's helpful to get very comprehensive submissions there. So obviously anticipated a number of points I planned on making. So just before I go into the detail in terms of responding to that introduction, I'm Josh Marshall, lawyer for James Bridge. Been asked to present today. Also on the call are Angela McFlynn and Steve Goodman, who prepared some short evidence reports in support. We weren't proposing that they would make any presentation, but they're on the call in case any of the panelists have any questions for them. Now, in terms of my legal submissions, I do appreciate that they are a bit dry at points, so I'll try to keep that to a minimum. First, to clarify some of the context, Mr. Bridge has an interest in a large block of land to the north of Porere on the coast, just north of the river. And just to be clear, my submission essentially divided the land up into three categories. There is a subdivision which has already been completed. I've described this as the existing subdivision land. This is on figure 2, page 2 of my submissions. So that land has already had the resource consent granted, already been subdivided, and in fact, most of the lots have now been sold and transferred to third parties. There is another resource consent application, which is currently before the council. That area is depicted on figures 3 and 4. It's just to the north of the existing subdivision. And that's still a work in progress in terms of the consent process. And then we have the rest of the land, which in the submission that was lodged is depicted in figure 1. There's no current immediate proposals to subdivide that. Now, in terms of my submission today, I'm only going to be talking about the existing subdivision land. That's the focus of the submissions today on that block of land. Now, Council has talked about the national planning standards. I'd like to talk just a little bit about them. She noted that there is a lack of authority in relation to the national planning standards. I would point out that they're relatively new. They've been out for a few years now, but due to the implementation standard, essentially very few plans have been required to implement them. And in fact, I think this plan is one of the first which has been legally required to implement the national planning standards. And as a result, there simply hasn't been an opportunity for them to be tested and to get sort of case law, the normal sort of background of environment court decisions that as planning lawyers we like to rely on. So I have had to refer back to the statute quite a lot there. But one thing I'd point out is that I've encountered a perception amongst some that the standards essentially a dry document drafting template that deals with margins and sizes and colours and things like that. But if you read the RMA, in particular sections 58C, 74 and 75, the national planning standards actually have quite a broad scope in their power. They can include any matter, and this is specified in the Act. The standards may include any matter which could be included in a national policy statement, and it may prescribe objectives, policies, methods, rules, and other provisions which must be included in plans. So while a lot of it is drafting technical content, that's not, I would submit, not the limitation of the standards, and they actually have a broader scope than is sometimes appreciated. Section 75 says that all councils must give effect to them. And so looking at what do the standards actually say, the zone framework standard has, and I quote, it states, a district plan must only contain the zones listed in table 3, consistent with the descriptions of those zones. So I would say when my friend suggests that there's no authority or no requirement that the zones accord with those descriptions, there is direct legal requirements that we have to comply with these descriptions. Now, they are quite broad descriptions. You as a panel have to go through and actually look at the situation on the ground, both in terms of the existing environment and future development, and engage in I won't go into the detail, but the standard planning process. But I would submit that the zone framework standard does actually impose quite a strict requirement there that the descriptions have to be complied with. So if a zone is wholly inconsistent with the description, then that isn't appropriate. Now, turning to, I made some notes going through hearing the submissions that were made. In terms of the, so I'm going to get my thoughts. In terms of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. Now, this is a document which has been published since these submissions, since this plan was published and since these submissions went in. It's something that we've all had to come to grips with rather quickly. And I do accept that the land is highly productive land in terms of the definition under the standard. The policy does also have an avoid policy, which requires the council to avoid rezoning if, unless the specific circumstances in the national policy statement are met. So the rezoning of the urban rezoning of highly productive land is addressed in 3.6, in particular subclause 4. And that was, my friend went through that in her submissions, and I just like to address those points. First of all, if I might actually go in reverse order, dealing with C, then B, then A, of the exceptions for rezoning. And so the first one to look at is that the environmental, social, cultural, and economic benefits of rezoning outweigh the environmental, social, cultural, and economic costs associated with the loss of highly productive land. Now, my friend suggested that the costs would be minimal. I would actually go one step further and say, based upon the report of Mr. Goodman, that there is no cost to the rezoning in terms of the environmental, social, cultural, economic loss of highly productive land, because there is no productive capacity for that land. The land has been subdivided already, it's been sold. There are covenant title restrictions on the land, and furthermore, the nature of the land there means that there is not going to be any primary production on that land. And so I would submit there is no costs. In terms of the benefits, the environmental, social, cultural benefits, there was a suggestion that it's a philosophical view that the zone should be consistent with with the environment, I would submit that it's not merely a philosophical view, but a legal view. Looking at the national planning standards, we have a national direction that the zones need to comply with the descriptions in those frameworks. And there's no policy guidance in the plan as to how the zoning should actually be done. All the plan says is where you have these zones, these are the policy approaches that the council and players under the plan should be approaching. But there's very little in the plan to describe what the zones should be. So I would say that ultimately there's not much else to go on other than actually saying, well, what is the land? What is the description of the land that we are dealing with here? Now, my friend used the description of a spot zone and suggested that this could compromise the mapping process. Now, I've had a look at that mapping process as set out in the national planning, in the national policy statements for highly productive land. There might be something there that I have overlooked, but I'm not aware of anything in there that specifically says that spot zoning is not appropriate, particularly when it's consistent with the actual question of what is the environment that we are dealing with. And in terms of the comment that this would compromise the consent process, I do recall that there is something in the national policy statement that says that once the regional council completes its mapping exercise, the district council will have to go through and reconcile its plan with that mapping exercise anyway. So in that respect, if there are to be issues raised through the remapping process, and I think this was something which was mentioned by the submitter before me, that the remapping process could quite significantly change the what is and isn't considered highly productive land. The district council will need to go through a revision exercise then anyway. Now, moving on to the other two criteria in subclause 4 for rezoning. Urban rezoning required to provide sufficient development capacity. I would say that to not zone residential land as being residential land is inconsistent with actually providing a planning framework for residential land. And when the council granted the resource consent, they determined under the planning framework at the time that the area was appropriate for residential development as the consent granted. So I would concede that it's not entirely in line with how the words sort of contemplate rezonings might occur. But if land in this situation where you've already had a resource consent issued, the land has been subdivided, the land has been sold, and essentially the only thing that hasn't happened is that the new owners haven't, in many cases, haven't built their houses yet. It would be an absurd outcome if that land was forced to not be zoned a urban zone, or in this case, the large lot residential zone. So that I don't think there's really anything more I can say on A and B there. If you just give me one moment, please, I'll just want to check if there's anything else, any other points which I think which needed to be made. yeah, so that, yeah, thanks for your patience. That's all I want to say on the particular rezoning submission. I don't propose to say anything else, anything on the submission as to rezoning of coastal settlements generally. I've said in my written submissions all that needs to be said there. I'd like us to spend just 1 minute talking about the removal of the word coastal from the large lot residential zone name. Now, this might seem to be a very dry technical point, but I make the point for those who are going to have to use this plan in the future once it is finalized, and in fact, now. I've already made the point of the requirements to be consistent with the national planning standards, but I would draw your attention to the examples I've given at paragraph 36 of my submissions. Once this plan is made, it is conceivable that a plan variation may be lodged. Now, I appreciate the panel can't anticipate any and every possible plan change request that may come into the future, but I would submit that you shouldn't assume that there aren't going to be any plan change requests. Now, someone in the future may well apply to rezone a block of land to be rezone a block of land to be large lot residential in the future, which isn't on the coast. Now, as a person who deals with the plans and these consent documents quite regularly, I can see that could lead to problems where either you've got two different types of zones in the plan, some described as coastal and some not, whereas but with only one set of rules. Alternatively, any plan change would require to rezone all the existing zones to remove the word coastal, or the zone might just have a name which doesn't reflect that. Now, this might seem to be a technical point, but I would say that the reasons given by the 42A officer don't really justify the departure from the standards which have been set by the government, which are intended to make sure that when people dealing with plans, picking up any plan in any district in the country, will see the same terminology, see the same descriptors, and it would set a bad precedent to right here in this first plan start departing from that. I don't have anything else that I wish to say, so unless you have any questions for me or for Ms. McFlynn or Mr. Goodman, that's my submission.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions? It's just, I only have one. It's just in regard to your last point there around the word coastal. I was just, is it really a philosophical viewpoint you have rather than specific to this rezoning request?
It is a completely separate point from the rezoning request.
Right, okay.
And it's a technical, it's an entirely technical point.
Right.
But it relates to the actual usability of the plan in the future.
Thank you. No, we don't have any more questions. Any questions? No. Okay, thank you very much, Josh, Steve, and Angela, for your time. And Steve, I hope you recover quickly and well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Right.
No, you've got at least two others. Yeah, Carol, I'll have it done in a sec.
So our next submitter is House Movers, the section of the New Zealand Heavy Haulage Association.
You're looking at us here, yeah.
All right.
Look at what's on the side.
So we have read your circulated evidence. If you would like to come up to the table for a start. More intimate, but also you're suddenly on camera now.
Oh, is that serious, is it?
Recorded. So if you just give us a second, I'll just.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Where it is.
Yep.
And the report. I'm just thinking, quietly, this morning, the reporting plan is, and I'll be nudged if I'm misremembering or can't remember. Accepted the 4 weeks period for rather than 2 weeks.
Oh, okay, right.
That was a change in the recommendation.
We would welcome that, absolutely, yes, yeah.
I don't think, do anything else? I think that's the key thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was one other point.
Oh, you can pursue. Okay, that's fine. Just. All good to go? Yes, okay. The floor is yours.
Oh, lovely, thank you. Listen, it's great to be back here again. Elwyn and I came, I'm thinking 2 or 3 years ago, and spoke to the council at the time, I think to one of the preliminary
draft plans.
And so it's been good to engage with the council and the district plan over the period of time that we have been involved. So my name is Jonathan Bonar-Thompson. I'm the chief executive of the association. I'm based in Wellington. We're a small association, about 250 transport companies, but about 35 of those are involved in house relocation, which Elwyn is one of those. Elwyn, you're based here, broadly?
Yep, I'm Elwyn and I'm based here at Britain House Movers on the East Coast branch. So, and I've been here about 8 years looking after the company here and currently move roughly around 150 to 200 houses a year through these districts.
How many, sorry? How many?
Between 150, 200 each year. Yeah.
And that's in the East Coast part.
Yeah. I look after basically from Dannyburg through to the top of the Cape.
Okay.
No, that's good. Yeah. And it's interesting the feedback, but I guess we're just for the record, I guess we'd just like to reinforce our points about why we have taken the position that we have on the various matters that we have. So the association has been making submissions to district plans around the country since 1998. So we have been involved in quite a few. And you may have seen our nice coloured in map, which is on page 6 of our of my evidence there. Looks a bit like this. And it's what we call painting the country green. Basically this relates to all the councils that we've been involved in since that time. And those areas are in green are the ones that now have an opportunity for permitted activity status to relocate a building in those areas. And so you can see that some of them are still in process, and maybe just for your information, so moving north to south, so we've got Waikato district, and then New Plymouth, and Marlborough and Tasman, and Queenstown Lakes, and actually West Coast. We haven't got that one coloured in yet. So those are all areas that once those plans are complete, they'll be painted green as well. So they'll all be permitted, have an opportunity for permitted activity status should the house relocation application comply with the performance standards. So it has been our aim to try and get that opportunity. As I said, our submission's always been that if a application to relocate a building, certain performance criteria, then it should be permitted activity and not require a resource consent. If it steps outside that, if there's something unusual about it, or they can't comply with the performance requirements, then it defaults to restricted discretionary usually. There's a wee bit of variation around the country, but so that's what I'm saying about there's an opportunity to do so if the application meets a certain performance requirements. So, and I guess it's in the performance requirements that we do see some variation around the country, and that's where in particular with our submission here today. And the reason that we're here today is there's a couple of things that we wanted to identify that are not quite to our belief about where things should sit. We're pleased to see that yes, the council has adopted a permitted activity status for this, and even in the last in section 42A report. So the addition of a suggested thing about the licensed building practitioner being one of the approved professionals that can undertake the building pre-inspection report. So it was good to see that addition to there. There's 2 points really that we wanted to address that we weren't quite satisfied yet. And one of them was around the 48 hours notice to the council. And then the other one was the building being placed on permanent foundations within 2 weeks, which is, I think, what has been proposed and now, in the draft and now proposed thing. So I did just want to point out that contrary to the comment in the report, section 42A report, in our original submission, we did provide the rationale as to why we did that. Obviously wasn't picked up by the planner with both of these points. And so I guess addressing the first point really, so around the notification of the council 48 hours in advance. So you'll see that in our original submission, we thought that this be deleted. We have understood what the planner has said in their report about a rationale for why it's good to have a start date, if you like, for counting when the period of the 12 months for the reinstatement report. So we understood that. That makes sense to us. What we still object to, I guess, is the reason that's listed in the plan. So I think the plan refers to basically the notification is there for the inspection of the footpaths and that sort of thing. Our belief is that that's more of a road maintenance sort of activity. It's not really a planning control. And so therefore we accept that, yes, that there can be a notification to the council, but perhaps the wording in the plan, we should delete the reference to the inspection of the roads and the footpaths and that sort of thing. If the council wants to undertake that, then that's fine. But we believe that really this should be there for a planning purpose, not for a road operation sort of purpose in the district plan. So that was the point that we wanted to make about that. And then the other point was around the placement on permanent foundations. As you can see, in our original submission, I guess our written submission to this, we suggested 2 months instead of the 2 weeks. And we provided a couple of examples just around weather conditions and perhaps ground conditions being 2 things that could mean that the compliance with that 2-week performance control might mean that that's needs to be stepped outside of for, perhaps situations outside the house owner's control. So we certainly don't want to see houses sat around on temporary foundations for a long period of time unnecessarily. So therefore, we were willing to say that, we need to compromise to a period of 4 weeks, and we're happy to hear that the council's willing to concur that that's a good halfway house, if you like. Exactly. We prefer the whole house, not the halfway. We like to get things all the way, don't we? Yes, not halfway there. So I guess that's that's good to see. And then the final point just to really make was that we submitted a template standard form reinstatement report, which is one that we've developed and we've submitted to other councils around in their district plan process. Now, some of them and said, yep, we're happy with that, or they just want their own branding on it. But I guess it gives an indication as to when a house is anticipated to go from one site to another, what is the reinstatement requirements, so that the house owner knows what that is, so they can actually get some costs for that. And then it helps them with their compliance for getting it reinstated within the 12-month period. So that's something I guess we'd put to the council to, and you as the hearing panel will say, yep, that's a good idea to actually have a standard form template that could be part of the district plan. Some councils have said, yep, that's absolutely, when they actually have that as a standard form. Other ones have I guess like an administration thing, just saying, yep, there is a standard form that is available from the council. So yeah, so I guess I just promote that to the hearings panel to consider whether that's something that should be included in the plan, or whether it's something that can be just acknowledged, I guess. And so that's just reinforcing, I guess, the points that I made in my evidence. Alan, would you like to? Yeah, I'd like to say anything else?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I'd like to note the amount of work that Jonathan puts in for all us heavy haulage people around New Zealand. He goes to all these councils, and I think we find, like, through a lot of the councils, a lot of the different areas that I work in amongst, there's a lot of different house movers, and they're not all part of the Heavy Haulage Association. And it seems to me that the minority group creates a lot of trouble for the majority of us. And I've suggested to Jonathan a few times whether council could consider that maybe the more relaxed rules that Jonathan is proposing is only applicable to members of heavy haulage that come under a banner of rules that are, you know, followed around the country, and doesn't include the more minor people that don't want to stick to the rules. But you know, Jonathan often tells me it's tricky.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
I get that, but you know, under our regime of heavy haulage, we have set rules to comply for, and we also cover the cost of everything that's happening here today, and all sorts of other things that go on around New Zealand with NZTA and things to get things right. And then we get a group of people that can use it and make hard, not just for ourselves, but yourselves, but sign damage and, you know, abuse of different things. So, yeah.
Yeah, it is a good point, Alwyn. You know, we work on behalf of a group of companies, and there are other companies that coattail, you know, that comes on our coattails, don't they, really, which is frustrating. But I think we have seen the value of what we've done. But it would be nice if we could get in the district plan, which I know would be unlikely, but it's always my aim of ours to get, I guess, controls that, you know, could be accepted or used by operators that fall under a certain regime, rather than other ones that choose not to.
So, such as a master plumber, master builder, all those types of things. You know, I mean, it's just a set of rules.
I think there's a question.
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask about sort of master plumber, master builder, whatever. How easy is it to become a member of heavy haulage? How hard is it to get kicked out of heavy haulage? To get kicked out? What sort of?
Yeah. So we do have a vetting process for new members. We have turned down particular companies because we felt that their operation was not to the standard that was required. Sometimes it's difficult to put an exact measure about what that is, but I guess it's, if you look at when you shift a large load on the road, there are all sorts of road safety and permits and overheight permits, and all sorts of things that need to be complied with, right? And I guess what we'd see is if operators, transport operators, generally comply with those requirements, and they get the required permits, and they comply with all the various conditions that have on them, and they're all there generally for safety type reasons, then in terms of their house relocation type work, in terms of compliance with the you know, LBP process, so licensed building practitioner process, you know, so there's going back a little bit, took us a while, but we got an LPP license for foundations, which is something we specifically lobbied that was the minister at the time to actually get that. And yeah, I guess it's something that we see that, yeah, I guess it's that type of thing that says that, yep, these people know what the requirements are and they can set their businesses up to comply with them, tick all the boxes in terms of all the licensing and building and transport requirements. So I guess broadly, that's what we'd see as needing to be compliant with to be a member of our association.
There's also checks done on, like we've had companies that the board has declined due to like lawsuits that NZTA have put against them, like due to their transport fleet or whatever, like they don't actually meet the warrant of fitness standards and all of that sort of stuff. And it's consistent. So that, you know, we used to run on a star rating, which is in limbo at the moment, but if you got below an X amount of category, NZTA would say, well, you guys can't actually have OPIA permits, which is the road. Jonathan can seal that information. He goes, well, look, actually, you guys don't even comply with getting the warrant of fitness, let alone, you know, do you want to be part of us? Yeah. So there is a lot of checking and stuff going on. So we get vetted fairly stringent to the point that we definitely. Like my recommendation would be if you've wanted to move a house that you would find out if they're an HHA member first, you know, guarantee that you at least have someone to go to make a complaint if they got really bad for you. And we can be taken to task from the association.
Other questions? I'm thinking about it, but I get it, work around my.
I'm intrigued to see what that question is.
Ruminating.
I mean, it sounds similar to every industry really, but I mean, it is concerning that there's people that have killing houses and shake that. Anyway.
I think what we tend to find is that people such as Elwyn, who work very closely with the local councils that they do, they have a good relationship with them and they engage with them and they obviously, you know, perform well because they want to transport a house the next week and the following week and the following week, right?
Correct.
Whereas it's perhaps some of the other towners, if I can call them that, that transport buildings from a long way away. That's slightly less regard for the local situation and then can come in and maybe leave a house that's sitting there unattended for a while because they're 300 kilometers away and they don't see it. You know, they don't drive past it every day, right? So it sort of affects them.
I get you know, just because Britons is a very old name, I get a lot of recognition just because it must have been us, you know. Someone will ring me in the morning and say there's a sign down at Lawn Road, you know. So that's great. We're at Macedon, you know.
Right, yeah.
And, someone from Auckland drove through there. You know, that's the thing that I find frustrating. I pay my fees and things and Rodney come down from Auckland and read over the signs.
So my question just relates to the pre-check, you know, the inspection prior to the moving. So you said that that's more of a roading maintenance type issue. Do other councils require it, or is it just something that you feel that Hawke's Bay is asking, going above and beyond? So you said you're happy with the letting people know 48 hours or letting the council know 48 hours before, but
Yeah. So I think that's so that particular performance requirement is not a one that we've usually seen around the country with many of the district plans. I think there's maybe only one or two other. I think Hastings actually might be one of those. And I guess it's I mean the planners report did cause me to reflect on the point that was made about, well, how do you know when the house is moved there, right? Generally the council knows because somebody comes and inspects the footings, right? Well, no, they have to, right? Yeah. So, and that's for generally, that's when the house is moved to site. So I mean, when Elwyn moves a house, I mean, it's the best option for you, most efficient and cost efficient for the client, is that when the house arrives to site and it goes on to foundation straight away, right?
Yep, straight away.
So yeah. So and before the piles are put in, timber piles are put in, then there's a fitting inspection, which a council officer has to come and do. So usually that's around, so that like sets the time for when the clock is ticking now. You've got your 12 months to do all of these statements. So I guess that's typically how other councils would do it in terms of knowing when that 12-month period started. So, but I mean, I understand, you know, that the council might have some concern about making sure that roads and that sort of thing are maintained. But yeah, to me, the building, when you shift it to site and it's the planning controls and reinstatement, that's all about the building. It's not about the transport as such.
Any other questions?
Oh, that's a shame.
Yes.
That's what I was gonna say.
Well, it did, but I think it was irrelevant in
It seemed a good idea.
Okay. We would still have answered it though.
the. I know you would. But I think I answered it myself.
Excellent, excellent.
Good.
Yes, yes.
Well, thank you for coming in person. That's very much appreciated.
Oh, no.
The good thing to see face to face.
Yes.
And I hope you feel your journey was worth it.
Yeah, absolutely it was. Yes, yes, yes. No. It was yeah. I always feel it's worth being able to sit and converse a bit more freely rather than being on the Zoom, even though we had that option. So thank you for mentioning that. Yeah. Thank you.
Cheers.
Mr. Smith, would you like to join us at the table? Yes. I've got your submission in front of us, and in particular, the map. Are you supplied of the area?
Look, the map. You've got it.
Yeah. Yep. That one there. Oh, you know the area quite well. Yes, we have got it. So, and
Submission, obviously.
you can talk to it. Yes, you don't have to read it out verbatim, but.
Well, the reason I'm really here today, I'm a very proud citizen of Central Bay, have been all my life, and it means a lot to me. And I think the council's been great the way you've brought this up, and this is a fair discussion. The reason for me being here today is that the land that we own between Waipuka and Waipawa, between the main road and the railway line, is geographically, it is rolling country, 90% rolling country with one little flat in it. And over the road is exactly the same country, over the main road. And over the railway line is dairy country and good country, which is obviously plains production country. And we're concerned that with the council, whoever it be, has just used the road as a focal point to draw the line down, and haven't actually looked at the country and what it is there. We don't consider our land at all to be plains production land. And we have already subdivided 2 sections of it successfully a few years ago.
Is that the land towards the Waipawa end?
Yes, on the northern end. One of those being built on, it's got very strict covenants on, there's not allowed to be any houses moved in there. No, it's all to be built on the step of the house. There's one house being built there, which has just been sold. And that's the sort of standard we want to keep there. And we'd like to do, they've already given us permission, and when they did the cycle track up, way into it, just at the end of Taupo Road, there is to develop those hills just behind there, on the hill there. We don't intend to develop all the land at all, that section. But I would like to leave it open. That can be developed in the future for the future generations. I don't know where we're going to go in that time. In the future. And so my requests are really for so that we don't have to, it would be an absolute waste of land to make in the production. And obviously, if it went into the rural living, or whatever you like to call it, well, it could be a lot more practical and acceptable to us. We've already proved ourselves that we're not going to put up substandard development. We want it to remain attractive and still farm it the way you have in the past. So that's really where we're coming from. Also, Mr. Malcolm, he's got a bit of land. He's put a submission in on this land. He's down the southern end of it. And he feels the same way. We can today. So, why should we be put into that area of land on production when it is geographically not? It's clay country. It's not cropping country. Across the road, all the way along that road, it's exactly the same country as ours, but because the road's line been chosen, we wedged it in there. So that's really where we're coming from. We don't want to put substandard stuff in there. But we feel that we've been very good the council and very proactive about the cycle track that's been put in. It was relevant and inconvenient. It was going to be taking 3 months. It took about 18 months. And it was an absolute nightmare to farm around. In the fact they've only just finished it now. And really that's all I can say, and that I'm a practical sort of a guy. And I feel that we've been put in the wrong zone. For where the country lies. Because it is between my back and my bar and a very convenient spot to live to anybody. And we don't want to put big land, people don't want big land or lifestyle blocks, they want a smaller block. They've all of a sudden woken up, it's not actually nice to have maggoty sheep and like they want their whatever they want. But that's really where I'm coming from. I didn't bring a lawyer with me because I thought it wasn't worth doing that. This is just a fair application from me as a farmer. And as a Central Hawke's Bay citizen, I'm strongly about making sure it's right.
I will say that the reporting planner wasn't totally averse to the idea. I think the key, I remember, I haven't got it in front of me, but I think the key concern was not knowing what the neighbours thought. Evidence of, thank you, consultation. Yes, that was right. Have you got anything to say about, people around you and any knowledge about this rezoning?
Yeah. No, I've spoken. No, I've spoken to the neighbours, yes, around the area that own the land. Yeah, but they're quite happy to leave their land as it is.
Right.
They're on the other side of the railway line. It's not quite to the same degree as where we are, where we on the main. Well, we can't develop off the main road, but we have got Olympus Road to develop off. We have got Taupo Road to develop off.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Smith?
I'm not sure if you can answer it, Ryan, but with the new MPs, highly productive land, do you know what soils you have? Are they LUC through or below or below?
The land itself, soils type.
Well, yeah, I mean, in October, we got this NPS, the National Planning Standards for highly productive land. And rezoning of any from 1 to 3. It's difficult to determine whether you're aware if you've got any 1 or 3 soils.
In there, I don't know, we haven't.
Sorry, you don't know, you have.
On the routine for plains, and certainly that is.
It does say there's some LUC3. It's predominantly LUC4. And then the land to the east of the railway line, which is clearly LUC3. Especially incapable, so.
East of the railway line is.
Yeah. Never sees, because we've just, the problem is we've got two combined.
Either right.
We've got Mr. Malcolm, so I just don't know.
I can't answer that totally.
Yeah, don't worry, this is why we're asking the planners if they can help us.
Yeah, there's no crops or cash crops on that land. Just a bog in the winter time, and it gets dry in the summertime. So no way you can arrange that.
So we're finding the MP is quite a blunt instrument at the moment. So it's just understanding what to do and the MPs.
The limitations of rezoning.
Has it got some, what's it say in your report?
Well, that's what we're trying to understand, because the report combines two, Mr. Malcolm and yourself, so just ask the planner if they can clarify.
So just from looking at the map on 24, the LUC map on 24, and I'm sorry, I can't, unfortunately, it's difficult to show multiple parcels of land on the regional council's land use capability map. So I could only show that top part of the Smith land, but there's also the between Tapau Road and the extension. I think the bit between Tapau Road and the extension is almost exclusively LUC3.
but below that is mostly 4, but there is some 3 in there.
Like you were saying, in the middle there, not easily
Yeah.
out or.
Well, I'm not actually, I'm not sure whether,
What's the 3 stand for?
it's.
Yes, yes,
So there's a land use capability classification of soils across the country. There are the LUC 1, 2, and 3 are considered the most productive soils. LUC 1 and 2 really productive. LUC 3 on that order of being highly productive and the national policy statement has kind of applied a blanket LUC 1, 2, and 3 as being highly productive at the moment until the regional council comes through and does a mapping exercise of it. So that's kind of, we're just talking about that because if it's LUC 3, it's kind of almost doesn't, we can't even consider, the panel is restricted in how it can consider it.
So if it's 3, that's calling it production.
Highly productive.
At least until the regional council does their mapping exercise. It's just only come into place last month. We're dealing with it now.
You're thinking
Have they had a look at it?
extension, I think, well, the bit between the extension and Pyro Road, so the northern little.
So that sounds like the bit Graham's already subdivided.
3. That's the LUC 3.
Where all the trees are. I'd like to see somebody crop them.
If it is in that 3, it'll be a very, very small portion of the land I'm talking about.
Thanks,
It'd be an absolute minimum. It wouldn't be worth mucking around with.
Mr. Smith, if someone was to suggest that that zone change happen at the railway line and not at the highway, that would remove your land from that zone?
Yes, it would put it in the what do you call it?
General rural on the other side?
Well, yeah, and so that's what I'm really would like to see, because I think I'm only a practical farmer. It is not almost the landlocked. And so it's not crop cropping land. Well, I've never had crops on it.
How would that affect, do you go right to because if something like that was to happen, it would go right back to the overbridge where the highway and that crosses again?
Would go to that little road called, what's the car, a little, yeah, it goes down to.
Oh, that's where the railway line meets the road.
Yeah.
Again, yeah.
Well, it wouldn't go to that house. That house wouldn't be on it because the house is
On the other side.
on the other side.
Your land goes right to there as well.
No, Mr. Malcolm's got
Malcolm.
about 10 or 15 acres in there. It might be 20 acres.
Thank you.
But he's in my call, you know what I mean? We're speaking from the same.
Yeah.
Range.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to beat anyone. I think that I'm just trying to be practical and for the future to secure for my family, the future of this land. In a practical way.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Smith?
No, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for being patient as well as flexible.
Yeah.
We're coming in person. That's very much appreciated.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak. I know I was a late arrival, but
it worked out well. It worked out well. We're running late.
We made you late.
I'll blame Graham for missing my flight.
Yeah, we'll blame.
I'll blame you for missing my flight.
no. Not very far away.
He's got another plane flight. He hasn't missed it.
All right. Well, thank you for giving me the hearing, and I hope that you see this on the light. I see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No doubt what will we wait to hear in the future, but
yeah.
And if the regional council would like to meet with them and have a look at the land, I'm more than happy to see them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, the rest of my life.
Like a toilet. It would only take me about 3 minutes. If you wanted.
Are you ready to talk? Or do you want a break? I'm trying to juggle whether we have a break or not.
I'm good now for a few hours.
Oh, it's all about you. All about you.
Minutes, did you? Indeed. We're going to adjourn the hearing for 5 minutes. And we'll resume at 4:20.
And then.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to hearing stream number 6. We're just reconvened at the end of Thursday to hear the council reporting planners respond to matters arising during today's hearing. We'll open the floor to Janine.
Thank you. As I mentioned this morning, we will be providing a written right of reply, but there are just a couple of matters that we'd like to sort of flag at this stage in relation to the Livingston. There was quite a bit of discussion this morning about the ISP, and I think just to put some context around that in terms of how it fed into the proposed plan. The ISP, one of its purposes was to inform the district directly, among other things. And where it was considered was the housing growth response report that was issued dated November 2020, and that report was provided with the section 32A assessments. That report I don't know what you mean by sorry. So that report, part of that, what informed part of the ISP report was an assessment of infrastructure capacity that was carried out by a company called BCV Consulting Limited. And that identified that the land in which to the west along, for the Livingston property, the Golden Hills land, was highly challenging in terms of infrastructure. So that was flagged as an issue. So I suppose one of the key things to note from the Housing Growth Response Report at page 35 of it, it states it would be appropriate to signal potential urban growth areas in the district plan. However, given the high-level desktop nature of the ISP and the ISP's reference to the need for further detailed investigations to determine whether some or all of the land within each potential area, and that includes the Livingston properties, is suitable for development, it would be more appropriate to only identify the general indicative direction of potential urban growth on the periphery of each town, rather than identify specific property boundaries as done in the ISP. To reflect this uncertainty and lack of supporting detailed assessment. This approach is also important to manage the expectation of landowners in these areas. So because of that sort of uncertainty and the high level nature of the assessments that were undertaken, that then fed into the decision by council to have the urban form and development chapter and show those areas as indicative only, recognising that more information was needed to identify it when at the timing of any development and if it was appropriate. So in terms of the actual structure plan for the Livingston, they advise themselves that there's more work. They don't know yet what the Three Waters capacity is for servicing the development. We see that as there's potential unknowns yet about what that might mean for the development and the structure plan. For example, if there are significant capacity issues, that may determine the level of density of development that might occur, which may not necessarily match up with what they've currently got on their structure plan. And the other issue or concern that we have is that the expert reports that they have provided, the council has not had an opportunity to have those peer reviewed. That would be normal good practice to do that. Yes. Yeah, so that's sort of off the cuff initial thoughts.
Sorry, Janine, just on the report you referred to on page 35, is this report? Was this a report before or after the ISP? So it's
It
a
was
report
after the ISP.
and it
was released.
informs the
That report is attached to the section 42A report for the urban environment section.
Does it talk to, again, for completeness, the issue around future investigation, or is that literally what you're talking about? And so do we have anything at the time of the ISP to say why the future development, or is that literally what it's talking about? Future investigation, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, there's only really just the future investigation. Yes, the VCB consulting report, which we start with that. We can provide you with that. Yeah. I can't recall if it was attached to the housing response report, but we'll check that, and if it's not, we'll provide that.
And if it is, just point me in the right direction.
So I guess but overall, I suppose one of the things to note is that the ISP sort of wasn't the end of it. There was further consideration given to that through that housing growth response report, which provided some recommendations for what approach should be taken.
You ready for some questions from the panel? Yes. If there are any. I'll just start off. I mean, you heard me inquire of Mackay around whether the MPS for highly productive does have scope there to rezone rural lifestyle where it exists at the moment. And as I said earlier, there's 3.11 about continuation of existing activities, and you heard me read that out. And also, but probably more problematic, if there's the exemption under 310, which applies around the economic constraints and land use constraints. And a lot of that could be based on the small size of existing rural lifestyle lots. So I'm not asking you to respond now, but that would be something useful, because that to me is like a potentially for someone, potential avenue to say it does provide for rezoning existing blocks of lifestyle.
Taking a note of that, so we will reply to that.
Thank you. Any questions? Anything today?
Just to confirm, Asher is going to cover off the points she spoke to verbally today in terms of Livingston and Bridges, so that will be included in the right of reply. That process. No, that was mainly mine.
Yes, just all the rezoning requests that have recommendations been rejected because of the MPS HPL, and they've obviously got 143s involved. Would you say that's because of marbling, or they may have a zone 3 or just at the in a small part?
LUC3.
Pardon?
LUC3.
LUC3s, yeah. Or these. I know that for Pokiora, you said it's just at the top and it's quite easy to divide that bit off and a little bit. Okay. Do you think the same lens has been applied to all of those, or?
Yes, definitely. I think the Pokiora Scenic Road one is quite distinctly different because it's quite obviously different soil because it's a hill. So the little bit of LUC3, you could almost argue that could just be a slight mapping discrepancy. Whereas I think in the other areas that would they go right through the middle, or they go, that there's blobs of it, and yeah. So it's a bit more difficult to differentiate the LUC3 areas from the other areas. Yeah, but I do acknowledge that the Smith land, that one is from a planner's kind of general perspective. I felt that there was room for that one because it's so small, but I think we probably have to go back and relook at that in terms of even with that little slither of LUC3 that goes through the middle, maybe we just don't even have the opportunity either, but I'd like to go back and have another. Thank you.
Yeah, one of my questions basically goes on from that, because I was going to ask that you consider, or could we use the railway line as a border for that zone change? And I've been kind of looking for it since then, but there was another block further down towards Pukeho, and where the highway was the boundary, where there's little slivers where the railway line could be considered as well, but they were in my head definitely LUC3, but given their proximity with the highway and the railway line, whether they could be considered productive for access, etc. But I wondered if we could consider that particularly for those two ones, whether I'm not sure if that's a question. Yes, could we consider?
Yeah, and we can take another look at those.
I couldn't find them in the S42 once I started thinking about it.
Probably said, I think for some of those other ones to the north, there was further complications because it wasn't necessarily exactly the area between the road and the railway. There'd be bits of little teeth missing out. And the land ownership aspect of it too, I wasn't completely confident that those people necessarily had an involvement in that idea of the surveying company's idea of changing their zoning. With the Smith land, it's a little bit different because the majority of the land, but the submitters are the majority landholders for that patch. But I was hoping he'd come and say that those other little parcels, he'd spoken to them and they'd be happy, but he said the opposite.
Yes, let's see
But
that.
they were on the other side of the railway line. The one he spoke to was the dairy farm on the other side of the railway
Okay,
line.
not the
Not the one.
Not the one between the railway line and Taupo.
I haven't got the clarity around who owns every single parcel. I think it's a few little ones, I think I asked you to look at where there are different owners.
There's only one, probably only one.
I think there's about 3 or 4 little
Between the
ones.
railway and the state line.
Because he's already subdivided.
But I
some
think those are the
ones.
ones he subdivided off already.
So he doesn't own them anymore.
No,
Yeah,
so it needs to be.
but it's just tricky.
My next question, if I may, follows on from that kind of Nick Wakefield from the survey company talking about the existing land use, the reverse sensitivity, as it were, for ones that already live there if it becomes rural production. My question is a basic one, I think. Does existing use apply to house owners already in rural production?
I mean, rural lifestyle, living in a rural.
Yeah, so if they're a house, that all comes back to for a new business starting in that rural production zone, if it's changed, that simply becomes the setback rules and all the reverse sensitivity on that new business, doesn't it? Yeah, cool. I'm just getting that in my head that what he was talking about with them already done. And I had one more. Is it possible to do what what the heavy haulage people suggested about the template being part of the standards, the heavy haulage template being part of the standards and for the reinstatement, report? Yeah. He mentioned that some other councils, and I didn't get who it was, that have actually used the heavy haulage standard template, and I don't know whether he meant council teams have used it or whether it's in plans.
He did say that there were some that
In
had
plans.
included it in plans.
Yeah.
No.
But it was something to do with that 12-month reinstatement. So if we had a,
Can you have a look at that? I
Yeah.
mean, I think yes, the only thing with that one, and this is actually Stella's,
oh, beg your pardon.
but, oh,
Stella, please let her in. She's right there. She's muted. Ask to
It's showing
It's not working. She just. She had on.
Yeah.
Stella.
Can you hear us, Stella?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We
Oh,
can't
sorry.
see you.
Yeah, no, it's telling me that I can't start my video, that my host, the host is, here I come.
Hi, Stella.
Yeah. So if I just have a look at what they do in Hastings, they do have a note in their plan saying that a template is available. But I'd also note that I feel that heavy haulage, they didn't actually ask for that in their submission either, so that's sort of come in as a late bit in the piece, and it was not something they identified in the evidence. So it was just sort of I think a line that they've come in at the hearing and said they'd like to see that. So there's nothing stopping council from providing one, but I think it's a little bit late to say that we'd include it in the district plan.
Stella.
Just tell me one thing, just to confirm it. I'm presuming that the neighbours to any of these rezoning requests weren't specifically notified for further submissions as part of the further submission process. No, would be unusual to do that. Any other questions? No, I think that's all. So we'll issue a minute in regards to right to reply. I think we had a tentative date of the 9th of December. That hopefully will allow enough time for response in regard to some of the questions from this Monday. So we'll do that very shortly. Thank you very much for your hard work and efforts yet again. Very much appreciated and helpful for the process. And with that, I will bring hearing stream 6 to an adjournment. We'll end the hearing submissions right now. Thank you.